when 30 to 90 days or whatever goes by and Twitch deletes the VOD, and someone goes, hey, are you ever going to play Subnautica? Right over there on the YouTube. Anyways, with that, we're going to go ahead and hop back in. We are playing on 16 times population, so the maximum population the game supports. We do have it set up so the helicopters keep coming back and again and again and again. The minimum amount of time between helicopters is 10 days. I have no idea what the maximum. It's somewhere 20 days-ish or less. Usually by day, it's either like day 10 to like 15 or so. We almost always have a helicopter. So that equates to usually between 1 and 2 helicopters per stream pretty consistently. We have, I don't remember what our settings we don't have like the sweatiest try-hard settings. Like I don't have sprinters turned on because I find them obnoxious. I have gone through the random hearing stuff. I did get rid of that because the slow-moving zombies that could pinpoint here, my way of dealing with them ended up being alert zombie, patiently wait for the zombie to walk out towards you, kill zombie, alert new set of zombies, patiently wait for them to walk out to you. So it's just so much waiting. I do think there is benefit to the zombies having a random like hearing and eyesight and all that. I think it needs to be a narrower range. So instead of like half the normal, whatever def is, like half or 1/3 the normal, all the way to like 3 times, it needs to be like 10, 15, 20% difference from the top to the bottom, is my opinion. Let's see, helicopter comes, then we cave 3 days without rain or snow. Then we have to have 3 days without rain or snow. I wish. This whole run, the game has had like zero mercy for me getting a break in all this. We are dealing with an actual thunderstorm going on. The priorities you have right now, just to catch people up on what's going on, is last stream, when I started, I walked just outside like we did a moment ago, and like 5-6 rally groups of zombies just spilled over this bridge all at once. So that's like 100-something zombies just spilled over the bridge at once from who knows where, and just said, you don't live here anymore. And we spent a good chunk of the stream dealing with recovering that with a helicopter in the middle of it and all that kind of stuff. I believe they've got a change where they have new cell-to-cell migration. So where normally you'd have, like, this is Irvington down here, normally the zombies would generally stay around here, and it was just the zombies you accidentally drug outside of that area would be the ones to really spread. They've got a mechanic now where the zombies will naturally spread out on their own, even into tiles that have had no population whatsoever. So even if you chose, let's just pretend this is empty farmland in here, because I think it actually is. But say there's literally 0 zombies here by default, and you build there thinking, I'm going to have a nice, quiet, wonderful, relaxing time. Over time, the zombies will work their way out there. Not targeting you, they're just spreading out in general. And it's been interesting to see that mechanic. I shouldn't have unpaused yet. But with that said, the current priorities is this gas station down here. That's our main priority. That's what we're trying to get to. That gas station down there means my car that's parked up this road, I can keep using it now. Right now it's only got about a quarter of a tank of gas, so I really am just leaving it parked there until I can drive here, fill it up with gas, and at that point I can kind of choose what I want to do, because I'll have my homestead, I'll have a vehicle I can travel wherever we want to travel, and all that. That is kind of our big priority for the moment. Other things we have on our to-do list, though, is one, I need to secure this perimeter at some point. I'm leaving it as a secondary priority right now with how many zombies are migrating. I'm worried I'm just going to build walls and have them torn down and rebuild them and just get frustrated. So I'm going to keep this going the way it's been going up until the point that, you know, we stop seeing as many zombies roll through the area. Not that I need them to be gone, just where we don't have overnight 50 to 100 zombies decide to roll in all at one go. We have got our weight under control. We are putting on weight. The fish I have now should, I believe, get me up to the weight I desire to be at, which is over 75 but under 85. Once that happens, I should only have to fish about half as much as we were before, because then I can eat fish till I get up into the 80s somewhere, and then I stop eating the fish once they're done. I don't expect to have an extra generator hooked up for running a freezer or anything in the house for a while. Like, I do know where there's a second generator, and I know how to hook it up. It's just... it's going to take me a little bit to get to the gas station. Now, the good news is, I'm seeing 0 zombies around the house. We did put a lot of effort into yesterday's stream, just managing zombies that had rolled in. I kept seeing that tree there and that, and it kept making me think that was a zombie. Alright. But part of the reason I want the car is later on when we have the car, stuff like this where I'm doing the walk back and forth every day, it just makes it faster. And then an added bonus of the car is after a while I'll tear off the muffler. And the reason I'll do that is to make the car as loud and obnoxious as possible for the zombies. Because that means I don't have to go skulking around in the fields and the woods looking for them. That just driving back and forth will draw the zombies out of the woods so I can just fight them on the road. I'm going to start jogging a little bit. I don't like doing that because it's using a bunch of endurance early. I'm going to try and be a little bit better about, you know, keeping that going. Because if we get the jogging up enough points, the endurance usage is not as bad. It just takes forever to get there. It's as slow as nimble to level. But then the hope would be that when I have to commute not using the car, I can do so a little bit more efficiently. Yeah, so that's our car, fully functional. It's got a bunch of junk in it. We are slowly emptying it out. What was the top emote? Overheating. I'm actually surprised we're seeing that considering it's just above freezing in game right now. Freezing in Fahrenheit is 32 and it's 38. And that's because we ate... Oh yeah, oh that's wind chill. Because it's a storm, we have wind chill, so it'll be treated like it's slightly colder than it actually is. Gotta check our weather. And there is, I believe there's a stat unclosed on how much wind affect you as well. It's one of those stats you can mostly just ignore, though. Very genuine when it comes to hot and cold, outside of, like, doing challenge mods that, like, you really crank down the cold to something obnoxious. Most of the time in Project Zomboid, you're gonna go from, like, wearing, t-shirt and, you know, t-shirt and pants most of the year, to when you get to the cold weather, you'll toss on maybe a jacket, maybe a sweater, and that's usually enough to handle it. Okay. So kill this group. Do a rest. Cool. Alright, we'll rest up here. I'm mostly just trying to have an open place when we go to rest. We can also take the radio, turn that off, unequip it. Shuffle all our inventory around. There's a really good chance our character is going to get queasy. Maybe, probably not to nauseous today. And that's between drinking the unsafe water at the start of the day is going to get us a little not feeling great. And then just how much time I'm probably going to spend around bodies. It's fine. But when we looked at this yesterday, my expectation is that we should be able to reach the gas station in this in-game, not in-game day, sorry. This day as in stream day. Because when we started looking at the number of zombies in the cell that the gas station is in, I've noticed that they've been becoming very noticeably lower than they were before. And that's a really strong indicator that we've started to clear this cell out enough that there's not enough zombies to replace the ones I'm killing. Wait, so you drank tainted water? Not that? Yeah, you can drink tainted water. As long as it's directly from a lake, river, something like that. Do not bottle it. If you bottle it, for whatever reason, it becomes more dangerous. Don't know why. It's just the way it is. Even with weak stomach, you can get away with it, too. You just gotta be careful that you're not stacking the things that cause you to get sick. So, for example, I can eat a poisonous berry, no problem. I can drink poisonous water, no problem. I should not eat a poisonous berry and drink poisonous water in a near time frame from each other. And that might change someday, but that's been true for a very long time. And you didn't notice you drink bottled water, you drank twice as much. Oh, I didn't notice the volume thing with the bottled water. But yeah, no, it's just a weird thing. That bottling the water makes it more dangerous. Lower torso muscle strain, but why? We're not overburdened. I wasn't farming or anything else that our character is bending over a lot, which is where I've seen that. Those are the only two places I've seen getting that any time frame. Alright, just 4 or 5 more. No problem. It's one of those things that happens that when you play this game that you've got the muscle memory. That you just get to the point that you start stream. You've only been here for like 5 minutes in the game. And you can immediately throw down to the zombies. It's like, yeah, it's fine. Not worried about it. Let's see. Ab crapping? Yeah, I mean, it could be something related to queasy. I haven't noticed it before. But yeah, so we're getting torso discomfort, but that's whatever. But have you noticed that fighting while exerted seems to draw in more zombies than when fighting not exerted? I haven't noticed a line with exerted or not exerted. I do know for a fact that there is a whole thing about the fact that while you're fighting, yeah, our lower torso is getting even more discomfort. Okay, so there's not a window in this room. That's all I wanted to check. I wonder if that has to do with the fact of how cold we were getting outside because of the rain. Because I'm pretty sure there wasn't an update on the test branch, so it's not like... That would honestly be a completely reasonable compromise, that drinking the bad water is instead of making it so like straight up has a risk of killing you kind of thing. Yeah, no, we're definitely not carrying heavy weight right now. That's the reason I'm curious about the muscle strain. We did do sit-ups. Did we do 2 rounds of sit-ups? I don't honestly remember one way or the other. Tapeworm permanently gets less. No, but you already have a oh, you're saying from drinking the contaminated water? I wouldn't say a thing like that, but I could be on board with the idea that the stuff that you can eat that's poisonous but you can get away with it just makes you a little sick, that it would cause the discomfort and maybe muscle strain kind of thing. I'm actually wondering why it's taking so long for a muscle strain to clear up. We didn't push very hard. We're in more pain. Why am I going into more pain? It's not like we're using like old fish or anything like that. It's not like our food is unsafe. The big one here is that like even my right hand is not... Okay. So we still have a decent amount of pain going on right now with our lower torso. Like I said, we're not overburdened. And I'm not doing bouncing up and down. We did do sit-ups. But I'm really surprised if that's the cause. Yeah, that's the one I can think of. But it seems weird that they're getting, like, worse. Like, it's fine, we can work around it for right now. We'll see if it clears up in the next day. I mean, if it sticks that bad with the muscle strain, then I'm just not gonna do sit-ups anymore. They give a little bit of XP towards your fitness. Not enough I'd want to deal with having like muscle strain the entire next day. You want to dunk? Well, there was an update 2 days ago. I don't think there was... So this is for the internal test build. There was an update about 2 days ago or whatever. I don't think there's been another update since then, though. And they can't, like, quietly update behind the scenes. Like, your game on Steam will update. You could not notice the update happened on Steam, certainly, and that may be what's happened here. Like I said, I do think it would be fair if you're eating poison berries and you're drinking bad water, but not at a degree that it's lethal. Having your character get discomfort from it would be reasonable. It could also be the sit-ups. And I'm just underestimating the amount of pain the sit-ups cause. Because it used to be, I don't think it was muscle strain, was it muscle fatigue is what the old descriptor used to be? So it could just be that the exercises are a little bit more punishing than they used to be. Which I also think is fair in that it would prevent you from doing the style of gameplay that I knew a number of people who, they would start a run, they would take a very low stat character, they would grab some early food, gotcha, and Zero Skill LPB verifying that we haven't had our build number iterate up since yesterday, which means it has not changed. I would be willing to believe that they made it stickier, which I think would be good. Because like I said, the concern is one of the strategies people would do that, in my opinion, wasn't a matter of how good batter it was more as just a very unfun, so something they'd probably want to discourage, is the thing of starting like 0-0 stats, and then just slamming out exercise until you're like 3-4 stats, and just, you know, farming or whatever in the meantime, and then starting your run. And I always like, man, if you're just gonna do that, just cheat. Give yourself the points. Like, because that's all you're doing, is you're just delaying the start of your game until you have the stats. And you're just gonna have a lot of runs where you're gonna put all that effort into and die right away. Hey, it's going pretty good. Let's see, you did 30-40 minutes of burpees, and Ben, your character is still in pain at 11 a.m. I mean, maybe they just made it with a muscle strain that the thing is stickier. Because I know it was a thing in the past when you very first started exercising in a run and you slammed out like 3 hours worth of burpees or whatever, or sit-ups, that it would be a good like 2-3 hours the next day that you were in pain. Like more like 3-4. Like you'd be in pain for a good while the next day. Our poor character here is going on like 6 hours worth of stomach pain for, I think, what was like an hour and a half, 2 hours worth of sit-ups. I think I'm going to pull one more group and then we're going to back off. It's going to get really dark really fast here. Yeah, keep in mind my character finished their exercises between midnight and 1 a.m. So we're looking at, if it's 12 hours later, it would have been around noon to 1. And that we would be having stomach pain for over 5 hours now. And I think it started a little bit earlier. It's fine, we'll experiment. The good news is it does seem like it's not enough pain to be that big of an issue. Like, I'm still able to fight relatively fine. It seems like the muscle strain is more of a damage penalty than the pain itself. And the pain has actually fallen off at this point, even though we do have muscle strain. But with as sticky as it is, I think the idea here is more, instead of it being a penalty to your ability to fight for, like, sit-ups, that the idea is you can't just back-to-back-to-back burpees or whatever and, like, speedrun stats. Which I know upsets some people, and that's what settings are for. But, I think that's reasonable to discourage the gameplay of lock yourself in the house and just start slamming out exercises. Because a lot of this update does seem to want to discourage you from just slamming one thing. Like, a lot of the crafting stuff has it where you have requirements for, like, carpentry and napping and this other stuff all, like, have overlapping requirements. Like, get the tool for one, you need the other. To get the materials to craft the thing, you need 2 or 3 of them. So the description where it says clumsy means you have a higher risk of tripping in situations your character goes off balance or whatever. So, like, if you vault a fence at speed, you have a higher chance of tripping on the other side. If you slam into a zombie while running, you have a higher chance of tripping. But just running and all that, your character will have no additional penalties, so far as, like, the clumsiness goes. It just means in a circumstance where it rolls the dice that you could trip, you are more likely to lose that roll. Do we want to grab... Let's leave that in there for a moment. Let's check our inventory. I'm just first trying to get the books out, because the books don't need to be sitting in here. Okay, so I got a couple more books here. We'll grab the house, grab this. We'll grab our dice, we'll grab the bullets. Grab the stuff for fire, we'll grab the caffeine pills to put in this bag. Okay, so we're full. That's... Alright. Because we're on our way back home, so I'm just trying to empty that. When sprinting, you can trip with clumsy? Yeah, when you're sprinting, yes. I almost never sprint, so it never crosses my mind. Because for those who don't know, this is jogging. This right here. This is sprinting. So jogging, sprinting. It doesn't look a whole lot different because of the low skill in running we have right now. But sprinting is considerably faster. Oh, that's a lot more zombies on this road. Well, I guess we're fighting. That's fine. I wish I had known that before I demoed sprinting, because sprinting is absolutely awful for your endurance. I really hate that I'm following this shadow of this cloud. Alright, so lower torso pain is starting to go away. I think it might be the sit-ups. That's the best I can guess, and it would make sense. But, sprinting in normal, not sprinter product Zomboid basically doesn't serve a purpose. Because if you're trying to get someplace faster, it's bad. Because it burns your endurance so much quicker, you're better off just jogging anyways. If you're ever in a situation where you like, oh, I need to sprint to get clear, like you've already messed up so many times past sideways, like if you've gotten that situation, things are already very dire. And even then, when you're sprinting, you have a lot higher risk of tripping. There is a slowdown. You can't just pivot on it real fast. There's like a slowdown period of like a step or two. So again, so if you're trying to avoid a zombie, you suddenly find yourself having difficulty avoiding it. That's a little bit trickier. You can do it, but there's more to it. By the way, clumsy and graceful don't affect the chance to trip anymore. Interesting. Well then, what do they do? And Zoffer on their 200 stream streak. Catch the last 200 streams without missing a single one. So thank you so much, Zoffer, for continuing to catch every stream and all that. It means a lot that you wouldn't just check out the stream, but you're back here all the time. And again, I fully understand not everyone can do that, and I don't think any less of people who can't do that and all that. It just, you know, it's humbling that someone wants to make a thing. Just change the sound you make? Then, okay. So what you're telling me is they're actively bad. To level up, I mean. Because I want to be loud and noisy. Like, genuinely, In that case, I would see clumsy as good if it makes me louder. What's our weight at? I think we're at like 73. I'll check once I'm not in the dark outside. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. We're also getting really cold. So, okay. You know what? We are getting to near freezing weather. So genuinely, we're actually cold. I might actually get sick from this. This level of cold, this is definitely in the territory that we could catch a cold. Let's try and warm up pretty quickly inside here. And for people who don't know, colds in this game really suck. It's basically like your character is permanently stuck shouting every 15 seconds or so. As far as the weight goes, we're at 73 and climbing. Let's see, did the Jurassic-sized fish rot before you ate it all? We didn't have it rot, but we were eating it very wastefully in the just slamming an entire section of fish at a go. Alright, so let's drop our bag. Because this will help with our body temperature. Because we actually look at our temperature. We look at our body response. It's really cold right now. But as we're exercising, our heat generation is going up. This will gradually warm up our core temperature. And this does have a thing that as your core temperature goes up, it's easier to keep your temperature up. So that is one thing to be aware of when you're playing in like cryogenic winter, really CDDA. Doing little bits of jogging, fighting a little bit of zombies, deliberately like picking up and putting stuff down, is a way to delay that freezing. So you'll notice like right here, our core temperature is going up. This is another one to consider when you're talking about really CDDA. So right now, my feet and my hands are very well insulated. My pants are just okay. And then the torso here is pretty bad, actually. Like, the blue's pretty bad. You usually can't do a whole lot for your head and neck without, like, some real effort. You can get some good stuff for your head, but your neck is tricky. You gotta find a scarf, and those are really rare. But we can get all of this to at least deep orange, if not red. Which red means hot. Yeah, so now you look at our body response. Our core temperature's up. We're no longer cold. So there's lots of stuff you can do to manage your body heat. But outside of like challenge stuff, usually that's just not an issue. Now the big question is our bathrobe considered the outermost layer? I believe it is, which means I can wear the bathrobe or... I can wear the bathrobe, or I can wear something like, a jacket. I actually don't know how the bathrobe ranks as far as insulation. I imagine it'd actually be pretty okay. Gotta have the leather pants. I mean, it's not great, but it's okay. Yeah, so one thing I could definitely grab is a tank top. We can throw a tank top in here and that'll help. It's pretty warm because it covers all your legs? Yeah. So if I find a tank top, that might be all we need. Because usually the difference between being the right temperature in the summer and being the right temperature in the winter is only like 1 or 2 items, like changing a hat or whatever. It's really not much. It's one of the mistakes a lot of new players makes, are they will, like, start to seriously bundle up their character. It's like, no, you really don't, man. It's fine. Let's see, you think next cards are Yarns and Needle? Now, that'd be cool. And also, before I forget, thank you, Box, for the 200 stream streak. I really do appreciate it as well. You wish you could make twine from dogbane? You can in the test branch. That is coming, just for the record. It's a lot, though. It's a lot. Did they fix the roofing issue with animal enclosures this build? I wasn't aware there was a roofing issue, so I unfortunately can't answer that. Let's see. Do you know if about a bug watching skill VHS and not gaining any XP from Woodcraft 1, for example? I know that you can... Oh, it was only 3? Did I misread that? Where'd you go? Oh, I'm sorry. I read the 200. Yeah, the 3 stream streak, I was like, man, I've missed a lot of streaks. If you got up to 200, I didn't see it. And then Stoke, again, their 40 stream streak. Thank you so much for that. There is, for those who aren't aware, there was a change in this build as well. Not this one, but the unstable build as well as this one. That reading books and all that, and the VHSs, sorry, not the books, the VHSs, they will only level you up a little bit. You can only get, I believe it's level 3 in a skill by default reading the books. So the days of, you know, getting your stuff and then stacking your things to get lots and lots of levels, so you read your book and then watch your video and walk away with like 5-6 levels, those are gone. Once you hit level 3, the videos I don't believe help you anymore. Some of them will teach you recipes still, but as far as gaining skill levels, you really are being intended and pressured into gaining skill levels by doing whatever the craft is. They seem to be moving more and more away of any type of alternative way to gain levels. Like, I don't think they'll get rid of them, but they're going to keep it at just low levels, so you can go, oh, let me just boost my character the first couple levels, and then you got to deal with it. Let's see, the state of the sunroom saddens you, even though you know it's impossible to save all those windows. I can fix those windows later. That is a fixable thing. I need a crowbar to do it, though. What I can do is later on, if I can find an R1, is I can right-click, remove... Actually, yeah, no, the glassworking stuff may also do it. I haven't looked into that. But what I used to be able to do is you could remove a window using the crowbar, and then it didn't... Like, you didn't have to match window for window like you would in real life. It was just, did you pull out a window? Cool. Swap it in. So I could repair. I definitely don't want to do that until we've enclosed the area, so I'm not replacing windows. Because there is a chance when you remove a window of it breaking. So it has that. You haven't figured yet how to make a mold for pouring glass in? Don't know. I know carpentry, I thought. Is there carpentry or carving, I thought, were the ones I saw that gave you molds for other things. You had trouble doing the crowbar window thing, a few windows in Build 41? Yeah, no, I've definitely replaced windows using the crowbar thing in Build 41. But it was one of those things. I'd go to a building that had like 10 windows. I probably broke like 3 or 4 of them trying to move them. So I'd end up tearing up a lot of windows just to get there. Like, kills fire mold, you don't know how to make the molds? Gotcha. I saw them earlier. Not today, but I saw on the other... Did you not take it out? Like, I saw the other day that we had, like, the mold for shingles, the mold for, I think it was tile or something. Like, we had 3 molds I could make. I feel like it was under carpentry. I'll double check here in a minute. Okay. Take that, put this away. Alright, let's check in those molds. Yeah, so you can make them here. So you were looking for a glass mold. So I am not seeing a glass mold here. So let's check here. Ceramic sheet mold is the way to do that. So we can go here and go. Gotcha. So I'm not seeing the ceramic sheet mold here. Is there any other options to this? Alright, so more than likely, I wish I could see what the ceramic sheet mold required here. More than likely the ceramic sheet mold, you believe was called glass sheet mold? Yeah. We've got this here for crafting it. My guess is that will be under something in here. Would be my assumption. So if we went into this one, it's probably like carpenter or something like that. There's going to be one of these, I think, is going to be what you're looking for. That you'd be able to do. Maybe the pottery bench? That you'd make a ceramic mold on the pottery bench. That's what I'm going to guess this is. I'm willing to bet it's locked behind the level 5, because this mentions a whole bunch of different stuff. I would guess it might be there. It was unfortunately not the pottery bench or the pottery wheel. Interesting. Don't know. It's probably in here somewhere. I just don't know where it is. It also might not be in there, because, like, again, this is build 42. They have let us know that stuff is just straight up missing. So, you know. There is, I know, some stuff under blacksmithing that you can't actually make right now just because there's, like, a prereq missing or stuff like that. Because I remember some other content creators is tuning into have been working on that, not being able to finish it. Alright, so let's see if we can't find a tank top that is not destroyed. It's a real shame. They seem to all have these big stab holes in them for some reason. Can't imagine where that came from. I'll probably have to knock one over. Like, just shove it over and then do it. Because, this might surprise you, but stabbing the crap out of a zombie with a knife? Not great for preserving the clothes. For those who don't know, bladed weapons will do that. Bladed weapons will absolutely trash clothes. Oh, honestly, socks wouldn't be a bad move either. If we find some socks that don't have a shredded hole in them, especially if they're long socks. Take some regular socks in the interim. Because we have been starting to have days that are a little bit cold. This is why blunt is king. Counter argument, I never have to worry about clothes much. You usually get your like 1 or 2 pieces and you never have to think about it ever again. Oh yeah, the toothbrush shiv. I know I stomped some of these zombies to death. Not all these zombies were killed by the stabby. I might also just settle with one that's got 1 hole in it. Those have a hole in them, so they're not as good. I'll settle for 1. Okay, that should do for now. I haven't noticed if they work or not, but I also don't care. I don't think they are in there, but if they are, you're still talking like, what is it, like a 5% run speed penalty on like the big heavy boots and all that in the past. It's just they weren't implemented actually doing anything. Even if they are in there, why are you running? You're just gonna die tired. Just keep in mind, this is not running. This is walking. This is not running. This is walking. Jogging probably qualifies as running. And then sprinting definitely counts as running. Let's see, you'd consider blades more if sheet metal bat wasn't so fun to use. I mean, we all have our preferences. But yeah, so I don't know if it's implemented. I just don't also, like, it's one of those stats I don't see as particularly relevant. The ones that have, like, the combat speed penalty, yeah, no, that could go straight up die in a fire. Combat speed penalty can go die in whatever fire it came from. Because, absolutely the heck no. Even if it's only like a 1 or 2% penalty, the answer is still no. That suddenly makes me paranoid. Okay, we're fine. I think it was just like the fireman's, like there's only a couple things like fireman's gear that had the combat speed penalty, if I remember correctly. Let's see, if you build your own animal enclosure, you need a roof, and a roof tile only counts if you have stairs attached to it. So you need a lot of stairs. Wait. So you need a lot of stairs at the moment. Are you saying that, like, okay, to clarify. So if I'm building, I need the walk thing. If I'm building an enclosure, let's say it's, you know, like this. Are you saying that if I want this tile to count, I need a stairwell here? And then if I want this tile to count, I need a stairwell there, like kind of thing? Like it has to be connected? Or do you just mean for the roof, I need a singular stair up to the roof? Because the second one, I think is totally reasonable. The first one is clearly a bug. Basically, does the stair need to be adjacent in some way to the tiles? Am I all out of fish? Oh, I didn't drop off the books and all that. Let's do that real quick. Ah, yeah, that's clearly a bug. That's interesting because it used to be, so we've had problems before in Project Zomboid about a place counting as enclosed a number of times. There used to be all sorts of gimmicks about like where you position a column that you need to have one or not. Yeah, and that's definitely a bug. Yeah, the reason we're running back is Gotcha. Interesting. Because it used to be, we've had some really wild issues with the, with building houses and all that in the past. It used to be a thing that when you, say I was building this space here, it used to be a thing you'd build your walls, and you had to add a column, I believe it was on this corner, for it to count as enclosed, as well as put in the thing. That was a long time ago, and that got resolved a while back. I'm putting our Dungeons and Dragons stuff in our bedroom. Yep, so there's our pouch. Our RPG manual. I'll put our summer hat in there too. I really don't know where we're putting gun stuff because I probably won't find much of it, nor do I really care. Put those here. Okay. But yeah, that used to be a whole wild thing. And I remember there's a whole stint that after it had been messed up like that for a while, and they had changed it, they're like, hey, you don't need to do this anymore. Because you had to do it for so long, and people were adding the extra column and all that. And when they changed it was unnecessary, and the column would cause problems too. And they're like, just don't do the column anymore. It was just, however, did it check to see if it was enclosed or not, had issues. We're not gonna fish now, but at some point, if I find my way back here a little bit earlier, I think we've got enough calories to push into healthy weight. We'll probably want to eat at least one more big fish to try and get ourselves to the higher end of healthy weight. We can worry about that when we get there. Let's see, build 41, it still needs to have the column on the southernmost corner. It just builds it for you. That's fair. The big thing is that, you know, you don't have like an enclosed looking space and then you scratch your head going, I don't understand how to deal with it. Let's see, you just had a zombie teleport through stair rails that you had to walk around as I was running down the first floor and bite you. Heartbreaking. Oh, that sucks. I haven't had, like, I know there's a teleporting zombie issue where, or at least there was on the unstable branch, where sometimes, like, pushing a zombie while you're right up against a window or a fence, it would potentially glitch the animation between it trying to climb over the fence and your shove. And it kind of reset its animation. But I've only seen, like, I haven't run into it myself, but I have seen, like, another creator run into it once or twice. But I've always been paranoid as heck about fighting zombies right against fences and windows. Just because you can have, like, the unlucky time that the zombie, like, a zombie pops at the wrong spot and you just need to avoid it, and it does its lunge and it trips you up, that kind of thing. It's a very avoidable problem. But it's just kind of the same thing, like, if I'm fighting zombies, generally speaking... Where did you come from? Like, if the zombies wouldn't be right here, I'd demonstrate something really quick. Yeah, so I wouldn't fight a zombie here, because right now, I can't see the zombies there. I treat fences in the exact same way, where, like, this window's busted, you're not going to see me if I can help it fighting right here, just because if I'm facing this way fighting a zombie and something comes to that window, I could be in a bad position where I have to just bolt, and if I'm, like, in the middle of a swing or something like that, that can get you in trouble. So it's just easier to be like, hey, this is a danger spot, just like this is a danger spot. You know, give them a wide berth if you got the option. Oh, I didn't put this away. It's like, I was about to say, it's like, I could have sworn I had more knives. Makes sense. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's our sit-ups that are causing us the muscle strain. We'll see. Like, we'll see how long it takes us to resolve that. Because we should start getting that to be a far reduced amount as we do them more regularly. Because definitely, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It's definitely one of those things that, in build 41, once you got your regularity up a little bit, the muscle fatigue you got off of working out was just kind of a non-issue. It would show up and then drop off within like half hour. Like in-game half hour. We know how the blood splatter got on the wall from that far away. It's zombie things, don't worry about it. Grab ourselves a new knife. Is the next helicopter close? We don't know. There's The helicopter is not deterministic. It's not like I said to sometimes and every 10th day it shows up. It can happen as often as 10 days, but at least, like, it can be like 10, 20 days or something like that. We don't really know. I don't believe we're super close to it, but I can check here in a minute when I'm not fighting. I would guess we probably have 4 or 5 days at least as, like, the minimum. But I'm also not confident in that because I am keeping a close eye onto it because the helicopter's not that big of a deal when it comes to the knowing in advance when it's eligible. Not unless I'm planning on like some big foray, then it's one of those things like, alright, I definitely don't want to head into the city to have the helicopter proc, but then have to dash back out of the city kind of thing. But we're not in a position to do that anyway, so it's mostly making sure I catch on the morning on the radio to see if it's coming. I'm gonna catch up with Chad again once we're not in the middle of the fight. Alright, get our next weapons ready. And they should be done here in just a minute with them. I also don't mind that we're aggroing a bunch of the ones off to the sides using this, as long as we keep it a manageable number. Because it's still just clearing up the area around me where I'll have less zombies I have to worry about wandering in on me later. That said, our character really needs a break. Because we're getting way less damage than we should be out of our knives because we are muscle strained and exerted. The pain also doesn't help, but that's less of an impact compared to the other ones. Keep thinking we're at the last one, we keep getting more. It's fine. Okay, get our next knife ready. Drop the broken handles. And let's just pop up here away from the bodies so that as we recover, we're slowly getting rid of that queasy from drinking from the lake. But if you continue the new game in the same world after dying, do you still get the helicopter event? If it hasn't already happened. On default settings, in the world, not your character, you'll only ever have one helicopter event. But once it's happened, if you create a new character in the same world, then the helicopter event should not reoccur. I could be wrong about that, because I don't create new characters in the same world, and I haven't done that for literally years. But, the way it used to work is, once a helicopter event has happened in a world, that's just it. No, we're still dealing with sore hands. Okay. I'll take a sip of water while we're in here. Does he also go for new worlds, for new characters, always? But you can imagine the helicopter timing being completely bound to the world state and not the players? Yeah. That's my assumption. That's the way it used to work, but I haven't made a new character in the existing world almost ever and forever. Generally speaking, if you're remaking characters in the same world, there's not lots of like negative ramifications of you have to go way farther to find loot. The zombie populations will continue to scale up despite the fact that your combat skills are now well behind where they should be at the point that the zombies have those kind of numbers. I don't think it's necessarily a wrong decision. Like, you know, play how you like. But I do think that makes the second character's situation much harder. And I did see the kitchen knife. I just need to deal with our friends here before I'm doing anything. But yeah, no, I would, if I was betting, I'd almost certainly say that it's a one and done for the world. But I'm also the mindset, I'm the kind of person who likes the helicopter to keep coming back, just because otherwise, you know, it can get stale after a while. I need that little surprise thing to wait a second, that thing I was working on I'm not doing anymore because I suddenly have a more urgent need. Like to me the meta events are like those curveballs. That's just enough to keep the game from falling out of a routine. Because otherwise it could be a routine of loot the next house, bring it back home, you know, do the 3-4 maintenance things you need to do at home, get the next house, get back home, and just repeat that forever. Stuff like the helicopter suddenly makes it like, oh, my house is now getting dangerous, I need to adjust where I'm at, or oh, I had my car over there, but this meta event drug zombies to it, so now I need to back off to kind of rally to clear my car. Well, that's smart, I gave it credit for. Let's go get our next weapon staged. Okay. Getting ready to make more weapons day. It is gonna be getting more weapons day because I'm going through these way faster than I should. And I don't mean like faster than they're bugged, I mean faster than I'd really like them to be breaking. Okay. Start really high muscle strain because we are using a meat cleaver. Let's back off more and rest before we do the next group. At least we'll try to rest. Okay. Hoping the muscle strain will fall off first. Hey, Original, how's it going? Does you usually play with respawns off and that turn the helicopter flying around the base and not tracking them when playing sometimes the helicopter, so you went back to default settings again eventually? So it depends on what you're playing with when it comes to like your population settings. If you're playing at lower or like normal populations, then yeah, it's pretty easy to clean out an area to the point that it dies off really quick. If you are playing on the higher populations and all that, then usually turning off respawns is kind of a necessity, because you start to get to the point of the rate you can kill zombies that you can get to the point where you can't even theoretically keep up with the rate of respawn. So like say, like we'll use 16 times pop for the extreme. There are individual cells in some of the major cities that will spawn in the tens of thousands of zombies. And that it is, I think it was like every 3 days, 5% of a cell's population attempts to respawn. And there's some fuzziness around it, like areas you've been near to, but get just 5% every 3 days. So you're talking tens of thousands of zombies. And at least in build 41, your sustained kill rate, the most you could handle is about 500 to 700. And that's sustained, so where you're like, but I've killed over 2,000. I know, sustained, that's the operative word here. So it's about 500 to 700, and you do the math, tens of thousands, you start clearing the cell. It's just kind of one of those things that you're not going to be able to do it. You're gonna have the zombies literally replacing themselves faster than you can kill them. Let's go to last couple of maps have been like 2 times pop, standard starting pop. Yeah, now 2 times pop, you could definitely wipe them out. I would leave respawns on 2 times pop. You just clear a city too fast. The new 1 week mod is dope. Yeah, I've seen it. It looks interesting. I think it's a really well done mod for what's got. The NPCs are still dumb as a box of rocks, but that's always NPCs. They are like not a insult towards the people who are developing the mod. They're bolting something onto an existing game. They are at the mercy of the game's limitations. But it's just not for me. I think it's cool, like the whole thing where you start and the NPCs are wandering around. You can kind of do what you want. You got 1 week until they drop the nuke. But just not a kind of playstyle that interests me. I'm much more interested in like the long format game and all that, and having it kind of somewhat hard locked at 1 week. And I do understand that technically, if I'm not mistaken, I think your character dies at 1 week. I can't remember if there's a way to survive the nuke or not. But then it becomes a normal run with the zombies just slowly showing up. Which again, I think is cool. It's just not for me. I don't tend to run hardly any mods. It's just the sweet spot between enjoyment and grinding. Right, my only comment with the 2 times pop between the enjoyment and grinding is that is a population that you do probably want respawns. Just because otherwise the only way to keep stuff happening in your run would be to travel farther and farther and farther. And there gets to be a point where you don't really want to set up a second base, but you kind of have to set up a second base because the zombies are just too far away. Honestly, even on 16 times pop, that still eventually happens. It's just, the eventually is pretty far down the road. So yeah, like I agree with 2 times pop. You'd probably want some level of respawn. Now granted, you could turn up and down the respawn. There is always that choice. Even 16 times pop, I could set the respawn to be like 1% of the zombies every month or something like that, so it takes forever for them to respawn, but they do gradually come back. It's not what I'm gonna do, because I like the idea of being able to clear an area and then I move on to the new area. But it is an option. It is on the table. And I saw there's like 2 or 3 up here. I was worried when I saw a couple more stragglers up here. I was like, oh man, do we have like a migration? But it looks like it may have been like 1 rally group worth, just kind of got spread out. I've lost track of those 2 zombies. Well, 3 zombies, because it's 1, 2, and then there's another one up north. You like leaving here safe? Yeah. And the safe in air quotes, where it's like less dangerous, but in some ways more, because yes, there's way less threats, but you also know there's way less threats, so you're not as worried about running into trouble, which means you end up being less careful, which in turn makes it more dangerous because of the complacency factor. I know that feel. I've gotten myself that way before. Oh, and there's one over on the left I didn't... Oh, there's actually a couple up here. Well, crap. I didn't really want to use the garden fork. But I don't want to juggle stomp in the dark. Put that away to be used as a tool again. Alright. Oh, weird. You can't hear my mic audio? Yeah, and that's, if it's just one person, I don't even know what would cause that. My assumption, if I had, like, the mic muted, I'd have a whole bunch of people being like, hey, your mic's muted. Like, go through that whole bit. I don't like this new menu. Because every time I pull up the menu, that's what take... Oh, you know what? I don't need to do it that way. We can just not deal with this. Because we should have in our hands. Oh, we're not drinking. Oh, we took a sip from it. That's good enough. As you're getting the spinning wheel every 10 seconds or so, like refresh it to fix it for a time. Yeah, if you're running into that, try taking the encoding. There'll be the little gear in the bottom right. Try turning down the resolution from automatic to lower. It's not on my end, but that can be a thing. Like if there's an issue between you and Twitch, like your ISPs being an ISP, and that means hot garbage, because that's just what ISPs do a lot of times. That's being unfair. ISPs run into problems. It happens. But, you did? It still did it? Alright, well, yeah, no, it sounds like... There sound like something between you and Twitch is not good. So, like, it could be your ISP, it could be your building's wiring, it could be a whole thing. Or turn off low latency? Turn off low latency saying? You mean on your end or my end? Because I'm not changing that. Because like I said, I have on my end my connection solid. Like between me and Twitch, I'm getting the full thing. Gotcha. I know we also have a low latency thing as a creator side as well. But generally we want it on, otherwise people get understandably upset when it takes us like a minute to respond to every message. Okay, so today is a day of replacing weapons. Oh right, I had a spare claw hammer. We can use that as a weapon for right now as well. Because I want to do that. Once I get some weapons replaced, I'll probably also want to, I'll probably also want to turn around and get ourselves some fish to keep our weight going. Because are we at the point We're almost there. We're 1 kilogram short of being in the healthy weight range. But also, we're getting pretty close to the point that this little up arrow is going to disappear. We're going to maybe dip just barely into 75 and immediately drop back down, or maybe not quite get to 75. Oh, hey, zombie. Yeah, so we keep going up here. There's a bunch of flint. Gonna mine a bunch of nodes again. Shove them in our bag. Somewhere around here were those nodes? Oh, that is a node. Okay. Yeah, no, if you're just right-clicking it again and again, like, if it's a problem, if one refresh doesn't do it, it's probably just something you're gonna have to deal with for a while, unfortunately. Spam refreshing probably won't make a difference one way or the other. Can still hammer my nodes? It seems as such, but it's one of those things that when I've had only the stone hammer, it seems like sometimes I can and can't. But when I have a pickaxe in my bag, it seems like it's always happy to do it. I'm gonna pull up 2 more of these. We're gonna go a little bit overburned. I mean, actually quite a bit overburned. Alright, we got more up this way too. Ah, they hear you from a long way away. Because those zombies clearly are hearing us and just booking it right this direction. Just gonna walk over here. I'm gonna plunk it down to the ground by these bodies. Because I feel like that one's got pretty good visibility of the zombies. Nope, those are just regular ones. We don't have the random hearing. I turned that off. I've done pinpoint hearing runs. Like I've said, the pinpoint hearing zombies plus the slow walking zombies I found to be the most agonizing thing ever. Not in a challenging way, in the, oh my god, please get these zombies over here already so I can fight. Because you couldn't walk in and fight them. It's kind of like the claw hammers and ball pea hammer. You can't actually mine with them, but if you have something that can, club hammer, pickaxe, sometimes stone hammer, your character might decide to use them and mine anyways. Yeah, it's a weird thing, but I haven't found it consistent. So it's like I've been trying to just use the pickaxe. These rocks being not able to oversee him makes sense, but always catches... Where are you going, buddy? Always catches me where I assume I can see over them, even though I can't. I can clearly see there's a shadow there. It just, you know, I don't expect to not be able to see over it. Okay, so let's go here, grab our radio, start the radio. Make sure we're all in the clear. Looks good. Alright. Just a cloudy day. Love to see it. And tomorrow, below freezing temperatures as the low. Okay, so let's cancel the radio real quick. And meanwhile, someone had asked me how close we are to the helicopter. Let's see if I can't figure that out real fast. So the last helicopter we did was on the 1st of the month. No, we're in the range that we can have a helicopter. Like, literally any day now we can have a helicopter. That doesn't mean we'll have one any day now, but it does mean it is on the possibility any day that we'll just get the air activity detected. Thanks, I hate it. Not really, it's totally fine. I'm just getting to the point where I'm trying to figure out where we're taking these helicopters. Because we've been taking them west because that's the only direction I can take them where it's not potentially messing up our push. But west is getting not good. West is getting straight up sketch is what west is getting. Your router need a full restart? Yeah, that happens. I don't run into that very much myself. My network, I took the crappy router that I got from my ISP. It's required to authenticate the connection. So I took the entire time to set up my gateway. So I've got my gateway, I've got the router actually off to one side. So you got your modem, your gateway, and then your router. And you're supposed to have to use that router. But I took the time to set up a bunch of scripts and all that, so when the connection comes through that, like, the ISP is trying to verify that, like, I'm supposed to have access to it, that talks to the router, but all other traffic goes through to my actual switch that talks to my entire network. Just to get that crap out from in between. The router is your modem? I'm sorry. Because 90% of those routers and modems that the ISP give you are pretty awful. You know, they're saving money. But yeah, getting that router out from in between where it was trying to forcefully be my DNS and everything, like non-optionally, I wasn't allowed to reconfigure it. I had to go into like Windows and try and bypass stuff and all that. It was just like, nah, man, this router is straight up spyware. This is not going to be allowed to be the thing I'm bridging all my connections through if I can help it. And I understand in their power switches and all that they can do that, but it's much easier for them to do it on the endpoints. To force you to go through their DNS where they get whatever benefits they get out of like tracking your data and all that. Just give me internet. No games, just give me internet. That's what I want. I want a dumb pipe. Like, by all means, block malicious malware and all that, sure. No problem with that. No objection about that. But, like, all these little games of tracking everything and whatnot. Just, I want internet. I don't want your bundle. I don't want your other garbage. Just internet. You see another node in the clump of trees? Yeah, I think that down there isn't a mineral deposit. I believe that's a large stone. We could check. We could just right-click on it here once I'm not making stuff. I don't think we have any zombies nearby at all. I was gonna say, I'll check the nearby zombies to see what way that went. There are no zombies nearby to check. So we have no idea where that med event took anything. Do you think we'll be able to move the crafting benches in the future? Oh, like the kiln and all that? I would assume we should be able to. I'm actually surprised to hear that we can't. Like the big hunking rock here thing I can see not moving. Like they could just say it's too big and be done with it. You haven't been able to? Interesting. The way you normally do it is you go over here to the left, and there's this little box here, you choose pickup, and you'd put underneath what you want to pick up. You cannot? Gotcha. I don't feel like that's intentional. I could be wrong. I feel like, though, I would want that to be something to move. That'd be one of those things I could totally see something about it. And if you're wondering why I keep starting and stopping the crafting, I'm stopping it after I start getting to, like, overwhelmingly overloaded. And the reason I'm doing that is just in case a zombie wanders in on you. You move so slowly when you're overwhelmed that you could potentially get yourself to where you can't step away from an attack quick enough and you just die. So I'm trying to only get like 5, 6, 7 of those in my main pouch since they don't have the reduction in weight. I'll do these last 10 in one go. The spinning wheel drying rack? Yeah, no, that's right. Actually, now I think about it, we did try to move the spinning wheel in the garage and didn't get the choice. Yeah, no, I think it was just... I think that was, like, not deliberately a decision to make him not movable. It's just something that hasn't been done yet. It wouldn't be the first or the last time we got something new that when it first dropped into the game, you couldn't move it. And then after, like, a patch or two later, then you could. There's still actually some stuff from the very beginning. I think... we can move the arcade machines. There was something like that. That was like, it really wasn't a functional thing. It was just a cosmetic thing. That was like, oh, clearly I should be allowed to move this, but we just couldn't. There are still some stuff like air handlers and that we can't move, but they don't serve a function, so I usually don't care about them. Okay. So we are very overloaded. A big part of that is just... we're hungry, we're dehydrated, that kind of stuff. So we dropped it down to just overload by taking a sip of our water. Go ahead and forward for a minute. Okay. I also just remembered, I don't think we have much bait left for fishing. Oh, I hate all of it. It was a northbound one. Alright, well that's really suboptimal. Okay, got my bag there. Try and kill some of these. I don't know how bad of a situation we're in. The problem is I don't have my weapons. That's what we were off fixing. So I've got this hammer that I made just for purpose of being a weapon. So I might be able to take that log and process it into a bunch of handles and turn those into stuff. My big thing is I have way too much weight worth of blades I've made, and I really don't want to abandon them. I'm just trying to fight through this real quick. Let's go back up to our bag. We'll rest up. Bring the bag farther along. Chew toy, get that out of here. Hoping to find just a little bit of food on the way. It's getting way too dark for me to do much. We've got one zombie over here, another up there. Try to avoid a lot of this stuff. Like I said, I'm trying to just drop all these blades back at home real fast. I'm not seeing that much more. The good news is we've been down here making a lot of kills and all that. So we might get lucky and we don't see that much here. Because just like the straight north path from there doesn't go to the lakes, it goes kind of off to the left. And they probably haven't gone that far yet. We'll see. So far, it's looking pretty okay. But that does mean food is a priority the next in-game day because we are going to start starving soon. Right, so it's just you by yourself? Yeah, I don't need to drop everything then. I'm glad we took the time to just go to the field behind the house and kill the zombies there just because. That's probably what we spared us from this being another case of being overwhelmed, as we took the time to kill those extra whatever number of zombies. Where did you come from? Well, I spoke too soon about the situation here. Come on. Well, now, downside that I didn't think about is I dropped that bag to not be overburdened. Oh no, I have the sleeping bag. Okay, never mind, that's fine. Well, this sucks. The crops are all dead. I can't make them more dead than already dead. They got trampled a while back. Okay. Well, come on. Fine, we'll go up more. Yeah, this is fine. This happens. Zombie up there. Oh, there's one over here somewhere. Can't see him at all, that's fine. It is what it is. It's like the absolute worst case scenario. We just keep walking till daytime till I can see. I don't think that's at all necessary, though. Okay, so I've got one down here. Two down here. I think we're alright. Let's drop the handle and see if the head of the hammer is still any good. Yeah, head of the hammer's still good, so we'll take that back. Alright, we don't have our water either. Food is going to be a genuine problem real soon, but there's a good chance if we forage on our way back, we'll be okay. Oh, our body temperature's crashing hard. Okay. We are not bundled up enough. We need to put more on. Apparently, being below freezing, not great. Not great. You got some with some more insulation for me? Leather jacket with a hole in it. That'll replace the bathrobe. Let's wait on that. Ah, heavy long socks. That'll be a good start. Take those. How is our insulation looking? Let's go look at that jacket again. If I put that on, how much is that going to help? It's better. The bathrobe might get ditched because it's full of holes and we might get a new one. We're keeping the hat on. And our fan pack, I already have two. Yes, our body heat generation is going up. So the leather jacket should be enough to handle that. Leather jacket's pretty heavy. That's 4. I don't have weapons for 4. Hey, we just gained a point in strength. Not gonna complain about the timing on that. Okay. Yeah, no, it is what it is. Like, we're making do with what we got. So let's avoid that group. Hey, Alessandras, how's the stream and all that? Welcome in, Raiders. You know what? We'll do it to Poisonous Berry. Sign me up. We'll wait a little bit before reading another. You're here to raid you? Yeah, so how was your stream and all that? Playing some Project Zomboid, how'd it go and all that? But welcome in, Raiders. We got bullied away from home when we were retrieving more weapons, so I don't have much of the weapons, and you'll see the pickaxe on me. We're not using that as a weapon. That's something we use to make weapons. But you got a whole thing there. But yeah, so if you're looking for more Project Zomboid, you can find it with Alessandres. Anders. Not Andres. Very different things. Alright, there's our queasiness from eating the poison berry. Okay, let's drop the branches so we're not overburned. The magazine Alt F4. I see. Oh yeah, no, we got the wizard's hat. We had a robe too. I just had to ditch it because we started genuinely dealing with getting way too cold. So I had to take a leather jacket. It was the robe or the jacket. Now I gotta remember where the heck I ditched my hiking bag out of desperation of not dying. Yeah, no, I know. Oh, right, it was in the crop. That's right. It's like right up in the field, wasn't it? That's fine. We'll leave the tree branches there. We can come back to those. Okay, kind of curious, how'd you get in this situation? Oh, I was replacing my weapons, just, you know, I was running low. So I very heavily loaded down my backpack with flint, and I was on my way home. And we had a meta event that drew zombies in there. It's not that many, but I only had like one claw hammer left to fight with. Hey, Infinity! So it's kind of one of those things that, like, it was just, I was in the middle of solving a problem, and then the thing that makes the problem worse decided it was time to show up. Don't be the helicopter. Don't be a helicopter, Dave. We are in the range we can have one. It'll survive a helicopter just fine, but it'd be a real big problem if that is today. If it is a helicopter day, we're going to try and run, retrieve our bag, ditch the flint as fast as we can, because we're going to want the water bottle. Trying to make good time in the meantime, just in case. Chance of snowfall tomorrow in game. Don't. Okay, we're fine. See, the double buzz always makes you nervous for a moment. Yeah, so there's our bag. I saw you down here. Okay. My only hesitation of picking it up is I know that bag is heavy. Oh, come on. That was set up fine, and I just... Fall over right now. Killer. 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 Too slow. Alright, so the problem is I can't really... The crops are all dead. You can't kill already dead crops. Okay, we're not feeling sick anymore, so we're gonna go ahead and slam ourselves another poisonous berry. Let's not do that, that takes endurance. Oh no, we're fine. No, we've done way worse than this. Like, the thing is, there's really not much zombies here. Yeah, no, I know the poison's not gone. Like, very genuinely, this poison is not as dangerous as you think. Like, I've juggled poisonous berries for ages, so don't worry about that. But you are not incorrect that when the Moodle drops, you're still about a third poisoned. Like, we might creep into nauseous. Hey, Alice, how's it going? Microdosing the poison all day? Not ideally. Like, it's funny, because everything was, like, really well off. It just, if I had weapons ready, we would have been good. I just let myself run out of weapons I'm willing to use. Oh, come on. I'm getting really annoyed when it comes to standing on zombies and missing the spot. Sure, we can go with that. That's fine. I'm not going to complain. Okay. Fall over. Thank you. Bread knife? Nah. What I should do is, when we get back to our bag and all that, is I really should go and grab that hand fork. Put that to use. It's decent. I'm just being stubborn about my weapons, and I shouldn't be. Oh wait, is it already 9? Oh, hang on, chat. My apologies. I lost track of time. I need to run downstairs for about 5 minutes to welcome my wife home and throw food in the oven real quick. So I do apologize about that. I just lost track of time and all that stuff. So I'll be back in just a couple minutes, and thank you again for tuning in. Okay, hang on. Hang on. Little too ambitious with that jump. Yep, let's, take a minor detour. I'm pretty sure I just got Rual killed. Storge. Walter's asking me questions about my coffee bean dealer. I'm not telling.
Raj is hot.
Raj is hot.
It is good for Raj.
Yes, good for Raj indeed. I love you.
I love you.
Tuma's just like, Raj is hot. Good for Raj. Raj's like, I know. I am dapper AF. But I'm not telling. I know what he... Alright, let's open the door behind us. That's not the way I wanted to run. I wanted to run back this. I messed it up. Don't be bitten. No! No! Come by for our pass. Plus, with our performance getting a little pokey, this is probably helping us keep the performance from getting too terrible. Alright, nip after done. Okay, and the next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna declare a variable. And we're gonna declare the variable of a type integer. And we're gonna set its value to input 1. Don't forget your semicolon. This is gonna be a fiasco. Yep, I cannot make out at all who is winning that fight or what's happening with any of that. So, Whoa. Oh! What? Retreat back here? We're probably dead here. Reverse kill box, question mark? No, because they're just gonna come in from the side. I do not have a good position to do anything. I didn't even see them drop over here. That is so many. And they are all rocking guns. I eagerly await our P money. That sentence sounds very weird. I can only imagine some of the jokes that happen in farming. You followed after that? I truly don't understand people. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream.
Left again. Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It moving. Oh, you are too
find
late.
Some Tupperware or hide behind the truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Pank got away by like
It's hunting.
nothing.
We're by ourselves.
There you go. One more. Kidding me? All right, new run. The chance of actually getting tapped out and killed like that were very low with a regular club. That's some BS there. Ooh, fog. That's exactly what I wanted with my tropical storm helicopter. Fog. Excellent. This feels great. This is exactly what I want as we're going into nighttime and it's going to get super dark and I won't be able to see. This helicopter sucks. I'm glad we're not in a very high pop area because this is the kind of thing that would get you killed 100%. But this is not the way I should have done this. Oh well, it's too late to turn around and rethink our choices. That is death right there. Bully, 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 bully. I don't know if that was a zombie hitting us or if that was us falling down. I am uncertain. You're showing me that this is perfect. Don't worry, chat. My paint job is perfect. My paint job is definitely not missing anything. The game says we're done here. I especially like, it'd be one thing if it was literally like that was painted, this is nice and uniform, except I got a bunch of like splash over here. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with the game logic. It's perfect. That is a fun sticker placement. Oh, that's almost as upsetting, actually. I think we are doing the trap. Like, eat a potato, eat a potato. Too late. And it is done. Jeremiah Wiener has finally passed at 1 year, 4 months, 12 hours, 135,120 zombies killed. At the end, we have managed to reach 8 fitness, 9 strength. You have to know what the best tractor brand is there. Well, it's clearly going to be New Holland. And this is a joke I'm 100% stealing from Altosaurus. And the reason why the New Holland's the best tractor brand is it's always new. Because even if it's a 10-year-old New Holland, it's still a New Holland. What just happened that didn't wake us? What on earth was that? That was terrifying. Huh.
Okay.
So, the moment I heard
and
them
we're
smash
back.
it-
So, sorry about that. I had something I was gonna say, and it's gone. So definitely we were in perfectly fine shape and had lots of weapons, and everything's okay, and I don't need to worry about a thing, right? That's where we left off. We didn't leave off where I have no weapons. It's fine. Okay, so I'm not aggro to anything. We do have our stamina. Alright. Every time you join, I mean, the field is like literally 80-90% of the map. That's an exaggeration. It's like 50%. There's like 40% that's forest too. Alright. You think it's funny? Yeah, no, there's times that happens. Alright, so I'm gonna do a change of plan. We're grabbing our bag right now, on the back. Gonna take a really massive speed penalty, put this on. Taking less of a speed penalty, do I have room in there? Not quite as much as hoping. That's fine. We can put the head of the hammer in here to cut a little weight. Put the poisonous berries in there to cut a little weight. And we're gonna walk away. Because what I'll do is I'll start making some weapons out here and fighting our way back in. It's a shame, because it's really not many zombies that moved in on us. Like, really, all things considered, it's really not that many. It's just the fact I have no weapons. They caught me actively working on replacing my weapons that has set us off. But this is the problem here, is this overloaded, and that'll get solved when I get very hungry sorted. So yeah. It's stone time. Stones got nerfed. In the test build, stones got nerfed pretty hard. They needed it though. It was comical that like the stone was better than a lot of the actual melee weapon, like a lot of the actual weapons. I'm just gonna discard these ones. Probably should have grabbed that bug. If I get a little bit of food though, like we get ourselves some acorns or something, that should give me enough hunger that we're not actively like we can carry this easier. We're not actively dealing with. Oh, if I grab this, it'll light us up more. Why are you all poison? I haven't seen poison berries in forever, and I'm just getting poison berry after poison berry after poison berries. All we're finding. The arms race ended between humans and animals, and humans learned how to throw a rock. Counter argument: tigers, lions, these things. Rock was not enough that the arms race is over. The arms race did end between them, but I think it was a little later than rock. I think it's when we learned to put rock on end of stick and make rock go distance. Hey, not poison. I'll give you throw spear. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's when we learned how to do the range thing. Even then, honestly, the lions, tigers, panthers, all those things still were a real rough go for early humans. Alright, grab the water bottle. Okay, so we've got it so our carry weight is at least manageable now. We could chuck the poison berries, because we're not that desperate that I need to keep shoveling those in our mouth. Atlatl is an excellent advance in technology. Yep. Learning to use leverage. Atlatl is a cool weapon. Alright, so now we'll just need to, we should be able to make those in Product Zomboid. There's mods that add that stuff. So I'm going to rip some fabric, and then we need to find some stuff. I know I dropped the 2 tree branches on the road if we can get down there. That should give me something like 8 knives, which would be more than enough for my current needs. Okay, that weirdly got bright. Okay. You'd love a flail in this game? I mean, I could see stuff like that. They have a maul you can get now. He's got a big stone chunk put in the end of a branch and be like, yo. Have you met my friend Leverage and Momentum? They say hi. Okay, we'll stop with that, because that's going to give us at least 10 knives worth of fabric. Yeah, I got 14 knives worth of fabric. 40 knives worth of blades. What I need to find now are tree branches, or anything I can break down into handles. So I'm looking for wood. The big bummer is I'm probably going to have to drop the pickaxe on the ground somewhere temporarily, just for weight management. There's a log. Let's see if I can't do anything with the log. Let's see. Nobody asked you what your favorite medieval blunt weapon is anymore? No. You'll be able to blacksmith ye old armor. I know you can make armor in the game now, and it's actually supposed to be pretty good. It causes a great deal of discomfort for your character, which is fair if you've ever worn actual armor of any kind. Okay, so I can make wooden rods from the planks. This is the worst case scenario kind of thing. Drop those. We're sleepy. We're sleepy at this hour? Just do it this way. But can you make Crusader armor? I feel like you'd have to get way, way, way more involved in the crafting currently. Don't do that. Why are you not using other things? All right. Okay, we can go here. Knives, make 4. And then with that, I'll actually have weapons again. The downside... Oh, we are sleepy because we slept in a sleeping bag, and we were, like, freezing cold and all that. So put one on the left, one on the right. Still not enough to get the pickaxe in there, but we'll try. Oh, it's just gonna let me carve directly? Ah, because I have the knife, we can just make the handles. Yeah, so let me... Between the two of these, I should be able to make all the weapons I need for now. So let's go ahead and carve the next set. The zombies are invading your house. Are you going to die during the winter? No. Winter in this game is pretty minimal. You gotta think the temperatures we're seeing now, the temperatures aren't going to get much colder. Like, we'll see a little bit of snow and everything, but it's not like you have to huddle indoors and keep warm kind of thing. Kentucky just doesn't get that cold. You can get mods that start making it like that. But again, you know, that's mods, it's not base game kind of things. Yes, we are gaining a little bit of weight as far as our inventory concerns go as we're doing this, which is not unexpected. Alright. Now we're already at like the second tier here. What I'll do is I'll keep making the knives for now. Knowing, like I said, I'm probably going to have to dump stuff. Are there other maps? No, the map is so ginormous they don't really need other maps. Like, it's the ideas they're doing the thing of one ridiculously large map. Like, it's absurdly large. Okay. Our fillet knife is about to be done. We might be able to manage this a little bit. So let's see, the fillet knife doesn't fit in our bags. You don't want to move anything between these bags right now. I could go ahead and bump this up here. I do have some caffeine pills. I don't think it's worth me using those right now. And I keep ending up with more and more matches somehow. They wonder how far they'll take the map over with the next updates, considering how much they put on the NPC roadmap. I'm honestly surprised they keep expanding the map. I'm not complaining about it all. But it does surprise me that the map is still getting larger meaningfully. I don't really want to leave all these here. But yeah, no, it just seems like they add like another section of the map and our section of the map. Oh, no, I mean there's like the challenge maps, but I wouldn't consider that the same thing as saying like another map. That's a little different. And most of those challenge maps are horrifically out of date, unfortunately. They haven't been updated. Honestly, most of them didn't get updated during build 41. And there's one or two of those maps, you pull it up, you're like, oh man, why does this seem so, like, weird and... Why is this map so weird, and you realize just how out of date it is. Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry, I misread that. Yeah, no, they've updated this map, absolutely. Sorry. I thought you were talking about the other maps, like the movie theater and all that. I misread the thing. Or the backlot or whatever. It's not backlot, it's the island that's got like the movie production thing on it that you can play. That challenge map is like super dated at this point. I think they did a refresh on it at one point too. Which that's the I think it's like at night they're sprinters, or during the day. I think it's at night they're sprinters. Yeah, I think the giant resort island is the what I'm talking about. Either way, those challenge maps are pretty out of date at this point. So you go to them and you're like, why did it have all these weird assets in it? I'm basically killing time that our character's gonna need to go to sleep before we're doing any more fighting. What's gonna happen here is, I don't think realistically I can do anything to manage this items. Okay, we can drop ourselves down to wade down. I do want those bugs, but we're overburdened. Lemongrass is terrible as a food. Are you building muscle strain from ripping clothes? No, I don't believe so. Oh no, the muscle strain wasn't from ripping clothes, it was from being overburdened from all the cloth I had in my inventory. So it wasn't the actual ripping that was the problem, it was the sheer volume of crap I was carrying. Because I mean, even now we're at overload, and that's with me having reduced the weight a bit. Let me guess. Yeah, when I switch off the pickaxe, we go back to pretty overburdened. Alright. So hopefully get better sleep this in-game night. Still getting worried about this helicopter showing up. If the helicopter happens, we need to just drop a bunch of these crafting materials for the knives and just come back later. Yeah, because when this goes down, we're going to have lower carry weight again. Okay. Alright, do the radio real fast. So one day Rual's gonna get lost in the woods in real life? The rescue finds him. He'll have his own shack, 50 pounds? No. Alright, just waiting to see if we have a helicopter. Like I said, if we have the helicopter, I'm going to drop a bunch of stuff right here at this rock. I already have a mark on the map for this rock, I believe. Because it's where we were crafting way back. And that way I can find myself stuff later. Alright, so we are supposed to have a chance of snowfall in this in-game day. Heavy cloud coverage tomorrow. A chance of snowfall or rain tomorrow. Don't. Okay, no helicopter today. Okay, we got the small handles here for when I want to craft more. Not poison. Alright, like I said, once we get to the road, I'm going to drop the pickaxe. We're just going to put it in the ground. It's very heavy. It's at 3 encumbrance. We've got our weapons. We can certainly clear the area. I do need food, which is why we're foraging. Okay, let's deal with these ones. Yeah, that'll be a perfect place to drop the pickaxe. It's right there for right now. Okay. But yeah, so we should be able to clear out the area pretty quick. The one thing that's striking me is I'm trying to remember if the fishing penalty that we used to have, if it started in October or November. I'm thinking that fishing penalty is gone. But we'll see. I might actually keep carrying it down to see if I can't get this inside. Play it safe. There's more over here. Yeah, so we had zombies move in the area, but like I said, it's mostly just they caught me unarmed. Gotcha, no, you're right. There is the cold. That said, I don't think the cold is going to be that bad. Oh, we have the fillet knife. This one's about gone. We're just going to trade up. So we keep carving. Okay, we can grab the small handle, put the rags away. No, I can't. Grab the knife, put the rags away. Cool. Got more of them down here. Because if we get in here and I drop all the blades in the cabinet, then we just don't have to worry about the weight. Then I can go back to the pickaxe, grab it, drop it in the cabinet. Then I can start focusing on just like, okay, I need food, okay, I need this. See you over here, and I see a couple over there to the right. Yeah, how far away they hear you, I do feel like needs to go away. It's like, it's manageable. I just don't know how you do anything without this in like the city area. You go to fight a single zombie, and you just have to leave the area. Like if you're on any meaningful pop. It's probably the reason they did drop the zombie pop down to 0.65. But barring making stealth like Skyrim powerful, I don't see how you sneak around. Like, it would just... The amount of effort and time you put into it, just be better to, like, just go kill stuff. Okay, so let's go here. Try and get all this crap out of our inventory as fast as we can. Cool. Let's go back out for our pickaxe, bring that back. Actually do want that for right now. Make more handles out of it. Now that our carry weight isn't desperate. Let's see. When was the stone nerf? It's on the internal branch. It hasn't reached the unstable branch yet. It will, though. It's very clear that the stones were way outside of line with the balance of everything else. Like I said, it was more optimal in a lot of cases to take a stone and hit something with a stone than make a weapon using the stone and hit them. The thing that you made a weapon with should definitely... They have destroyed your doors and windows? Oh, that happened a long time ago, way before we took the place. And that solves that for right now. We're not gonna worry about carving handles or anything like that. Gonna go in here with the plans of fishing. Because I do need the food to keep our weight up. Think we make socks useful? You can use socks as fuel for fire. That's still a thing you can do with them. Yeah, so it looks like the lakes are actually pretty safe. We got these two zombies down here. There's a little pocket there that I can't see, but otherwise that should be fine. No, that's not a thing, squirrel. Just not a thing that exists in Product Zomboid. Nor do I expect it to ever exist either. Let's see, how does the fire making stone work? Fire making stone? I'm not sure what you mean, sorry. No, it'd be so good. Eh. Flintstone? I mean, flint, you just take a nodule, you need a surface and a hammer. I should probably check to see what it says, the situation. There's a fire-making stone survival shops? Oh! Yeah, I don't know about in the game. In real life, you could strike it against anything metal and it should spark. And then some of them will even be self-contained, where you just kind of like snap it and it shoots a spark. I'm assuming it's just a way to start a fire. Like it'll work like matches or whatever my assumption is. So if you right-click on something you can burn, you would right-click and it'd say like light. You would probably need some type of fuel, like a rag or a piece of paper. And then that as well. Alright, come on. I'm trying to get a fish so we can get our weight back under control. Because we're almost in the healthy range, not taking a damage penalty. And if we, like, I want to get that. I want to get the fish so if the helicopter's tomorrow, I just already have fish. And I can just run around and do what I gotta do while eating the fish. A small bluegill. Well, let's see what it says here. Honestly, this is looking more positive than anything else. Grasshopper. They're not getting a temperature penalty. Honestly, with a temperature penalty consideration, I think even that wouldn't be that bad, because then when you get to the warmer part of the day, you wouldn't need to take that. You know, fire's the thing that's been, like, a big thing for ages. That's a long wait to catch anything on that line. No, seriously, it's been like 2 in-game hours. Like, it's fine, that's realistic. My only stressor is it doesn't slow back down time when you hook something. So I have to slow it down manually. And then it also means my hand's not in the right place if a zombie comes. Okay, so that went sideways, so it's definitely a fish. Probably nothing big, though. It's apparently a plastic bottle, I'm wrong. Bait's still on it. Could take a sip of the water, though. Probably more garbage. Yep. Well, this is not proving to be a very productive fishing day. I'm really hoping we resolve that before... Like, I only need 1 good fish. Doesn't raining ruin fish? I thought raining actually makes fish better.
In real life, generally fishing on a raining day is a good thing. Empty plastic spot, we can check. So fishing, it says weather, like I'm covering it up. It says weather good, so it's actually a buff. So we're on normal on everything except weather, which we're good. So we're slightly above average chance of catching stuff. Tin can. We should be in good fishing hours here in a second. Somewhere around now is the twilight fishing hours. I mean, I could eat the seaweed. They're getting drowsy. Come on. I got one small fish, but I need just one, like, actually decent fish. That's all I need, just one. Random question, do you like falafel? Falafels can be good. You don't see them very often where I'm at, but they're good. What's a falafel? It's food. I'm sure someone can better describe it, because like I said, I can't find it very often around here. Stop giving me nothing but plastic bottles and tin cans. What are all the tools in the handy knife does? I have no idea. I haven't seen a handy knife yet myself in the game. Alright, I'm gonna catch one more thing, and then we gotta go in because it's gonna be dark, and I'll probably have to fight a couple zombies on the way in. A dirty rag. Cool, actually I'll keep that on me. Oh, we have a lot of zombies that moved in while I've been fishing. At least we're not overburned. We are tired. So I'm hoping we'll be able to, like, bully our way through this. Before it gets too bad. Get a proper night's sleep inside the house. Getting really worried we're gonna get bullied away again tonight. At least this time I've got a bunch of weapons. And all that. I'm just really not eager to go and have another bad sleep. Okay. You like, donor? I don't know what that one is. Yeah, so we did catch one small bluegill, but it's like barely 100 calories. I'll worry about cooking that when we're able to deal with it. So at least we're going to get a proper night's sleep this in-game day. And then when we wake up, we can do with that. And the reason I wanted to go ahead and just take that cloth. Yeah, but I have no idea what like the multi-tool and all that has in the game so far as tools to it. Okay. Okay, so we're well rested for the moment. Let's run over here, get some water out of the bathroom. Okay. So let's deal with the zombies over here, and like I said, still have a need for getting ourselves a fish or two. And these are getting all grown in, so I can't see past them. That's okay. Let's kill that one down there. Oh, another one down here. Knives look pretty effective? Yeah, I've been pretty happy with the knives. We're gonna be in a wait to see what the actual meta is. Or not necessarily, because usually Project Zomboid, for the most part, doesn't have a hard meta. I know for Build 41, spears were kind of held up as the meta, but they did have enough drawbacks that it didn't feel like you didn't feel like you're making a mistake using something else. Alright, so those are all aggroed. Let's deal with them. It didn't make you feel like, oh man, I'm not using spears. Clearly big feels bad. Like, they had lots of negatives. They were heavy. They used a lot of endurance. You had to craft a bajillion of them to keep them going. So there's definitely drawbacks. They were the highest. You want to throw damage? We could throw some heckin' damage. But, like, I didn't like them for the inventory management, and I also didn't like them because I'd be very careful about what you attacked just so you wouldn't accidentally trigger the execution animation. Versus I just didn't have to worry about the short blades. I'd say for build 41, my favorite weapon categories are probably short blades and short blunt. Just because of the endurance efficiency of both weapon categories. Short blade being my favorite for build 41. And it's looking like build 42, short blade might stay my favorite. Same reason. That endurance efficiency and the reduced muscle strain concern is a real strong selling point to me. There's a kitchen knife, there's the lighter, 1 second. Okay. Need 2 seconds to get the radio out. And once I'm not in the fight, I'll get that hydrate. I'm breaking these too fast. It looks like we're done for pulling zombies one after the other from killing. And no helicopter today from the looks of it. Put you away. Alright. So I've got Bubbles way down there. Not seeing any bubbles anywhere on the North Lake at all. Okay, so let's go down to the South Lake. Yeah, I think that's going to be where we're going to aim. I mean, honestly, that's probably the same distance ashore as this one, so this one's probably the better choice. Okay. Come on, give me something actually worthwhile. Where are you? You're in here somewhere. Okay. Maybe because I'm fast forwarding with all this. Maybe that's one of those things that's messing it up with it. Maybe it has a thing where if you don't actually bring it in, you get garbage. Like if it just sits there for a minute. No, I mean, we got that one. Again, a small one, unfortunately. Yeah, no, I agree, it's better than junk. But it doesn't help me that much. I really just need... I think I interrupted our baiting this. I just need fish. Alright, it's fighting. That's definitely a fish in my hand. Medium drum, 7,500 calories, sold. Nice 20 encumbrance fish, instantly making my knees hurt. Look at that. Carry that fish home, already back pain. I've walked like 20 feet. That's what we were looking for. That's what we need in our life. Oh yeah, no, the channel's come a long way. Like, I am finding, as I've been doing content creation more and more, there are definitely times of years that you see a lot more growth than others. And so you kind of have this thing where part of the year you see a bunch of growth, and then, like, you'll have, like, a little bit of drop-off just, you know, as people get back to their work schedules and whatnot. So it's definitely one of those things that, like, it seems like most of the growth for me happens in the fall. Okay, I want to have these fillets, because that is an 8 encumbrance fillet. And I want to half them again. Seems like cold weather would have more growth since people are inside more. Yep. Well, so the big thing you got to consider is leading up into holidays, you got a lot of people on vacation. So a lot of people they're not at home where they might have their gaming PC, or they're not in that kind of situations. They're like hanging out with in-laws, whatever. You've got the people also, you know, they don't have family to go to during that time of year, so they're looking for a distraction. You got a bunch of different motivators there. But it's just kind of a thing for the season. Meanwhile, I can grab you two. Chuck you in here. Dirty rag with the matchbook. Get that started. In the meantime, put the pickaxe away. I forgot I even had that in there still. Put you away. Put you away. Put you away. Put all you away. We'll keep just the one lighter on us. Put the rags away. Okay. You understood that your base is attacked by zombies, but there's no more windows. The thing to admire. They have done a number. Does butchering affect how much meat you get from a fish? I believe you will get more hunger and all that out of a butchered fish versus a not. Generally any stage of cooking in this game is almost always a net win. Oh, I mean butchering skill? No, the butchering skill I do not believe applies. Otherwise I would have expected to gain butchering by now. Let's take a look. If I have any butchering skill whatsoever, then we'll know that that's relevant. Nope, I'm literally at 0 butchering. So this whole time, I haven't got a single point because we're doing fish. Which I think is reasonable. Yes, you can argue that, you know, cutting up a fish is butchering a fish and it should have overlap and all that. But I think for game balance decision things, having that as a separate skill does make sense to, like, not double dip where it's just, okay, you grind fishing to then be better at animals. I think the idea is they are 2 different routes you can take to accomplish the same thing. Alright, let's get that weight back up. Considering each one of these times I'm chopping it up, I'm getting like 1,800 calories. Alright. And the follow. Welcome to the stream. And I'm lazy to deal with the stuff with water, so I'm going to go ahead and just grab one of these pots of water. Take a sip. Put it back. Okay, so our calories are all maxed out from the fish. And how are we doing on knives? I've got 8 on me. Then I got some junk knives I'll probably just toss in there to break as we go. Okay, so let's go clean these zombies that have been all over down here. And those aren't fully grown yet. I do want these to fully grow
before I chop them down so I can get the logs to start making the perimeter. I just don't have a place to get logs nearby of any real amount. Granted, I'm not loving the line of sight issues it's causing me, but... That's mine, please give that back. Cool, so we're just gonna clear out all these until the perimeter is secured. And then we can get back to clearing the road. There we go. Drop you. Go ahead and get the crappier knives just in here real quick, so you don't have to deal with multiple stack stuff. Yeah, part of me wishes I had a better idea of what was going on with the zombies in the area. I know it's this cell-to-cell zombie spread thing that they've added. You know, kind of filling in the empty cells around areas. But it's really hard for me to get a figure of, like, what I'm actually looking at. What do you have? Oh, it's a trowel. Never mind. It's really hard for me to get a fix on, like, what is actually going on with zombie pops in the area other than they're showing up at my doorstep. Like, am I gradually depleting the entirety of the city? Am I depleting mostly just the cell nearest to me? Like, we're killing zombies that are coming from somewhere. That's easy enough to assume. They're here, and they're dying.
Hey!
But part of me is wondering if it's going to be one of those things that we're eventually going to get to the city and just walk in. The city will just kind of be mostly cleared. Okay. Probably should have rested before I yelled. It's fine. That's how cities are gonna mostly get cleared, is by migration. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be against that either. It has been like an interesting tug-of-war where instead of me like meat grinding the edge of the city until it breaks, it's weirdly been a mix of me doing that plus the zombies coming to my house and seeing if I break. And I think that's a more interesting balance than, you know, strictly me putting the pressure on the zombies. It also makes areas more interesting because one of the problems I ran into in the past is just the issue of, you know, you've been fighting in an area and like, oh well, all the zombies are gone. Like this area, you know, I built my base here. I don't really want to pack up my base and go, but I'm also kind of like, man, there's no more zombies. And I feel like this is a happy medium. Well, that lasted like 3 hits. Granted, that was a looted knife, so it's probably just already damaged. There we go. Feel like it's a happy medium where, like, you can definitely get ahead and get control of this, while also not having it where you can't just like secure a place, give a thumbs up, and it's done. Which I'm sure it's one of those things, if you don't want it, you can just go into the migrations and just crank it way down or turn it off. Sandbox setting. Okay. So I got a bunch of them killed. Pretty soon I'm gonna have to make more weapons. Like, we already have the blades made and all that. I just didn't grab enough materials to actually make all weapons we want. I think I needed more handles. Okay. When you start digging graves? Literally never. If you're planning on doing any type of processing of the zombie bodies, you need to set your population to, like, 0.2. If that. Otherwise, that is going to be your full-time job, is doing nothing but processing bodies. It'd be like playing RimWorld on any type of meaningful difficulty, and then trying to bury absolutely everyone you fought or killed. You saw one with a duffel bag? Yeah, I'm not that worried about it. They weren't a survivor zombie from what I could see, and I'm just not going to fuss with it. I didn't pay attention to where it went down. If I see it, I see it. Like, I'm not going to deliberately avoid it. But all those duffel bags have had nothing but garbage bearing when I have a survivor zombie. Yeah, it died, I think, down there somewhere, but... Gonna tear some cloth up here. I'm gonna go inside and see what it's gonna take to make some more knives. I think it's wood. Because I'll also need all these cloth to make the walls later, once they start getting logs. Yeah, it's 9 days to rot. It's just 9 days, so it's 1 week, 2 days. It's really not long. Like, genuinely, with the amount of zombies we're killing per day, the time it would take me to bury them, I would have bodies decaying before I could finish burying them. Okay. Start with these handles first. Oh yeah, no, early game you spend a bit more time looting the bodies. Once you get past the early game, unless you see something on the zombie that's of particular interest, you mostly ignore the bodies. Like, you'll walk over and you'll have, like, your inventory up just to see if something happens to pop by. But there's really not that much, so you're like, oh man, that's the one. The exception with being these survivor zombies. The survivor zombies I'm really liking because they're kind of like a zombie loot pinata. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so you can carve 8 small handles out of that. I'm down to do that. That takes care of the handles for now. What's about cloth walls? For the wood, like log walls, you can use the rags. So you use rags, it's like 4 rags, 4 logs, and that'll give you a log wall. Alright, so let's just get a bunch of knives made.
That way, again, if I make thing, you should add press Q to channel points. Then I would need to set up something to let you control my keyboard. And that means people start trolling when I go to raid out and doing the thing where they say Q. Otherwise, I gotta remember to disable and enable and all that. It's very unlikely I will ever have any type of functionality that lets you control my input keys. It's a cool thing, and we've done, what was the name of it? Troublemaker? We did Troublemaker where you could force my character to shout. Sadly, they stopped supporting it. But yeah, no, it's just there's too much room for trolling. Like, and if I forget to leave it on and I'm working on something, then people use it while I'm trying to do other stuff, and it's just one of those things. But as far as, like, making the character shout, I've, like, we did Troublemaker for a stream. I usually don't do much Twitch integration content on the channel. Usually Twitch integration content, in my experience, ends up being very frenetic, which is misaligned with usually the type of content I provide. I have a lot of people here when people are like all into Rim Connect for a while. I have a lot of people come here within the RimWorld category just to get away from the Rim Connect thing. And don't be wrong, like that content can be a lot of fun. It's just, it's much higher energy, much more frenetic, much more chaotic. What about sound alert for a jump scare? What would you say is like high energy, jingly, loud sounds or anything in the channel? Literally none of it. That is a deliberate decision. Nothing wrong with the channels that do that, by the way. But that's just not the situation we've got going on here. Way back, I used to use Blurp and let people pay a couple of bits to like play the helicopter event or the bite sound or that kind of stuff. You'll see like there's one clip that still floats around from that time. Just Blurp kind of did some stuff I didn't care for, so I stopped using it. Also, people, for the most part, were underwhelmed that I wouldn't jump for a lot of that stuff. But that's part of why that one instance where the bite animation, or the bite sound played that I did jump got clipped. But that was after poor Cookie had probably dropped 50, 60 bucks worth of bits over all times doing that before he nailed the one.
What's the worst that could happen?
Alright, so it's too dark to keep doing that. But yeah, no, I agree. It'd be better for like a one-off Halloween thing. But you gotta keep in mind with this channel, this isn't a high energy channel. We're not, like when we go on break, you don't sit there and have like blasting club music. We're not blasting rock and roll or whatever. Generally we keep it to lo-fi music, kind of more relaxed thing. A lot of the people who do view, because if you think about the hours I keep, most of the hours I keep is people who are, like, late night US, early morning European Union, or, like, Australia, New Zealand. Those are, like, just during their normal hours. And so I do see myself as kind of a late night stream, where a lot of people, very genuinely, they bring up the stream, and they use it to fall asleep. Like, just a nice, relaxing background noise kind of. Hey, friend. Now's not a good time for this. Oh, actually, I put a knife away. But yeah, so you get the idea. So those things like jump scare sounds, the really frenetic, chaotic stuff, it's just misaligned with what I try and do on the channel. It's not bad. It's just you gotta keep in mind as a content creator, like, okay, but what do I offer my audience? Like, what is the thing that people tune into my channel for? And that's just not it. That is also one thing that, for creators who actually manage to grow their channels versus not, and again, being high energy, that's fine, go that way, like, make that decision. But that is actually one of the problems that a lot of content creators do that mess up their channels and hurt their channels, is they'll be like a really relaxed vibe channel, and then they'll have like, you can do screaming sounds and all that, and there's just, that detracts from the value they offer, or vice versa. They'll be a very high energy channel, but then they'll have like a redeem that you can like mute the mic for 10 minutes, or like mute the audio for 10 minutes, or stuff like that, or like, you know, can't talk or whatever.
and that takes away, or like a very conversation heavy channel, and they'll make it so like you can make them not talk or whatever. And it's one of those things you got to keep in mind when you're doing your redeems and all that, and you're setting up your channels. Anything you add, you go, is this adding to the value I offer, or is this taking away from the value I offer? And there's a lot of times, like, the jump scare sound is a great thing if that's, like, you're doing, like, the horror thing and all that. That can be a very big add to your channel, that, like, a really good thing that can add to experience, do Twitch interaction, all that kind of good stuff. Versus on the other end, if I'm a relaxed channel, that is harmful to the channel. Alright, you sleep well. Thank you for tuning in. Let's see, where are you from? Like, oh yeah, no, it's, but yeah, so like for my hours I keep, for my time zone, it's like 7 p.m. to 4 a.m. So like it's overnight. But yeah, no, it's a deliberate decision. Like the hours I keep are also strategic. For night shift security, just watching cameras, so it's nice to have something going on in the background. Yeah, that's you're gonna find, I don't have like the actual figure or whatever in front of me. Somewhere in the area of like 70 to 80% of people who tune into Twitch, your background noise. That's what you're here for. They're either playing the game themselves and they got you up there in the corner or wherever their screen is. I'm doing that out of habit, but like, you know, you're over there in their other screen just as background noise, or like in another tab or whatever while they're working on it, or they're working in your background noise. That's like the 70-80 percentile of people viewing. They're listening, they're not actively viewing, which there's nothing wrong with that. And I'd say somewhere in the area of like 10 to 15% are physically at their computers, actively participating in chat, actively viewing every moment, and then you have like 5-ish something percent who are like actively on mobile. And I consider like the passive listening on mobile as that first group. So basically the point is 70-80% of people are lurkers. So it's one of those things that you get called out for once in a while. You'll be like, hey man, you got like 500 people viewing and there's only like 20-30 people here talking in chat. Like, yeah, those numbers add up. That's about right. That's actually a little bit under what you'd want, but it's within like the margin of error for what you'd expect. Like, it's the same thing if you're in a channel and there's like 10 viewers. Realistically, most of the time you're only gonna have 2 or 3 talking. Well, we woke up earlier than I wanted and I hate it. So we're gonna fast forward, because if I try and wander around in the dark, either I have to burn the batteries in my flashlight or I get grabbed. First time viewer? Lurkin? Oh yeah, no, there's I've never called out this person's name and I never will. They're no longer like my second or third highest viewer so far as like most hour watched, but it's something like my eighth like highest view time viewer or something like that. Has never once posted a message in chat. Never once. Has been here since very close to the beginning. Watches almost every single stream. Not literally every stream, but pretty close. And it's not a bot either, because I looked into that because I was just curious. But they just like to view. And I am very thankful for them. And they never need to feel the obligation to talk. Maybe they're shy? Yeah, there's lots of reasons. Like, I also know we have a number of viewers who actually watch on television. They'll do like a I don't know what device they're using, but like a Roku kind of thing that they'll actually watch on their big screen TV. And it's not that they can't chat, but it's kind of a big pain in the butt to chat. So like, if they feel like there's something really big they can contribute to the conversation, they'll take the time to you know, go over to their computer and start typing. Otherwise, they're just gonna lurk. Depends on the day. Yeah. Like for me, for example, most of the time, and this is actually a very common thing for other creators. Most of the time, like when I hop into a channel, I'll hang out for a while if there's something I feel like draws me out of lurk, or there's a lot of channels that just, you know, they're friends of mine and all that I'll pop in and, you know, just be like, hey, how's your day going, that kind of thing. Otherwise, I will be lurking like 90% of the rest of the time, playing my own games or working on whatever I need to be working on. You know, stream maintenance kind of junk. But like, I'll only say a couple of things and then I'm full lurk after that. There's also a lot of times I just lurk, especially if I know I'm going to be going live soon. Like, generally speaking, if I'm like less than an hour from when I'm going to go live,
even if I'm popping into someone's chat, unless they say something that specifically is like, oh no, like, this is something I should chip in. Like, they have a question that no one knows the answer. I'm like, oh yeah, no, I'll know that one. I can help out. So, like, for example, what's happening in the internal test build, there's been lots of questions around that, and there's only a handful of us who have access to this. And so when it comes up in their chat, I'll pop up and be like, hey, actually, you know, here's the answer to the question you've got. And people are very appreciative. Let's see, a subscriber on your channel never... Let's see, a subscriber on your channel never tipped in chat, but he's been a sub for like 56 months. Oh yeah, no, I have a lot of people who they've either never spoken or almost never spoken, but they've been subbed to for a long time. We also have some that are like far more ready to like announce it. But yeah, I don't have anyone that long because I haven't been streaming for 56 months. But yeah, I know there's a lot of people who like the only thing you ever see from them in chat is just, you know, such and such has subscribed for 34 months. And otherwise they're just happy to lurk. And again, lurkers are 70-80% of the people. If you want to make it on Twitch, never bash your lurkers. Very Ignis. Yep. But like never bash your lurkers, never be like, no man, no one, y'all don't talk. That's a good way to get rid of half your audience. Or like be the person who is like, oh, you're all watching, but none of you are subscribing. Every once in a while, you'll see like a clip go out of some creator like really whining about how ungrateful people are of not. So it's like, don't, man, that's not how that works. They owe you nothing. And honestly, them still being there still supports you. Ad revenue is a thing. Even if there wasn't ad revenue, them being there still boost your channel numbers, which helps your discoverability. Like, even if you somehow manage to not have any direct contribution from like ads or subs or turbo or anything like that, you still benefit. Like, even without that, if people pop in chat, even once in a while, it still makes it easier to stream. Because it's way harder to stream when chat is absolutely 100% silent. Because, like, you just gotta carry everything, the conversation-wise. Versus, you know, when people ask questions and all. It's one of the reasons why I'll never, like, when people are like, oh, I'm sorry for asking so many questions, like, nah, man. You are helping me. You are making my life easier. Let's see, do you understand correct? You want some zombies near your base? No. If you could take that back to management, I would like the zombies to not be showing up at my base anymore. As in, I am enjoying gameplay mechanic the strain it is causing, but also, they need to get wrecked. Because we're very much getting a little bit of forward progression. Oh, look, all the zombies. Hey, Casimir! Let me go ahead and do a shout out here. That's not the name I'm looking for, Casimir. That's another fantastic content creator on the platform. Plays like a lot of simulation games and all that, but doing some Medieval Dynasty, has done like a lot of Farming Simulator. I believe I remember seeing you play a lot of Oxygen Not Included in the past and all that. Good times, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, if you're just starting with Product Zomboid, my recommendation, brand new player, what you should do is you should open the game, you should say new game, you should go to Apocalypse, and just go. Like, don't worry about sandbox mode, don't worry about any of that stuff, just go. And then the next thing you should do is find any weapon you can find that is absolutely anything other than ridiculously terrible. So even like super duper subpar, A-okay. Go find a zombie, bludgeon the zombie to death. Do that until you can fight a zombie without getting injured consistently. Then, after that, worry about trying to survive for any length of time. One of the other things you can do is, if you want practice doing that, is there's, when you go to create a character... I mean, actually, take that back. Do the tutorial first. Do the tutorial first. My apologies. Addendum. Tutorial first, then do the thing I just said. The other thing you can also do is just to practice combat. I forget what it's called. The Accumulator, that's right. There is a challenge map called the Accumulator. That literally is just a wave-based thing where it throws some zombies at you. It gives you some points. You use the points to get equipment. And, you know, just do that for a while till you get a little bit comfortable with combat. Helicopter day. Alright, so here's the question, chat. Here's the million-dollar question of what the expletive am I doing with this helicopter? Yeah, I wouldn't say you need to get, like, super good at combat. You just need to get to the point that you can engage a zombie, or, like, a zombie or three, and not get shredded consistently. West of West Spot again? I mean, that's what I think we should do. So let me pull up my map real fast. Okay, so here's the problem of what we've got going on. So you notice all these skulls I've been marking? That's where we have lots of density of zombies because of the whole thing. Realistically, if we're looking down here, it's probably like this now too. This area over here is probably also awful. And then we did also establish this area is actually still awful. So yeah, I do think the answer is we do try to get all the way over here, like just go way to the west and all that. The philosophy fails faster, strong applies. Yeah, so I think we're going to try and aim over here. We're right here, so I am going to try and aim to get all the way over there. I think I'm going to be smart this time, and I'm just going to go over to the top of this. And the reason why I'm thinking going that direction is this is where we're trying to get to, this gas station. And as you can see, my car's here, I'm there, we're just trying to get right down this road to there. Because once I get that, I've got gas, and literally I can kind of do whatever the heck I want. The problem is, if I draw the helicopter anywhere up in this area, I draw the zombies out of Irvington directly over top of myself and where I'm trying to get to, so that's bad. At this point, I've been drawing all the zombies, as you can see, all these helicopters I've done, like the 5th, the 6th, the 7th, the helicopter all over here. I've been drawing all these zombies to the west. This area is really bad right now. If I go to the east, I have the issue of dragging them across here, and again, making this really awful. So I do think I'm kind of in that situation of continuing to take them west. Now we've kind of put ourselves into this cycle of, I just got to keep going farther and farther west until morale improves. Let's see. Helicopter day? Yeah, so I won't spoil too much of the helicopter. The helicopter is an event in Project Zomboid, and it is it's a rough one. But normally it's a thing you only got to deal with once per run. I'm on sweaty tryhard settings, so it keeps coming back to ruin my day again and again, and I just got to live with it. And this area is quickly. This was a field once, by the way. So this is already getting bad. Let's put this in our main pouch. I was kind of hoping I could keep it in the main pouch without being overburned. That's fine. But yeah, that's as people are saying, fail fast is not a bad strategy in Project Zomboid. Let's see. How long is a playthrough once you can survive? You heard it can go hundreds to do everything. Oh, very genuinely. So Project Zomboid is one of those games that if you get to the point where you can survive consistently, you can put in hundreds of hours in a playthrough and just keep going. It's basically until you make a mistake and die. I have had like saves that have gone like 1 year, 6 months, 1 year, 8 months, that kind of thing, somewhere around there. I don't know the exact amount off the top of my head. And the way to think of that is every day in game, while it is technically 1 hour on default settings, in real life time usually ends up being about 30 to 45 minutes. And the reason for that is you sleep for part of it, you fast forward through part of it, you get the idea. So while the day technically, if you didn't do any of those things, would be 1 hour, realistically you're cutting that time down a little bit. Well, this is not instilling me with confidence that even up here to the west is starting to get bad.
Like, we might be getting to the point anything west of where we're at is a no-go. We'll see. We're not in the thick of it yet. But yeah, now one of the jokes I've made in a lot of people's channels when they're new and they're asking me questions is the way you get good at this game is climbing a mountain of your own corpses. That you're gonna play, you're gonna make a mistake, you're gonna die. Try and learn from it. You're gonna play, you're gonna make a mistake, you're gonna die. Try and learn for it. Eventually, you start running out of mistakes to make. And it sounds like a meme, but it's honestly more true than not. Everyone who's played Product Zomboid and has gotten to long-term survival, unless they're just like straight up cheating, has died many times to get there. Because you remember having fast forward through a month or two because the character had broken both legs? Oh yeah. Yeah, fracturing a leg or an arm in this game is really bad. Okay, well the game just hitched really hard, so we just loaded in a lot of zombies somewhere. We got a helicopter? Yes, we do. Okay, I think we're far enough over that if the helicopter happened at any time, I can deal with it. Like, it wouldn't be a huge problem. Let's see, is it really good? Yeah, there's a lot of fun loot-wise. It's like any other game where you have, like, there's certain loot you see it, and you get super-duper pumped to see it. And there's a lot of loot that you're like, it's more junk. Like, there's some really rare, strong weapons that you find them, and they're really exciting. The thing to keep in mind, like, some of the really strong, rare weapons, not to think of them like I'm gonna run a long blade run or whatever, but it's like going back to the old first-person shooters where you get like quad damage, and for a little while you just wreck house, and then then it's done, and you gotta wait till the next time you find a quad damage. It's not literally that, but there's like katanas and machetes, and that's nowadays the machetes are actually not that great from what I'm seeing, which is pretty sad. But I'm assuming the katanas are still good because it'd be two-handed weapon and they shouldn't be that heavy. The machete, its big problem is it's really heavy for a one-handed weapon. It's too encumbrance for a one-handed weapon, and it just makes the muscle strain so bad on it. I'm imagining once you get up to like level 5 or level 6 long blade skill, it probably wrecks house again, but early on it has not felt good. Which is always a shame. I mean, the machete even in build 41, like at level 0 or level 1 long blade, didn't feel particularly great, but it was nowhere near as bad as it's felt doing it right now. Yeah, I don't know why this tile is spared. We've had lots of zombies migrate into cells that are empty, and this one seems untouched for some reason. I don't expect it to stay that way, but we've cut back and forth through here a lot, and it's been fine. Probably make yourself a quick snack. So I got food staged.
Okay. Because with the mushrooms, I can juggle the hunger a little bit since we're already maxed calories. Not going over too much. I should probably keep going along the way and not getting caught up with this. Because my foraging is high enough and we haven't been over here that I could probably run around all day and just pull up stuff. Yeah, let's not pick up anything unless I'm going to use it immediately. Because it'll despawn and respawn. Because discarding stuff does use encumbrance. Oh, yeah. So when it comes to search, you can pick up and discard stuff. And you're going to see I'm getting a lot, but I'm pretty high level already on this. But you just find stuff you put in your bag. But all you do is, like, you just click on search, you choose enable, it makes a little ring around you. And if you get anything inside that ring that's like hidden stuff, you can just pick it up or discard it. It gives you a little XP to get better at doing it. The big thing is how big of an area it covers depends on your level and stuff like if I put my hand over this. So I'm getting a very, very, very minor penalty because of the weather right now. Whereas, you know, if it was like a really foggy day, it'd be a very severe penalty. If it's late at night, it's a severe penalty, stuff like that. Nah, I'm out of space. It's fine. We'll close that. Otherwise, I'm going to be tempted to try and make stuff happen with that. Alright, so let's start cutting back down towards the road down here. So that way I'm out of all these bushes, because you can get snagged up on them. Now, downside is this used to be an open field, but the trees in this game grow pretty aggressively. So 3 months and, like, well, 3.5-ish months ago, this was a mostly empty field that maybe had a tree or two in it. And so you can see it's pretty overrun already. Okay. And so far, consistently, every time we've had a helicopter, I've gotten bullied out of my home for a little bit. Like, either right before or right after. We did just kind of reclaim the area, and we did clear the area. I'm also really far away from our home now. We're getting to the point I'm not really expecting to pull zombies from the area I'm worried about. Which is okay, as the big thing is that I'm not pulling zombies into the area I'm trying to clear. That's how you push up to 500s. Yeah, I'm not super worried about one way or the other. Part of me just wants to walk up the road here and just see what's up this way. Just explore while we wait. Because I'm thinking we're at the point I'm getting far enough away I'm not really using the helicopter for clearing anymore. For like dragging the zombies out of where I'm trying to work. It's not really as important. Get farther up, I'm gonna look to see if any of those look like survivor zombies. Nope. Yeah, both the fields on either side of me would not be a good place to take the helicopter this late in the game. All those trees just make it so you just cannot have enough situational awareness. You go around till you got an open area. How is my foraging going? So foraging is getting pretty close to the point of hitting its next level. It's about 2/3 the way there. Our trade skills are doing fine. Napping is actually coming along really nicely with how much I'm having to do for making our weapons. Maintenance is right, like, maintenance is probably going to level the next time I get into a fight. That thing is like 40 XP from a level. Short blade's coming along nicely. Strength and fitness just leveled. They're not doing anything for a while. Is there a mod? In what regard? Like mod to the channel? A moderator? I'm sure there's moderators lurking. Pretty big group up there. That might be a survivor group. I don't see one of the backpack there. Yeah, no, it's automod grabbed it. I can deal with it in a minute. Let's see what it says. Ah, I see what. It your typo in there, it was thinking you were trying to sneak a bad word by adding letters to it. So it mistook it for a bad word. Because unfortunately that's things that we actually run into is people who want to try and get away with stuff, so they will try and sneak extra letters in or omit a letter or two. What is this? I'm not seeing any zombies around it. It's also like one big solid building. The map is static, but the map is huge. For context, this character has mostly been operating in this whole area for multiple in-game months. That's not realistic. Realistically, it'd probably be in an area like this big. But if we zoom out, there's a city over here, there's a city down there, there's another city up here, there's a city up there. Let's see, you might be Louisville? I think you're Louisville. But like the map is ginormous, considering that little icon there represents a building. That's like a whole barracks. So you get the idea. There's the barracks right there. You physically can't see it. It's so tiny. It is just a gargantuan map. It's gonna take you thousands of hours to get to the point where you're like, you know what? I'm running out of things to check out. And even then. Yes, there are skill books for all levels of skills. Not all skills do have books. Like, for example, your strength, there's no strength book. But all your like trade skills not typically have books. I want to know what that is. Like, that's like a whole perimeter wall. Because I don't think that's like a new edge to the map or anything. I mean, maybe. One thing is I'm walking too far away, so we're gonna end up taking like the whole thing. Looks like an Amazon warehouse wall. I mean, yeah, that's like the whole thing. Whatever this building is huge. Now, like I said, it could be something that like it's some... Oh, no, there's the other corner. Oh, no, I'm wrong. It was line of sight. Because when it comes to the edge of the map, what it's been historically for the edge of the map is you just walked up to the edge and there was just like it'd be blackness like this, but there wouldn't be a wall along it. Hey, Randall Thor, catch the last 60 streams without missing a single one. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Yeah, now we're just kind of wandering while we wait for the helicopter. Then I'll turn around and go back. But I am walking entirely too far from where I should be. But we haven't explored, and I'm low key hoping we find a survivor group of zombies so I could pick off the survivor and maybe get some goodies. I haven't had a loot pinata zombie in a while. Feeling the itch. Okay, that's interesting. Yep, nah, don't spoil it. For those who know whatever this is, don't spoil it, because clearly it's something. Like, I'm wondering if this is an outside perimeter, like it's a military base, or like a prison, or something of that nature. But not knowing how dense the zombies are going to be in there, I am not down to jump over that wall and find out. Because I'm assuming that's a wall, and not like an actual... Because that doesn't look like a building to me. That looks like an exterior wall, and that there'd be something in there. I could also see it potentially being like an airport. It's a really large building. It could be an airport. You'd go inside that area, and you'd have your runways and all that. Let's see, is the well-fed stuff thing worth keeping? No. Trying to maintain that, you're just going to delete all of your food. Yeah, no, we don't know. I mean, there's people in chat who do know. I am not among them. The interesting thing is with the gap between those two walls right there, like this gap, that feels like that could be a pretty safe place to deal with stuff. We are seeing some zombies over here. So I think we are getting towards the entrance, or an entrance. Gonna walk in and the zombie's like, welcome to Costco. I mean, if they're offering me some discounts, let's talk. Yeah, we gotta clear that. There'd be a lot of space to work with. Yeah, but that definitely, the size of that is not a size you want to make a base out of. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, okay, okay. I see. All right. Yeah, this is normal. Hey, there's a survivor in there? You're probably right. I wouldn't be surprised if at least one of those groups was a survivor group. But with this many zombies, one, it's going to be hard to pick out the survivor zombie. Two, even though I can pick it out, it's going to be even harder to pick it off without having to fight through everything, which we certainly do not have the capacity to kill literally all of these zombies in a timely manner. We'll kill them all eventually, but not in a timely manner. Oh, calm down. It's just a couple of zombies. You've done this before. This is just a typical Tuesday for you at this point. I'm hoping to get a look at what's going on in there. Like, not go in, because that with the amount of zombies we're looking at is not gonna be a realistic consideration. This helicopter sucks. I figured I was going to walk to the helicopter showed up, and it's looking like it's going to be literally as late as it's allowed to go, because it has to, like, it can't show up after 7 p.m. as its arrival time. It can stay after 7 p.m., but for initial arrival, 7 p.m. is as late as it can go. Oh! Hmm. Ugh. I didn't want my frame rate. I wonder why they're all bunched right there. Like that one spot right there is like the spot to be. Like those ones are spread out, but like the one right there is like, yo, this is the standing spot. All you other posers standing in the not standing spot. It's fine. I didn't want frame rate. I like as we load the zombies in and the game hitches for a second. You count about 500,000? I mean, it's enough that they're not loading in all the zombies we're seeing. And I do have it actually turned up, so it, you know, quote unquote deletes the zombies at the maximum like number of them. Ooh, Irvington Speedway. All right, I was thinking that was gonna be like a mall or something. You know what we're not gonna be able to do much with for a little while though? That. Oh, let's Okay, so we're at 10:16. All right, so we're over here. We go locations, boom, right there. This is helicopter number 8. Let's do the same format. 8th helicopter 10/16/93. And I'm just gonna keep walking because I don't want to be anywhere near any of this garbage. Really worried that these zombies are gonna come out to greet us. Yeah, let's just go out in the field a little way. How crappy! Oh, this is a car alarm. I just climb out and walk back in the field. How's the progress getting the gas? We found all the zombies that exist in the game at the Irvington Speedway. We've been making some progress. It's looking like we're getting pretty close. We just had a helicopter. I mean, we're actively dealing with the helicopter as we speak. And since I had to go west of where we'd already been clearing to a point it's not really relevant, I figured it'd be a good time for me to just do a tour and be like, all right, let's see what we can find nearby. But, this place is bad. This place right here, this place real bad. It's got me curious about it, but it's also real bad. To be fair, It only had one more in-game hour. It could have showed up later. Weirdly, they're all going south, so I'm down to just keep walking, because I don't think there's going to be much to the north of the speedway. So what I'm going to actually do is try and just skirt along the north edge of this place. Nope, that is a corner. That's the reason I wanted to pan the camera. Oh, Stoke, have you tried to link something? We have links disabled. As well as things that kind of just accept on Twitch that like 99.9% of channels are going to have links disabled. Everyone else will just see the 3 asterisks. There's stuff like VIPs who can, but... it's just... there's too many bots. So, I was really wanting this to not be a dense forest over here, because I kind of just wanted to cut across to the east. Let's see what's... okay. Oh, that might all be forest... okay, well... so, the concern I have now, Chad, is I'm not sure... I'm not sure if I can circle back the way I came... That's feeling like it very maybe might be a one-way trip. Okay, so something up there has a lot of zombies. That might be Ekron. Because of the horde? Yeah, no, my concern is that with us running by there, now those zombies that were inside the speedway will have come out. And so that road I followed up is probably just overwhelmed. Okay, you are getting a second wave. I really don't want to cut through these trees. Oh, you thought clips are? No, so the link mod, like the link protection thing that Twitch has in it, doesn't really have much way of doing good exclusions. Oh, don't tempt me with this. Don't give me the forbidden options. Because I'm assuming it's just that main building in the front that's going to be zombie central. I'm willing to guess just like the random track out here is going to be done. There might be like a grandstand or something that's probably overwhelmed, but I would guess this will be a good place to ditch zombies. Because with anything like the drag racing track that's let's see, do you want to mark the speedway in the map to remember that there's a good 2-week clearance spot? Yeah. Is the helicopter good or bad? It mostly causes negative outcomes for you. Basically, in Product Zomboid, lots of noise brings the zombies. The helicopter, you know, it finds you interesting and it circles you a whole lot, and is very loud. So while it's not technically bringing the zombies directly to you, it's effectively bringing the zombies directly to you. Now that said, it doesn't like literally home the zombies into the spot you are. It's just your general perimeter is going to get a little bit unpleasant. Okay, so got another hole in the wall up here. So I was basically hoping to do with this when I saw like a duck. Ah, it's perfect. That's exactly what I was hoping. There's also a hole in the wall over there. let's see if this area looks fine. If this area doesn't look fine, we're going to go back out and around. The reason I think this might not be fine is because it's a corner. Zombies trying to get this direction might get stuck on it. Cool, and we got a road right here. Yes. There has been a lot of arguments about what it does differently whether you're inside or outside. I don't remember what the reality was. Like, there's the... I remember the rumor that was the longest time is that if it sees you, it circles much closer and has a higher chance of doing more passes versus if you're inside, it does circles wider. I don't remember if that's true or not. I feel like it's not. But the point is just... it's going to bring zombies in your area, regardless of if you're inside or outside. So the thing to consider is, where it's circling, do you want the zombies there? Because that's where they're going to be. So if you're chilling in your base trying to hide, do you want the zombies in your home? Yeah, no, for me, I've always treated it as like, where's the helicopter? That's what zombies will be. And I don't put more thought than that into it. So, like, I can draw zombies away from a place or to a place, but it's just treating the helicopter as a big old zombie magnet. So let's unpack our backpack. Because that was a super late night helicopter. It was literally one tick from the latest it could have been. Oh yeah, no, we've got our wizard hat, we've got our monster rule book, and we've got our Dungeons and Dragons dice at home. Is there another gas station you can go to, or maybe scavenge for gas and cars? The problem we're gonna run into is with the redistribution they've done. Anything that's got anything at it probably has zombies at it. Now, we are going to be following this road generally towards home. So there is a very good chance if there is another gas station nearby, we'll find it. Because like I said, I think this is one of those cases that the way I got here and the way I'm getting back can't be the same way if I want to live. Oh, added bonus, the dice work. I don't have them on me, they're back at home. You know, you gotta keep them, you gotta keep those stored in the game closet, make sure they're ready for game night. But you can roll the dice, and it does actually sit there and do, like, you'll roll a 20-sided dice, it'll put like a little 14 over your head or whatever. Alright, we're gonna go sleep. This probably won't be a particularly good sleep. Yeah, now the problem with the scrapyard is we've only been able to get to the north edge, and that place is real hot with zombies. Because we've tried to go by there twice where we're like, oh, it looks quiet now. And then we go down a little ways, and then it's not quiet anymore. Yeah, no, he peeked at it. Could be worth it? Right, but that's going to be a maybe a little bit of gas kind of situation between the cars, and then probably, honestly, probably some good loot. Like, very admittedly, honestly, some probably good loot. Versus the alternative being going for the actual gas station, which is a guarantee of gas. And then, admittedly, probably pretty mediocre loot in the gas station. Like, I do know they have the thing that over time, the loot in the world becomes less and less available now. Up to a certain point. I have no idea the quantification of that. So right now, I'm just going to work my way along this road. We're watching for survivor groups, and we do want to try and find our way back home. So yes, we're on this road. Realistically, I've got to go around this forest. So we might lose an entire day of just me walking along here. I do have a little bit more water. We could probably go another, like, through this entire day and maybe half a day before I got to find more water. Realistically, I imagine I'll be home by then. Survivor groups? Yeah, so if you remember in Project Zomboid, Build 41, you see like the pack of zombies in the middle, and one would have like a large backpack and have goodies. It's that, but even better now. It's still the one that's got like lots and lots of good stuff. What do you mean less and less available? The idea being that there's more survivors out there supposedly, so they're going to be taking loot as well. But in practice, what the game does is it gradually kind of deletes the loot from the world. It doesn't like purge the world of all loot or anything like that, but it will reduce the amount of just loot in random houses and all that. And my understanding is what it does instead is you'll get more like the survivor house, survivor zombie kind of thing, so that there is kind of a... No, I think it's a good thing, to be clear. Because what ends up happening is a lot of the junk that you probably don't care about mid to late game ends up being gone. But... Oh, I thought I heard the helicopter. I'm like, that's against the rules. It's forbidden. But, in turn, you get more like the loot pinata things, where you get like the level 4 and 5 books and weapons and big backpacks and that off the survivor zombies and their houses and all that, getting good weapons and stuff. So I think it's a way of kind of reducing the junk loot in favor of better loot later. I haven't seen it in practice, though. It may or may not work well. I don't know. But that, I think, is the idea. Because it is the thing, once you've survived a while on a character, like a good couple of months, loot stops mattering a lot. That it's just, you hoard to hoard, but you're never going to use any of it. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. The good news is while we're doing all this walking, I had just got myself some more fish. So as we're walking around, we're just slowly putting on that weight. Well, in a pinch, I do know an area that has absolutely nothing in it. We can drop zombies off using the helicopter. Let's jog a little. It's not looking like I'm going to be using much energy today, so... Alright, just a random group. I didn't see a survivor zombie in there. Are you actually clear? You're not actually clear, right? We're gonna walk over here and there's gonna be like a billion zombies tucked away somewhere? Yeah, there they are. I just can't see them yet because these buildings are obstructing, but we're gonna have like... Yeah, so you see there's like 2-3 rally groups there. That's gonna be like every building we see, and that's a barn. It's gonna have nothing there. That probably has tools, but I don't have any carry weight really available. I've got like three encumbrance worth. So it's not worth it for me. If we get desperate for water, that type of thing can be good information. That I can run up to a place like that, you know, rally the zombies a whole bunch so they're away from the building and just run in to try and get myself a little sippy sip of water. But we still have water in our bottles, so that's not needed yet. Oh, we got zombies in the road. Just a small pack of them. I see a zombie over there and there. So some farms have wells? Yes, some farms will have wells. I don't know which ones. But yeah, some farms will have wells. You also have like lakes, ponds, and rivers. You can even get into some of the buildings. There'll be sinks and toilets and all that you can get water from.
Might have a generator there. Well, the good news is I already have 2 generators. I have one in my vehicle, and I've located a second one I can probably grab pretty easily. I just don't really have a means to move it yet till I have gas, so I've got it marked. See how dangerous is tainted water? If you drink tainted water out of like a pot or a bottle or that kind of thing, it's real bad. Don't do it. If you drink tainted water just like from the pond or whatever directly, you can do it relatively fine. That may not be something we have forever, but at this point, you can just be like, yeah, it's fine, I don't feel like dealing with this, and you're good. Okay, so it shouldn't be too much longer till we start... yeah, because I can actually see where the mini-map is revealed down there. Because that's what I'm trying to do, is I'm trying to pick up the pace so that we can hopefully get back home in this in-game day. If it ends up being I'm going to have to properly throw down to get back at the house, it is what it is. It'll take some time. But, you know. Only one way to find out. Alright, so just a minute, we'll probably have to sit down and rest since I'm going to get exerted. Yeah, let's do that now since I see zombies up ahead. When you have gas, could be an easy spot to clear. Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. When I get gas, there's a lot of thing. Zero Skill if he says, I agree with you. I think you rewired your Luke Goblin brain playing vanilla on 8 times pop 0 to hero, insanely rare loot. You stopped looting the spawn city, West Point, before you got through half the residents. Past a certain point, it's just nothing you need except for kills and skills. Yeah, and I do feel like this update has, in some ways... no, you can still get away with drinking tainted water on weak stomach. You just gotta be careful. Like, if you drink a bunch of tainted water... Basically, if you have anything up here that shows that you're not feeling well, don't consume the unsafe things. Because you might be fine, but you might not be fine. Versus if it's not up here, you're most likely fine. I generally don't run weak stomach, but you can actually get away with quite a bit. Alright, we'll fight these 4.
Thank you, Randall, for 1812 for gifting a sub to Infinity Simplex.
Thank you, Randall Thor, for gifting a sub to Infinity Simplex. Infinity Simplex, you now got yourself a nice, fantastic tier 1 sub. That means you have advertising previewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you want them or not. So thank you so much, Randall Thor. I do appreciate it. Let's see, but a survivor zombie, loot pinata? Oh yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, the random houses, you're like, I'm probably not gonna worry about that. But when you see that survivor zombie with a big old backpack and everything, you're like, I know what's in there. I mean, not specifically, like, I know the things that can be in there. We're absolutely taking a peek. Alright, we got a bunch of random zombies in this field. I'm gonna choose to ignore them. And just stroll on by. Okay, so we got a building up here. There's a very good chance there's going to be a lot of zombies in the area. Yeah, so we got a bunch in the backyard there. Looks like one rally group, maybe. Probably another 1 or 2 over here that we're not seeing because the building's in the way. Yeah, there's another one over there. And another one down there, and another one over here. Honestly, not that bad. The downside is I don't see any goodies there. Like, that's probably got some electrical equipment and maybe some tools. If we're going past this place, I would see a reason to clear it, but right now we're trying to get home. When I say going past, like, if I'm like, okay, I'm clearing from this city and I'm leapfrogging to the next town over, I would stop to clear that and do that. Right now, we're just trying to get home. You got an interview tomorrow, and you're basically guaranteed to get the job, but you're still nervous? That could still be fair. It'll go fine. It's always easy to stress yourself out and that kind of stuff. How long are your days? 1 hour.
I generally advise against changing your days very much in time. Like, 2 hours, okay. I still don't recommend it, but at least it's one of those things where like, alright, there's consideration to be made there. Definitely don't go shorter. Shorter days, stuff gets weird. Alright, so garbage bag is empty. You really dead or you pretend dead? You seem really dead. You still think Irvington is going to take a few months to get cleared? Oh yeah, to actually clear the town? I don't disagree. It probably will take a few months for us to clear Irvington. Oh, this is interesting. Okay. So, we're close enough. We may have been pulling zombies from up here with the helicopters, because this... I would expect to find a rally group or whatever. Can you ally with people type thing? There's no one other alive to ally with. There's just zombies. You can play multiplayer and treat each other however well you feel like treating each other. I'm not worried about full clearing these houses, by the way. Okay. This is genuinely kind of a... Okay. I'm happy we came in here now. We got a metal bunker. I said I wasn't going to full clear this, and then I'm absolutely just going in like full clearing the place. Because now I can go in here, have myself a drink, fill up her water bottle, and we are set. Okay, so we can go up here, and I have looted those two buildings. I got a shed in the back. We might find goodies back there. The downside is, like, I really do not have any inventory space to work with. But yeah, no, it's weird having nobody here. I heard a zombie. There you are. X4. We are overburdened. Okay. We're gonna go here, and I'm gonna change our mark to this. Propane, lantern, fuel, and steel. We don't have the carry weight for all this, so I can't bring it with me, so we'll have to come back here later. Alright, so we got zombies on the south side of the street. Let's not worry about that. Let's try and just mosey along without picking more fights. Because our goal is still to get a hold. How's the durability on the bat? I didn't even bother checking.
It is in mint condition. Okay, so now we're actually starting to see some zombies out here. Not a lot, but like partial rally group or whatever. Oh, hey, yeah, don't mind me. I thought they were banging on that one back there. Ah, rotten chocolate cake. Survivor zombie. Right there, survivor zombie. That dude right there? That dude right there? Loot pinata. Hey, you in the red shirt and the bike hat. Give me your stuff. Also, do you want to join my guild? Okay, don't want to fight them all. I want to pick out... Where did my loot pinata go? I have lost track of our loot pinata. You in here? Not seeing you in here. There you are. There's the loot pinata. I could probably... No, don't turn around, Red. Oh, hey, okay, you know what? We come back for loot pinata later. I lied, we do it now. Okay. No way is this worth it. It is because loot pinata. Alright, so you're way back there. I can make this work. I just need loot pinata to stay in the back. Nah, he's moving slow. That's fine. This is how you died? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, no, what I'm doing here is risky. Guns the way to go in this build? Yeah, no, guns work well.
What's the worst that could happen?
The big problem is I'm playing at 16 times pop, which means my ability to get any type of guns at all in any capacity is basically zilch. So it's cool that the guns are good, but I also don't have the guns, nor can I meaningfully go get the guns. So it's a cool thought. Where are you? You should be over here somewhere because you were way slower than the others. Where did my loot pinata get to? Where did you go, loot pinata? Yeah, and that's what I'm thinking, is maybe he went in the house. Because I don't see him anymore. And I don't think we knocked his helmet off. I can't go for it. I wanted to hit him so bad, and just my entire brain is like, don't you do it. If you go for that ground slam, that's the last move you're gonna do. Let's enjoy some barbecue chips. Yeah, no, there was definitely a temptation, but like the entire time my brain's like, you know you die doing that, right? Like, it's not even kinda. You know you die doing that. There's just not enough time to get that action done before this is a settled deal. So he's right there right now, which is very unfortunate for him to be right in the middle. Wait, is he right there? Did I lose him again? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Let's see if he's still in the alley. No. Oh, I can make that work. Da, 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 and you are mine. And mine. And what are you made of? Please die. What is that dude made out of? I've hit him like 6-7 times. Oh, I'm using a long blunt weapon, and we haven't used a long blunt weapon this entire run. That's the problem. I was sitting there, I was like, man, it should have only taken me like 3-4 hits to kill him. Right, we're at long blunt 0. So he's back there, and he's going slow. He's got a helmet? Yeah, those bike helmets. I'm putting way too much effort into this. Where you is? So you're way over there. We can make this work. He's going nice and slow now. And we're home again. Target sighted. Finish him.
Hey! 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 Hey!
Alright. As you can see, I've done this type of gameplay before. Early run 16 times pop, the number of times I've accidentally come across like a large backpack in a terrible situation and done that kind of thing, it is a number I care not admit. Okay, and now I can just scooch right on down here with impunity and pause the game. Okay. An acrylic cup. Cool, we can protect our groin. So we got a bunch of armor I don't care about. A bone club. Where's your back? Oh, there you are. The backpack has a lot of books in that. The backpack is real heavy at 10 encumbrance. Okay. So. The bone club is cool. The backpack is what we want. Put in a secondary, put in a secondary, put in a secondary. Cool. Alright, so now we start going through here real fast. Annotated map, we want it. Louisville North, sure. Gas mask filter, don't care. First aid kit, don't care. Nothing in it. Bandages. Canned carrots, I'll take it. Corned beef, we'll take it. Dog food, I don't have the inventory space. Okay.
And this field sucks. It's got zombies in it, and we're very overburdened. Why am I going through this the hard way? I've got Nimble 3. Yeah, I was curious about that too. The problem is I had to make the executive decision of what am I grabbing, because I only had a couple seconds to make the decision. So I see at least one book I can read already. Ooh, to hell with that place. I'm just gonna keep going up the road for a minute. Yeah, the hunting knife would have been nice, but like the priority to me was like books and that kind of stuff. Because those are gonna be really hard for me to get in this run. Oh yeah, no, I paused so I could make the decision, but still there's a time that it takes to pick up stuff. And I knew when I picked up the bag when it was 10 encumbrance for just the bag, it's like, alright. I need to just, like, make that happen. Okay, this is... Oh, there's still construction sites and all that over there. Alright, so let's go this way. Schematic. Welding. Yeah, so we got a lot of books, a lot of goodies in here. Drop this. I don't care about that. Put the adhesive bandage in here. Yeah, I want to sort this loot out, but I don't think there's a way we do this elegantly. Not till we're clear. Yeah, the filter, I'm like, yeah, we'll hold on to that. We'll figure that out. Alright, this is not probably my smartest move here. Cutting through these trees. Especially badly. Okay. Because there could have been a rally group right on the other side. And we probably would have been fine, but it would definitely have been needlessly dangerous. Why are you so busy right here? Go away. I don't want any. Oh, that's fine. We'll just be hungry. That's really where it's gonna snag that bush and just get killed there. Alright, the area just north of where we live, not a good place. Not a good place at all. No gas station that we saw, but we also didn't get a really good look on the other side of that road, but this is looking like the exact same thing as pushing into town. Oh, that going wide isn't helping any. Hang on, just enjoying myself a little fish and mushroom. You know how it is. Sometimes you're just out on a stroll, running from the zombie hordes, and just need a little snack. Alright, so you can't fit anything else in there. I'm trying to reduce the overall weight as much as possible by moving the stuff from the bag with the less encumbrance reduction to the more. But unfortunately, I just can't get enough out of that bag. Okay. Yeah, so all these fields in the middle of nowhere kind of suck now. But we did get an animal care book level 1, so you should be able to read that right away. We got welding 1, we should be able to read that right away. The glass making 2 would probably be a thing we'll be able to get some goodies out of later. And the good news is, honestly, this isn't hurting our endurance very badly, so as long as I don't walk into a group of zombies, we can just keep strolling. And we are almost home. So let's start deviating towards the road so I get better visibility. And see what we're in for. Because the house was pretty much clear when we left, but that doesn't mean anything. The torso strain's fine because we're only overloaded, not extremely overloaded. Extremely overloaded, I would have, my endurance would have crashed by now. We're still marked as low weight, but we are at 75, so we're about to not be low weight anytime now. Huh, what's the plan for the next helicopter? Man, I don't know. If I'm being honest, I really don't know. Where did the wizard hat come from? We looted a house and they had a bunch of people with like wizard hats and Dungeons and Dragons manuals and dice. We interrupted game night on someone. I'm seeing the little bits. Oh, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I say I can't tell if I'm seeing zombies back here or it's like the brush. It's too dark. Because my fear is if I keep walking, let's assume we're safe for right now. Okay, let's assume we're safe for right now. It's fine. We were never in any real danger. Alright, we just hit an ad break. I need to use the restroom really bad, so I'm going to go ahead and do that, and I'll be right back. So thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back here in just a minute.
Left again. Keep going. Keep going into the garage.
It moving. Oh, you are too
find
late.
some Tupperware or hide behind the truck.
Oh, you're
Either
safe.
one.
It's not hunting anymore.
Oh,
Okay.
oh, Pank got away by like
It's hunting. We're
nothing.
by ourselves.
You're showing me that this is perfect. Ah, don't worry, chat. My paint job is perfect. My paint job is definitely not missing anything. The game says we're done here. I especially like, it'd be one thing if it was literally like that was painted, this is nice and uniform, except they got a bunch of like splash over here. Hey, I'm not gonna argue with the game logic. It's perfect. Stickers. Oh, I forgot the stickers. I forgot about the curse that is the stickers. Oh. And here I was making the comment to myself earlier, it's like, you don't fire the gun when you left click it without.
Thank you, Midland 102,
Unless
for
you aim it.
subscribing for 1
I would
month.
be wrong. That startled me. Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? It's fine with me. There you go. One more. Kidding me? Alright, new run. The chances of actually getting tapped out and killed like that were very low with a regular club. That's some BS there. It counts. It counts. Yeah. Your child will be 100% safe in that treehouse. I wish it kept the treehouse up there. And we could build a bridge that stands. But it takes an engineer to build the
Oh,
that
right.
barely-
And I am back. And thanks so much, Mitland, for the Prime Gaming sub. I really do appreciate that. And I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. So thank you for that. Right. And everything was fine and nothing was going wrong and everything was a-okay and I have nothing to worry about. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream. What are we looking for carving 3 for? So we can make a maul or a large stone axe. Because that sounds pretty fun to get a really big stone, put on the end of a stick, and whack a zombie with it. I actually expect it to be terrible. I'm fully expecting to be one of those weapons you hit a zombie with, and your character instantly is like, my back, my legs, my arm, my existence is pain. Why would you give me this big heavy weapon? Alright, so let's try sleeping here. Yeah, see, perfectly safe place to sleep. You guys free for a while, but figured to use a Prime Gaming sub? Yeah. I mean, might as well use those Beso bucks. It's certainly not like Beso needs the charity. Okay. So yeah, the community center and stuff there. We have Louisville, Kentucky. What was it saying that was there? Okay. So the things we just discovered with those maps is we have North Louisville. Yeah, so that's the northern edge of the map is up here. So that gives you an idea of how big this map is. We haven't reached the far south or west end, and this is getting like northeast corners like over here-ish. The map
The map big. The map real big. And then it was over in one of these, yeah. So it marked, and I don't think I know if I care about or whatever. They use the wrench symbol, whereas... Are you telling me they get a wrench symbol and I don't get a wrench symbol? Alright, chat, I think we mutiny. I'll put a hammer. I don't actually care. The odds that I'm going up there... Well, I mean... We might have it there. That's like, Yeah, so I just wanted to do that, because then I can take these two maps, I can chuck them on the body and pretend they don't exist. I want to keep the books. Oh, we're gonna lose these fish soon, so we're just gonna smash an entire fish into our gaping maw like it's no one's business. Go ahead and eat more fish. Drink some water. We still got 3 of these. Let's slam another fish. Basically, these fish are gonna rot soon, so I'm gonna try and at least get what we can out of them. Alright, so we're pretty full. Put that in the secondary hand now. Okay, so good news is instead of being the next tier higher of overloaded, we did knock it down one tier. Oh, you know what? We could probably make this even lighter. Yeah. Can we go for one? Because those fish are really heavy. Come on. Come on. I'm surprised that didn't lower our weight even more. Oh, actually, we're down to weight down. So with that, put the basically empty bag on the corpse. Double check that's empty. Yep. Grab our baseball bat. And we're actually in pretty good shape. All I had to do is eat a mountain of fish. And to celebrate, bonk, 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 bonk. Yeah, so we're gonna be pretty terrible with that baseball bat for a little bit. Alright, Luxray, you take it easy. Thank you again for tuning in. Are the boots holding up? That is an excellent question and probably not good. Yeah, they're at about half health, so... We'll check to see if that zombie had boots, and otherwise we'll keep our eyes open for more boots. Alright, yeah, so keep an eye open for more boots. The good news is, this is the field next to our house, so let's just start slaying. It's only 9 a.m. The house is right there. Should be good. Yeah, now that's the thing. I know we haven't swapped the boots in a long time. It's just we haven't need to. Let me switch to the knives for this one. I can see this one escalating a lot, so I want to get through the least a good chunk of it before I switch over. Okay, that's probably fine for me to switch over now. Hey, Alright, let's be real careful hitting zombies on the ground. Cool. Let's back off a little. Oh, we got one right here. Yeah, and that was a little sweaty. I was not trying to hit the one on the ground. It's just the other one was farther than I made out to be. Because for those who don't know, there is a bug on the test build right now, which I'm on, that you will hit zombies. Sorry, you can hit zombies farther than you'd expect. And I think that contributed to me hitting the one on the ground farther away than I anticipated. Or rather, not hitting the zombie I expected. It's fine. We were okay. But I just need to keep in mind that we do have more range than I'm expecting to have. To be the worst thing is once they get that fixed, I'm gonna have adjusted to this longer range and just want to time things and just whiff stuff. So all in all, I'm really not expecting much zombie movement here that isn't just like migration stuff. With as far away as we were for the helicopter, it probably didn't have any impact in this area. Because we look at where the helicopter was brought in. I took the helicopter. I mean, you know what? I thought we were farther away. Meanwhile, what we could do here is go add note. Super fast car goer place. There we go. Oh, and I should also do this. Where's the skulls? Symbol. Boom, 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 boom. It was right along here. Was super rough. And then right along here was rough. The rest of this area seemed fine, but that corner there looked bad. And the reason I'm marking those areas with skulls is not to like never go back. But as far as places for me to go when the helicopter shows up and try and manage stuff, they're places to not go and do the helicopter stuff. Do we think these trees are getting close to the time where I can cut them down and get the logs, the twos? I wish there was a way I could like tree info the trees to have a better idea, like, are you fully grown? That kind of thing. Gonna plant new seeds? Probably not anytime soon. I've come to accept that I'm gonna just leave the seeds alone until we stop seeing any meaningful number of zombies in the area. Because having like one migration wipe out my entire farm, and me basically being powerless to do anything about it because just the sheer numbers, it's just like, yeah. It'd be one thing if I actually got any type of agriculture XP for the planting side, but you only get it for harvesting. Oh yeah, no, the entire field is dead. Okay. Let's see, you've seen that you can pick seeds out of full vegetables like pumpkin and cucumber. Yep. You can basically get rid of a piece of produce to get seeds for that produce. So if you did somehow manage to delete all of the seeds in the game, you could forage for the produce. And granted, when you forage for it, you also usually get a little bit of seeds as well. But you get where that's going. You can never truly run your world out of seeds. Alright. So drop you off. Drop you off. Drop you off. Work our way back around here. Drop the seed packets. Drop you off. And you. And those. Take a sip of the water. Take the time to use a really annoying menu real fast. Okay. So switch you. And hey, Sui, thank you so much for the raid. I do really appreciate that. I do hope you had yourself a good stream and all that. How was your stream and all that? Welcome in, raiders. Just navigating stuff here real fast. Real quick. But welcome in. For those who don't know Sui, absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. I'll go ahead and get them a proper shout out here in just a moment. To do this. My water bottle doesn't show up automatically, so I do this, grab you, do that. Cancel this, grab you. Okay. But with all that said, alright, so we already got the shop. But yeah, so definitely check out Sui, another fantastic content creator, member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team and all that good stuff. And been playing some Project Zomboid as well. Wasn't playing your best though. I am getting bullied. Like, we're making progress, but I'm also getting bullied. Still underweight. We're almost there. Go ahead and slam one more of these fillets whole. Because I don't want to deal with fishing right now. No, well, we don't shout. You died like 6 times? Yeah, no, those days happen. I am not making much progress on my main objective, and instead just killing zombies and getting bullied around. Next stream will be starting a new character? Yeah. For me, I've been just trying to get just down the road to the south, and just not happening. We did find some books though, and that was nice. How am I doing on weapons, by the way? 6. That's fine. But yeah, no, that's always a thing. Like, what kind of settings have you been doing? Did I see that you were doing, like, high pop? Like 6 times or 8 times pop? I think it was 6 I saw. Oh, you are doing 16 times pop. Yeah, well, welcome. Even low-key, even a lot of the veterans who are known for 16 times pop haven't been doing it. I'm not gonna say they're scared, but you know, someone might. No, a lot of them are making the smart decision and not messing with it while things aren't quite stable. Getting bullied around, surviving, skilling up. Yeah, and that's the thing. We are getting lots of skill ups and all that. So it's like, well, aiming is so fucking... Well, the good news is the bug that you aim behind, that is fixed in the test build. So it is one of those things that's coming soon. I know that is a major pain point right now on the unstable branch. It was even worse on the first iteration of the test build, because something happened. They've given us more range than we're supposed to normally have, and I don't know if that's intentional or not. But that and being able to hit the zombies behind, way worse, because you're hitting zombies way out there. Is there any word on when the internal will become unstable? No. It wouldn't surprise me if it's very soon, though. Because from what I have been seeing, I haven't particularly, like, with the first iteration of the test build, it had enough bugs. I was like, nah, that can't go out yet. But where it is now, I would say it's in better shape than the current unstable build. It would not surprise me if it happens soon. I have no idea what the actual ETA is. Like, there may be glaring bugs I'm blissfully unaware of. But from my own playing, I haven't run into anything that I'm like, oh no, there's absolutely no way. I want to get some skill in with the that baseball bat. But when I pull big groups like that, I cannot hang in there with the baseball bat yet. Well, apparently I can't hang in there with my knives either.
Okay. I also find it interesting, you see the survivor zombies where they're like all armored up with their knee pads and all that. And if you go and start kicking that, it's like, nah man, all the penalties I'm gonna get for it, you can keep those. You can keep all those knee pads and stuff. My character's gonna whine about being uncomfortable forever. I think it was just toys in the backpack. Like the toy blocks. There's a couple over there. I'm kind of thinking for the resting for a minute is I do want our character to get a little bit of reading in, but the problem is when I'm reading, I can only look in one direction. That should be fine. So let's start with the animal care. That's likely to be the book I do stuff with first. Alright, meta event. It's been 30 seconds since we've been home, so you know why not. Let's see. No one moving down that way. Which way are the zombies moving? North. Alright. I want to fight them a little bit. Let's see, wearing the armor short term might actually be really good close quarters. You're doing the secret military base? Yeah. Can you send your car and raid? Yes. But I actually find being in the car more dangerous than if we were to just sit on the ground. And the reason for it is the car, I have to like juggle between the various windows and all that. And you know, they'll bang up the windows and all that. Versus if I'm sitting on the ground, all I have to do is hold shift in a direction the moment I hear something, and it'll get up. They actually have that pretty big oof. I'm pretty sure they actually have a discomfort rating on a bunch of equipment now. So a lot of your armor, if you wear a whole lot of it, you get a discomfort thing, and then there's a penalty there, and it'll gradually make you depressed. That's my understanding of it. I haven't messed with much of the armor. Oh, you're saying, yeah, as they wear the gear? I mean, maybe. So the good news is it didn't look like many zombies moved. I didn't see, like, the giant wave of zombies close up on us. So we may have gotten lucky with that meta event. Because the moment I heard the gunshot, I saw the zombies moving north, is like, really? Again? But only like 5 or 6 moved, so I'm okay with that. I don't want to deal with it.
Thank you Allison_Adventures for subscribing for 18 months. Also, this is an incriminator 6. Tickles my brain.
Thank you, Allison Adventures, so much for 6 months of Tier 3, which is absolutely ridiculous. Been sub to the channel for 18 months, so thank you so much for that incredible support. 1.5 years, and you're committing to even more. I may not understand it, but, you know, it does mean a lot. So thank you so much for that. Why do people watch this? I don't understand. No, I'm teasing. But I appreciate it. It means a whole lot. Alright. Let's go grab some friends. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That's, I figure we got a whole lot coming. The baseball bat's cool and all, but without having any long blunt skill, I just really can't use it. Hey, maintenance 6, I believe? That's a fire axe right there if I've ever seen one. Alright, fire axe directly in front of the car. Don't let me forget, chat. Fire axe directly in front of the car. And at least with the fire axe, I have some axe skill to work with. I think we're at like 3 axes or something like that. Yeah, using that baseball that long really off balances for the fight, but that's okay. That was not the play to switch to the back to Baz. Like, yeah, we could finish the job. There's just that many more, and we're about to hit another level of exertion. Water. Let's go grab her bottle. Okay. If there's only 2 left, let's finish it. I'm assuming the metal baseball bat has a lot of durability. Alright, come on. Don't stop aggroing. I want to rest. I'm tired. I'm tired and I'm sad and it smells funny. The 20 versus regular bat's 10. Still loses durability faster than a crowbar though. Yeah, and I figured it's gonna be like that's the whole thing is like crowbar. That's its entire personality is like, what if the weapon lasted almost forever? Almost. So we're gonna read about animal care while we recover. The bat has a reinforced variant you can craft. Neat. Okay. So we knocked out like 20 pages. And it's finally happened.
We're not underweight anymore. Oh, we're drowsy. Okay, we'll back off. You said there's a better bat? Let's see. Oh. Make bolts metal bat. I actually think I have all these things. I genuinely think I might have the hand drill back at home. Or you know what? I think I have the hand drill and the wrench in the car. The nuts and bolts are the only one I'm not sure about. How good shape is the bat? Let's put the bat away. Because I want to upgrade it. Because we should have what we need to do that. Want to be more damage for less durability? Like the spike bat? Maybe. I mean, right now my damage of the bat is also not great. So I wouldn't exactly complain about that either. One of the things I want to find is a water dispenser. I'm hoping with the water dispenser I can make the transferring liquids less laborious. I'd really, really like to be able to just, like, pour into a container until it is full. Like, not have to go through the entire transfer thing. Because, like, yeah, I know I can split stuff and all that. But 99% of the time, I'm going to be, I want X and Y. What else do I want? That's the entire list. X and Y. No more, no less. I want it all in there, or I don't want to bother. There's going to be reasons I want to split the amount. But I think those are going to be the exception, not the rule. I forgot I had all you sitting here. Okay. So let's start by getting a sip of water. I'm gonna grab the axe. Because I'm feeling like these two trees might be fully grown. I just want to do a quick cursory check to make sure I don't see any zombies like immediately in this area. I'm gonna try knocking down one of those trees. Alright. Still sapling. I feel like with this change, they do need to give us a way of telling when a tree is fully grown or not. Did you get the fire axe? No, I didn't yet. All right. Because it's really hard for me to tell what trees I can get logs out of and all that. Okay. So I've got that. Check you in there for stuff later. Check you in there. Go ahead and make ourselves more weapons. Yeah, and the trees are definitely growing. It's just I'm having difficult telling when it's like, oh, now I can actually get my logs. I don't think so, but I think that would be worthwhile. Or even if it's like locked behind the carpentry skill, like I don't care what means. But right now, I'm trying to not cut down the trees so I know I can get logs out of them sometimes at least. And as far as I can tell, there's no way for me to discern that. Other than to just cut down the tree and then like memorize the textures. Alright. It'll also be really nice when I can turn on electricity and we can, you know, read books and craft in the evening. So instead of like right now I'm stuck like fast forwarding because it's too dangerous to be outside in the dark, I'd instead be able to be up here like just churning away and making my knives or whatever we're doing in the last like 3-4 in-game hours of the day, as opposed to just fast forwarding. Which we got the generators, I just need to reach the gas station. Once we make the gas station happen, then we're in business. Well, that would be a good addition. They have kerosene. They have a kerosene lamp. I've actually seen a couple of refills for it too. I just haven't found the lamp yet, so I just marked where the refills are because I didn't have inventory space to commit to it at the time. Put you in the cupboard. Okay, so what we're gonna do here real fast. We catch one more fish real quick. Then we'll be able to, one, have our hunger sorted. And that's gonna probably maybe get to 77, and then we're gonna dip back under. Let's see, oil lamps are oil, a bowl, and a wick in real life. Yeah. There's a zombie right here. In the range 75 to 85? Yeah, but the problem is I'm going to start losing weight and I'll already be near the bottom of the acceptable weight range. So I just kind of want to get a little bit farther up. I'd rather go slightly over and then have to like drop down where I can juggle it than be right at the bottom where I'm like popping in out of the acceptable range constantly just trying to keep things struggle. Are you aggroed on me? No, you're just repositioning. Cool, cool. Alright, so with that, we've got no good bubbles that I'm seeing to the south. Like, there's ones over there on the shore. That one's okay. That might be what we're stuck with. So go ahead and put that in our back. Yeah, no, that's, I did mean, like, with that, where the, I was seeing if it would tell me it's got the cricket on it still. Yeah, it's got a cricket on it still. But yeah, so it's, I prefer being on the high end of the calories in the healthy range, just because if things go bad, I can forage and still manage. If I'm on the low end and I just don't have any fatty foods around, like, then I just fall out of the range. Come on. Give fish. I don't want to listen to alarm. Give fish. Don't do this to me. Don't make us all suffer through this. Okay, well. Come on. Give fish.
I should also check what the thing for fishing says. A dirty rag. Heck yeah, man. Just what I always wanted. Normal, 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 normal. So no bonuses, just straight up normal. Fair enough. Okay. Like, it'll probably be really good when I have really high fishing. I'm assuming the fishing skill mostly just determines how fast between catches and, like, how much the minigame is a challenge. That's my guess. Broken fishing net. It'll be really nice when we don't need to fish for a while. It's fine. We're surviving, we're thriving. I'm still surprised we're not out of bait yet. I do really look forward to being able to put up a water barrel and get water that I don't have to go through any UI for. I just right click and just say give water. And that's still UI, but like, I don't have to extra window it, just context menu, be done. I know I'm complaining about it a lot, but it definitely feels like a step in the wrong direction to have to do all that. Maybe it's just me, I know you can, like, dilute the booze to get, like, more mileage out of it, so you can, like, add a little bit of water to your liquor to extend how much liquor you get and all that. To me, that feels like a weird thing to dedicate an entire UI to. Like, I'm not sure what other functions I'm probably just blissfully unaware of. But, like, the splitting liquid is kind of a head scratcher for me. You heard you can mix bleach to make it cleaner? Yeah, to me, though, that sounds like something just put in the crafting menu and just have it take, like, 2 parts water, 1 part bleach, or whatever the mixture is. Don't know, they may have some, like, major plans involved. I'm being trolled by the fish. Losing our whole day to it. Because it does seem like we don't have the normal or the historic nerf of just you hit winter and then suddenly fishing sucks. It seems like you'll just have one additional penalty. When I have a different UI for everything, it's not like the game files are getting too big. Yeah, no, for me it's not even like game files or that, it's just being able to refill a thing in the past was just right click, you know, refill kind of thing. Okay, so they're going that way. That's fine. But it's just one of those things that, like, in the past is, like, easy as right-click, left-click. And now it's, like, right-click, left-click, switch, you know, source in that container, grab the thing, drop it in, because if it's in the wrong bag, it doesn't show up in the drop-down menu. Click over to tell it to do the whole thing, transfer the liquid, and you get the idea. By the time you go and, like, just to top off a bottle is, like, four or 5 clicks. You broke my line. Or actually, my whole pole's gone. Yeah, no, I realized I was still fast forwarding, went to cancel the fast forward, and I was too slow. That's another thing I want them to do, is to make it so when you get a fish on your line, fast forward cancels. It's fine, I have more than enough line to make another fishing pole. Yeah, no, it's definitely... There's a lot of little things like that that... It's stuff you expect in that. Alright, let's kill you real quick. Let's go make ourselves a replacement fishing pole. I should have everything I need, I think, right here. What's it missing? So make fishing pole. I should have twine between these two. Let's stand right in the middle here. Okay. I have twine here somewhere, right? Unless it's still in the car, which is a maybe. So I've got the nail. It must be in the car. It's probably in the car. Alright, well, that's fine. Oh, let's drop off the bugs. Well, that's fine. Nope, nope, stop eating the bug. I am really happy they made it so if you start that and you cancel out of it, it no longer counts. Because that used to be a thing, you could accidentally kill your character by just having stuff in your inventory because you'd click on it just by accident. And then suddenly you had already eaten, like, part of a poison mushroom. It's one of the reasons you never carried bleach on you, or you never carried anything dangerous like that on you. It's just way too easy to accidentally nom something that kills you. Alright, we are going to want to eat something along the way. Yeah, there is, right, Jonas, there's a way to have it where it's fast-forwarded action. The fishing, the way it works, I do not believe is counting as an action in that context. An action is almost anything that puts the bar above your head, and the fishing doesn't do that anymore. Your character was so dumb they'd eat poison stuff? Well, the thing is, it's that you accidentally double-click on it, which is to eat it. And so you accidentally, trigger. Could you dismantle the broken fishing nets? Probably through the crafting menu or something. I'd have to look at what that is. Yeah, they should add that to fishing. No, that's exactly what I'm saying. It'd be nice if you could reprioritize. Oh, this? Like, reprioritize it? Yeah. I can see go for that, too. You know a lot of folks that accidentally vault into broken windows? Yup. Hoping to find some berries or something like that so we can snack a little bit real quick as we're on our way out here. But I want to grab the twine out of the car, because that's what I'm guessing, because I made a whole spool of it. So I got spare. I just don't know exactly where my spool is. Nope, corpse is disappearing down here. Okay, so let's see. Right, so I do have the hand drill. I do have the wrench. I don't see the nuts and bolts in here, but that's okay. Let's pop in here, we'll grab the 2 chisels. Grab the nails. I don't see the twine in here. Grab the salt and pepper. The things for fire. Stop there. Check the trunk one more time. Weird, because I had like I had a pretty good amount of twine left over from the last time. Like that was the thing that impressed me. I was like, oh, I can make, you know, with this one spool of twine, I can make like 2-3 fishing poles. So I'm not sure where the twine got to. You know, I bet you I did. I'm willing to bet there was something I could craft with the ripped fabric or twine, and accidentally use the twine. I'm willing to bet that's exactly what happened. Oh, right, the accident part of the car. Yeah, thank you. Unfortunately, I've already pulled, so we'll see if we can't ditch them. And then grab the axe. 'Cause I'm a little overburdened, so I don't want to turn around, grab it, and go back to fighting right now. Okay, and it was somewhere right up in front of here. It looks like a bunch of the bodies disappeared, which is added bonus. There you are. And axe get. Actually, hello, Survivor Zombie. How you doing, friend? Oh no, you just have a regular hiking, okay. Didn't have any actual loot in their inventory. Yeah, because their hiking backpack is empty. They got a friendship bracelet. It's the smaller hiking backpack. No armor. I already have a cheap sleeping bag. Or, hang on. I just now have noticed sleeping bags have a quality... Well, no. Weird. So this sleeping bag has a condition to it. This one doesn't. Okay, I mean, so unfortunately because those bags are empty, this person's worthless to me. Okay. So go slay one more group, it'll turn back. Okay, they're all just chilling. I'm down with that.
Yeah, we're definitely not seeing nearly as many of them moving around each time we go up. It should back off. It's getting dark quickly. All right. Okay. Alright, that's time to back up. The endurance hits hard. And there's the pain. So back up a little bit, see what followed us, finish it off, and get home. Okay. So we got a bunch of this stuff all set up here. Our character's hungry, but I don't want to forage in the dark. Yeah, so that axe is going to do us a little bit of good for a little while. It'll probably only last us like a day or so. So far it's fine. Sharpness is holding. The handle condition's not good. But that is what it is. Sadly, until I have Carving 3, I don't have the means of making a replacement handle. But once I can do Carving 3, can you fix it with duct tape? I haven't looked at what it, like, when it comes to it, because I've seen sometimes when the axes break and all that, it goes and you get, like, the head falls in the ground and the handle is just broken in your inventory, that kind of thing. At which point then I can get the head and then get it a new handle. I've also seen the icon where it just labels that as broken by itself, which I assume I would be able to duct tape it. So I haven't had a chance to test much. I don't think we have much duct tape. There might be some in the station wagon though. I'm still just blown away that we didn't have that twine, because I have it somewhere. I just don't know where. Oh yeah, the gas mask filter. I forgot I tossed some stuff in these other bags. Alright, Randall Thor. You have a good day at work. Thank you again for tuning in. The several conditions, but the head doesn't fall off? Gotcha. It does for a lot of other weapons, but I guess this one it doesn't. Because like a lot of the chipstone axes, the chipped stone will fall off the axe and the handle will break. You wonder if I can check. We'll when we get up to the room, I'll just see if there's dismantle. Make any progress towards the gas station? A little. We've been getting a lot of other things done and getting a lot of skill up, but as far as tangible progress there, it's a lot of work on this thing, get delayed, work on this thing, get delayed kind of thing. I mean, probably. I don't see why the destroying stairs so that the zombies can't physically path you would stop working. One of the things that has changed is by default you can't grow stuff on the second floor or anything like that anymore. And so I could see that being a thing that throws people for a loop. Okay, so I don't really care about those things. Alright. 4 make twine, best promised for the new patch. Yeah, no, we did that. The downside is it takes 20 hemp. But it does give you, like, a full spool of twine. It doesn't take a full spool of twine to make a thing. That's what's throwing me off right now, is I made a spool of twine and I still had lots of twine to spare. And I don't know where it went. And like I said, I think what I did... Thing of the follow, welcome to stream. So I think what happened is I was making, like, the stone chipped axes, something that required the fabric, which you can use the fabric or the twine, and I think I accidentally used twine at some point. Is what I'm guessing has occurred. Yeah, so I'm at 17, so we almost have enough for more. So I'm not going to sweat this too much. There we go, it's just taking a weird second. I was kind of hoping it would give me the pour in. Just... It's fine. Okay, so you got all that. Put you in here, put you in here, put you in here. Salt and pepper. Put those in there. The flint and all that in here. You in here. Hand drill in there. Carpentry chisel. Metalworking chisel. Wrench. Candle. Read the schematics real fast. No, that's, they've changed the liquids to have that. I'm actually, admittedly, not super thrilled by it. Like, I get it definitely will open them up for doing more interesting things later. But at the moment, I'm just like, right, but I just want to fill my water bottle. And this whole, like, 2-3 layer UI is making that a lot more steps than it needs to be. And I'm not a huge fan of it. We'll wait and see. It depends on what else we get to go with it. That's going to do a big determination on how good, bad, or otherwise it is for me. And I could also see a bunch of people making mods. Like, I can see people making mods that are just like, yo, here's so you can right-click and fill your water bottle. And I most likely will actually get that. I'm just checking for the zombies in the backyard again. That seems fine. Honestly, with how much I'm letting this get overgrown, it's getting that. Oh, gotcha. Either way, the problem is we had to take off the bathrobe because I needed more insulation. It was getting too cold. You know, I ran through the back corner of the racetrack. I didn't, like, proper go through it or anything.
So, if you're wondering why I'm doing all this, I'm trying to forge up a little bit more hemp for the twine. Can you play Backstreet Boys? No. DMCA, we're playing nothing but DMCA safe music. You didn't want it that way? Didn't want... Oh, the overgrown thing? No, what I want is I want them, like, the fully grown trees. I actually want those trees out of the way. The problem is there's that middle phase that I need them to grow enough that I get logs out of it. Oh, you don't want it that way. Yeah, I missed that. I don't care about the weather right now. The helicopter's ineligible to come by for a while. Just trying to get her hunger back under control. And while we're doing that, just really hoping I find a little bit of hemp. And is that hemp right there? No. Just all twigs and sticks. Another copter? No. We're, my fishing pole broke, so I need to make more twine. And I need more hemp to make more twine, because I think I accidentally used up my other twine. Because I had three or four fishing poles worth. But I think I accidentally used the twine on things that weren't fishing poles. But I already have 17 because I've been forging and grabbing it just in case, so... No, the helicopter in the normal game only shows up once. So we're in the alternative universe. Where the ghost helicopter keeps returning just out of spite of the living. Okay. Yep. Yeah, no, like, I don't know if it's, like, the official lore or anything, but I know the perceived lore is that the helicopter's a news helicopter, and that in the world of Product Zomboid, you know, the Nox virus breaks out someplace near Muldrow, and that pretty much immediately the military shuts down Nox County. Like, puts a big surrounding areas, like, no one in, no one out, lethal force will be used, but don't worry about it, it's okay. It's under control, it is contained. And they don't even mention it's like a zombie apocalypse or what's going on. They're just like, yo, don't worry about it. Mind your P's and Q's. And a week goes by, and then you have the helicopter show up, and they're like, okay, you know, no one in or out. We're going to just shirk that rule and see what's up. And so they have no idea the zombie apocalypse is broken out or anything like that. And so they follow you around, and then, you know, they realize eventually that they're running, like, whatever the reason is, they leave. And then, normally, that's the end. Basically the same thing that happened to COVID, not even remotely. You didn't have people threatening lethal force if you left your house. And, well, a lot of people like to complain about lockdowns and COVID. Like, here in the US, a lot of the lockdowns like I complained about weren't even really locked down. It was restaurants and that saying, hey, we're not letting you sit in and all that stuff. So when you survive... No. Well, actually, I want to say... Don't you spawn, like, the day after or something like that, whatever it is? But yeah, no, the helicopter arrives about a week later. I don't remember the exact time for a lot of the things. But the big point is that it's, like, a newscopter and all that. Yeah, it's something like... Yeah, it's a couple of days or whatever. And it's a week after that or whatever that the helicopter shows up. Roughly, it's not an exact time. It could be, like, 5, 6, 7 days or whatever is the actual arrival time. Let's see, that's how the pictures get out in the lore? That's how the pictures get out in the lore? Yeah. But that's my assumption. But there is, if you listen to, like, a bunch of radio channels, you'll hear that there's, like, an investigative journalist trying to figure out what's going on, and, like, there's a lot of moving pieces that you only catch if you start listening to the radio and, like, tuning into random channels and stuff like that. Gonna eat that chocolate right now to keep our calories up. But yeah, there's a lot there. Like, there's, for the people who actually get into the lore, they actually have, like, the names of the people. The loading screens that ended up getting pulled down because there's, you know, there was accusations of whether or not it was AI generated, and you'll have people swear up and down. We don't really know. Indie Stone didn't deliberately do anything AI generated, so if it was AI generated, it's the artist they hired did it on their own kind of thing. But a lot of those characters you see in those images are the characters that you'd hear about, like, in the radio from, like, the little news things and all that. That have, like, their own little stories going on. Because there's a lot of hidden radio channels that you can find. They'll just, like, pick up a radio, say, like, unknown channel. If you tune in at the right time and day and all that, you'll, like, intercept some radio chatter and hear what people are saying. Let's see. What's going on is Rual is curing the zombies to their undeath, one swing at a time. Yep. Let's see, there's also the possibility of AI being implemented and used and not being entirely the majority of the work. Right, that's the thing, is unless someone makes, like, a public statement, we don't know. The only thing we know is Indie Stone didn't, like, deliberately, like, farm out to AI or whatever. That they had hired a person, and that the images they got appear to have used AI. And then when it came up, they immediately pulled the images because it wasn't worth the drama. Because, like, they were trying to get feedback on Build 42, and everything was about the moodles, the muscle strain, and, you know, the AI, whether or not it was used. And don't get me wrong, the images do look AI to me. I'm not saying they don't. But it is just one of those things that, unfortunately, there's a lot of false positives just because kind of AI has a style, but it isn't a style that has been exclusively AI. And I know there's people who's like, oh, well, the cord looks like it attaches to this thing. It's like, well, not really. It looks like it goes behind her, that you could see it supposedly as switching one to the other. It also could just be the way the artist drew it that way. Like, we don't have any, like, the major tells of, like, someone's finger jutting out of the side of their hand or whatever. Nothing quite that blatant. There are a lot of stuff that implies that it might be AI, though. Yeah, well, I mean, the same artist, to my understanding, has done a number of works for Indie Stone in the past for stuff. Like, in the past, like, not a thing. Like, even before AI, as far as the thing, generative AI was not really a thing being used. That they've had that relationship predating that. So if it was generative AI, it was just kind of one of those things that... Again, it's not something they did intentionally as far as Indie Stone or anything. And I'm willing to forgive. Like, if a company goes and they produce something, say, hey, wait a second, we think this is generative AI, we've pulled it. That's good enough for me kind of thing. Let's see, you had chatter in our channel about that absolutely freak out at you that the game lore isn't canon. You mean like the in-game lore isn't canon, like the radio and all that? Because I can't like, how would you even say that though? Like it's one thing if like the people what we have interpreted and our canon is incorrect, sure. But like if on day XYZ radio broadcast and frequency, that's canon, that happened in the world. But you know, yeah, it's so weird. Why would AI art be an issue? I mean, for a lot of us, generative AI is a deal breaker. Like, so far as AI art kind of thing, it's a deal breaker because it's effectively replacing jobs while stealing from the people it's replacing. I am one who, that is a stance I take as well. If a game has generative AI, I won't play it. So far as that, like, there are exceptions where generative AI can be fine. Like, the example I gave is there is a mod in Skyrim that you have a character who will try and talk about what your character's experienced and all that kind of stuff. That is, to me, a perfectly fine thing so long as it is trained in a reasonable way. But the problem is, most of the generative AI we're seeing right now is, let's steal a bunch of people's art, mishmash it together, and regurgitate it using tech. And I say this as someone who has worked on AI, but not generative AI. Which is honestly one of the worst parts of the thing, is that the term AI has become a bankrupt term now because it's being conflated with generative AI, which is a whole thing. Yeah, no, and it's just absolutely astronomically expensive to generate on the tech side. It's just the prices are super low right now. The good stuff, like the real crap stuff isn't expensive to generate. But like the good stuff where you see where people have made like movie trailers and commercials entirely using it, the amount of electricity is absolutely absurdly over the top. But it's the tech buzzword of the week. In time, it'll fade. It'll never go away. Genie's out of the bottle. But I think you're going to find it'll probably be like the likes of NFTs and all that, where it still exists. But is it really that big? Not really. And I cannot wait for that bubble to burst. Doing the dev side, that was always one of the tiresome things, is just whatever the buzzword of the week was, and every one of your higher-ups being like, okay, what are we doing in this? So you'd be like, alright, we're working on association management systems. We're basically managing the inventory and budgets for associations like Cub Scouts, and all that kind of stuff. And then having someone in your company being like, okay, but how are we using blockchain to enable this? And it's like, we're not. That's a stupid idea. Blockchain doesn't really have any type of meaningful use in this particular situation. And they're like, right, but the investors are expecting this. How are we going to add blockchain to this? Like, I'm not doing it. It's like, I can load a library and claim we're using it, like, or like, you know, say it's, you know, we have a library that we interpret that does blockchain, but it serves no purpose in this particular use case. Because blockchain has like one very narrow purpose it actually is useful for, and then everyone bolted it onto everything because it was the tech buzzword of the week. Like, I remember you're going to like mom and pop shop, you know, put your picture on a coffee mug before you had like the really big companies doing that. So if you wanted to get like a ceramic tile with your baby's face printed on it, and they were like, utilizes blockchain, you're like, but for what? What are you possibly using blockchain for on this thing? Like, what crypto tokens are you using? Why? Dude, just use a payment processor. And my assumption is they don't even. But yeah, no, I got asked a lot of times to implement stuff. Like, machine learning is a tech buzzword, but there's actually something useful behind it. Like, machine learning does actually have a productive and meaningful function. But man, I remember where they're putting that and everything. It's like, this game, yeah, this game, it's gonna use machine learning to go and figure out the player, like, to figure out loot or whatever. You're like, but why? That's not needed. That is a lot of computational power you are doing for no reason other than to make some investor open their wallet because they heard, you know, whatever the latest sound of the week was. Oh yeah, no, there's, like, machine learning does some amazing stuff. Like, when you're talking the macro scale stores like your Amazons and all that out there, with the amount of data they have, they can do some magic with machine learning. When you're talking, for example, another good use case for machine learning is for manufacturing. When you're looking at manufacturing, like, different machines and the different failures they run, that they found that they could load up your CNC machine with a bunch of, like, vibration sensors and all that kind of stuff, and they could actually figure out what patterns are like, oh, we have sensed these 3 different types of vibration based on this massive calculation. We understand that this piece here is imminently going to fail, so go ahead and replace it before it fails and it does way more damage. As the payments processor costs small business about 4% of the revenue, some sort of blockchain application may completely disrupt that. Blockchain? No, so a lot of people, when it comes to blockchain and what it actually does, it is a way to positively identify things based on an entire calculation setup. You're still going to need a payment processor, or you're going to be dealing with cryptocurrency, which means you're still going to be dealing with some processor to turn that cryptocurrency back and forth into, you know, the money you can go to your bank and to your, you know, local grocery. Cryptocurrency doesn't magically remove the need for a payment processor. Like, that's kind of the problem, is a lot of people don't understand what blockchain does. And so they'll try to apply it to things that it makes no sense. Like, blockchain and your actual money are detached in every way. Like, blockchain doesn't get you around Visa or whatever. Payment processors mainly for security? No, it does more than that. I mean, there's security as in, like, actual security, like your password being compromised and not getting spoofed accounts. There's also security in the sense that when buffoonery happens, you still get guarantees and all that. But yeah, that is a big part of it. Yeah, as far as the rate for small business, that varies wildly. Well, no, but that's what I'm trying to say is, Mr. Steven, blockchain by itself has nothing to do with money. Like, that's the thing. Blockchain utilized with cryptocurrency could, but that's only in the implementation that you're dealing with cryptocurrency, at which point you're still going to be interacting with the cryptocurrency exchange. So sure, you're not dealing with Visa, but instead you're dealing with the cryptocurrency exchange, and a lot of those cryptocurrency exchanges actually have even worse rates than your payment processors. Keep in mind, I have implemented both cryptocurrency stuff, and I have implemented and re-implemented the connection points for payment processors as well. The technology blockchain can confirm transactions at fiat, though. I mean, you could confirm those, but you're still going to be interacting with a payment processor or something on either side. There's going to be someone you're doing the exchange with. Like, someone else would also have to be implementing blockchain and wanting to go that route. So effectively doing the same kind of processes that cryptocurrency does, except manually handling it. Now, whoever that middle person in who's facilitating that, you know, there's a name for that. It's called a payment processor. It's just, you're seeing blockchain instead of the other thing. That's kind of the key, is someone has to be doing that interaction.
Unless everyone is to run the implementation on their endpoints by themselves, which just doesn't exist. And that's kind of just reinventing payment processors, except you'd have to be very careful about a lot of things with it. But the key point here was it was being promoted for things that make no sense. I just gave one example, but I'm telling you, like, they tried to use it for everything. You had games adding blockchain just because, again, tech word. And again, that's not even counting the cryptocurrency thing, which is a whole other basket. Alright, Lardine, you have a good one. But the point is tech buzzword. Tech buzzword happens, everyone wants to get that sweet, sweet investor money, and so everyone's got to have it. Otherwise, the investors go to someplace else. But yeah, no, as far as like the cost per transaction, that's negotiated company by company a lot of times. There are some of those that are really good, some of those are really bad. Let's see, that reminds you of like when you have a wooden chest and the boss wants nuts in that, and it's like it's made with nails. You have to put in that just so you can say it has nuts. Yeah. Something NFTs. Yeah, no, it's the exact same thing. AI will change a lot of things in society. AI will? Artificial intelligence will? Sure. Generative AI as we speak it, if it does, it's not in our best interest. But generative AI, as far as it goes, that's a thing. That's... Oh, hi, friend. I'm glad you weren't paying attention. But as far as AI goes, that's the problem, is you have a lot of different things that fall under artificial intelligence. That zombie right now walking at me, making the decision to walk over here, that's artificial intelligence. Very simple artificial intelligence, but artificial intelligence. And it's just the kind of the thing. That versus generating an image are very different technologies, but they're all under that umbrella of AI, which makes it really hard to discuss AI outside of, like, the whole gorilla in the room that is generative AI. But yeah, no, the whole point is people can make their own decisions about generative AI and what they feel is okay and not okay. It does for me boil down to, is this realistically replacing what you would otherwise pay someone for? And if the answer is yes, that can end up being a problem. Even more so if the data they sourced in order to do that came from the very people that they would eventually go and replace. That is so much worse in my book. Because that's effectively stealing someone's work and then saying, well, now you don't have a job because I stole this from you. I spit polished it so it doesn't look like yours anymore. But that's my view on it. Yeah, without even compensating those. It's a little... The one I have kind of the gray area is where you have individuals who they are fairly compensated to then submit their stuff. That's one I'm admittedly conflicted on, because at one point it seems like a bad deal on their part. On the other hand, at least everyone's on the up and up. The problem is a lot of those people are in desperate situations, so they're not really being able to make that decision in their best interest so much as, you know, they gotta eat. So you kinda get that. It's the same thing like where you can't do a contract under duress. It's not to the extreme of duress, but you're not on the table where both sides are really getting what they feel is fair, so much as one's doing it out of what they feel like they have to do. Let's see, you don't think we'll ultimately be able to stop diminishing human work, but the works can be licensed and pay royalties?
And that's not having. Yeah, no, that would be my preferred implementation. Is like for me, and I have a computer graphics background as well. That's what I started college for and all that. And I did some work in that before I decided I did not want to be told what to make. So I pivoted. But I would be totally fine if like I contribute a bunch of stuff to this AI, and then they can use it, but they have an obligation to pay me royalties for anything it's used to produce, which would probably kill generative AI on the spot if that was a requirement. It's just too cost. Like even honestly, like OpenAI has been dealing with problems that they keep increasing their prices and then realizing they're not able to turn a profit at those prices, so they increase the prices more. And it's just looking like we're getting to see the actual cost of what it's doing to make the higher quality stuff. And so I think we're gonna see generative AI drop to like where you can probably see where there's a bunch of games on Steam where they grab a bunch of like just freely available art and just chuck it on there, like reuse the models, and it's like your budget garbage games. The games that they'll be like, it's not Raft, it's the Raft. It's very clearly trying to get you to think it's Raft. That we're gonna see a lot of generative AI used in that kind of stuff. That you're like, oh, this is like, you know, this is Raft, but Raft at home. Kind of thing. That's gross? Yep, and it happens all the time on Steam if you're not careful. Like you usually, like most people won't fall for it. You'll see it and be like, this isn't the game I'm looking for. This game that's got like 12 reviews and they're mostly bad. You know, what supposedly is this like major game that everyone's talking about. But, you know, it only takes a couple people falling for it here and there for them to make money. It's way worse than the mobile market. Oh yeah, no, mobile market is also a disaster. Same kind of thing. He has a whole bunch of stuff just trying to either be mistaken as something else, or, you know, trying to do like some pretty low budget stuff to like, if I low budget's fine for the record. But that's where I see long-term generative AI, because I think the really high quality stuff we're figuring out is cost prohibitive, and you'll have people promise like, oh, but it'll get cheaper. Yeah, but will it be substantially so? Because when it comes to net games and performance and all that, it is a diminishing returns kind of thing for all of that. That like those early gains come really easy, and then for each time you go a little step farther, the next gain is that much harder to hit. And who knows where it'll actually land, but yeah. It's just like the whole voice actor strike. You think that's still going? I have actually lost track of it. But yeah, no, it's a whole thing. Because like a lot of those AIs, against their will, are being trained. That's, that's one of the reasons why there's a lot of people have stopped using Tangia, is they started, mimicking creator voices without their consent or compensation. And so a lot of people who were using Tangia have stopped using Tangia because of that. Because, like, that's how we make our money, is, like, the different things we do on our channels, our personalities, all that kind of stuff, and for a computer program just pop in and just be like, yep, that's mine now. It's like, hey, wait a second. That's really harmful to us. And then on top of that, the customer of those things is the person you're stealing from. It's one thing if I said, hey, make a voice for me, and I'm allowed to use it, and they're like, cool, and then there's like the whole exchange of money back and forth. That's on the up and up. Like, we have had an exchange, we have agreed to it, you are, like, I am your source, and I am benefiting from that directly. Sure, everything is there on the up and up. That's just not what's happening. You know, it's, Finger is saying no generative AI product like OpenAI has made a profit. Yeah, that's normal. That's usually normal with the tech buzzwords. For those who miss a lot how that works, you usually have your initial people pop in, they don't know what the term means, a whole bunch of people invest,
a lot of the early investors get the heck out of Dodge. And then, you know, the floor drops, and then the next tech buzzword shows up. You also have a whole bunch of tech companies who make a whole bunch of money because all those investors dumped a bunch of money into them that they've been able to invest to do whatever projects it is, pay their people, you know, expand, do whatever. And as long as they can keep the ball rolling on to the next tech buzzword, usually they turn out fine. You'll also have a bunch of startups that'll jump up, get the new tech words, get a bunch of money, and then the floor will fall out while they're still holding the cards. But usually the people make out well in that. Because, you know, they got their money, they bought what they're going to buy with it, and, you know, investors are getting better about having requirements that the people running the company are on the hook, that if the floor falls out, they have some guarantees, but it's still really not there yet. That a lot of people get that fear of missing out on the next Google. Yeah, no, that's the big one is, for those who missed, when I pick up clay, I get 3 and 4 in the test build, instead of just 1. Let's see. If you're doing another round of this is fun me, they have to raise money more than before. Yep. Well, and it's also a thing that if you've invested a bunch of money, you have a lot of investors who fall into sunk cost fallacy, that they've already dumped millions of dollars into a company, and the company's like, man, we just need a little bit more to get across that finish line. We're almost there. And you're like, well, if I step away and they fail, my millions of dollars are gone. You know, I've invested it, you know, it's going to bottom out and I'm going to lose a whole lot of money. So they put more money into it. And you get how that turns out, because they just keep getting deeper and deeper into it. Yeah, no, exactly. Sunk cost fallacy. That happens a lot. That happens a lot with the whole tech buzzword. But again, usually the big investors, they jump on at the beginning and then they get out of it. And they usually turn out okay. But all the littler people who get all excited about it, they invest, they get screwed, and they're usually the littler investors, and it's bad for them. Alright. Well, we killed a bunch of zombies this in-game day, so that's good. We got some food. Didn't find any hemp. The Gen up is going to be very bad because the company's invested so much. The line cannot be allowed to go down. Yeah, now you're going to have a bunch of the companies who, they did their Gen AI push. A lot of those people who were involved in the Gen AI push are going to be let go. Not the higher-ups who made the decisions, but a lot of the engineers and all that. Now, granted, to be honest, a lot of the developers and all that who work on that kind of stuff, they usually do okay. You can actually usually make pretty good money as a developer who you get hired in to do the buzzword, and then the buzzword collapses and you get back out. You got your salary the whole time. Well, hopefully, unless you're in a startup, and then let's just hope you accepted an actual paycheck and not equity. There's a reason it's a joke in software dev. You get the money, you do not take the equity deal. Not unless you are really, really convinced it's a good one. And there's, of the startup pitches I've heard, it's a very short list. Not none, but a very short list. You're like, no, you actually have $1 million idea. Like, very genuinely, stop talking to me and get that going right now. But that's the vast majority of time when I had people give me pitches. Again, it was like, oh, I'm going to use blockchain for this new social network, and you stare at them and going, what are you talking about? Do you understand the words you are saying right now? You know, I'm going to be Facebook, but for musicians, is a pitch, I kid you not, I must have heard at least 20 times in the course of just a handful of years. Entirely different people being like, I got the next $1 million idea, you know, I'd like to talk to you, I'd like to get you on board. I'm like, you know what, sure, let's hear your pitch. And they want you to sign an NDA because they're scared someone's gonna run off with their brand new, original, and interesting idea. and then it's Facebook, but for musicians, or Facebook, but for artists, or Facebook, but for pet owners. And you're just like, dude, please, make sense. Facebook for music. Have you heard of this thing called MySpace? How's it doing right now? Yeah, that's the other one. Isn't that just Facebook? Usually the way that pitch goes when I hear that, by the way, is step one is I go, what is your monetization strategy? And they usually stare at you like you've got 6 heads. That's like, what do you mean? Right, you're planning on starting a business. How are you keeping your lights on? How are you paying your staff? Like, where is the part that someone gives you money? Because that has to happen somewhere. And usually they'll waffle and they'll be like, oh, ads. You're like, all right, well, that's not really viable as a small person, but okay. And then you go, okay, well, here's the next question. So you got this new product. Why do I use your product versus the existing product that is, you know, Facebook, MySpace, Twitter, whatever? And they're like, well, it's for musicians. I'm like, right. But why, as a musician, do I stop using the thing that has everyone on it for the one that doesn't have everyone on it, but now I need to have that other one and your thing as well? And you might have a good reason. I haven't heard one yet, but I do believe there's probably a good reason. And when that pitch happens, someone's probably going to make a lot of money. Never did happen, though. Everyone just like, I want to be Mark Zuckerberg is what they wanted. I want to be rich. I just don't want to have to put effort into it. Please develop my product and give me your money. Yeah, no, it's exact same thing. It's like they want to be rich. They saw a person did a thing and got rich, and they want to do that thing. Failing to realize that person did that thing, and now that thing is done, and they've got to come up with a better or a new thing. And it can be do the thing, but better. But you gotta have a lot of mobility you can get to make. Like, look at Google tried to, you know, Google tried to one-up Facebook with Google Plus, and they even ham-fisted, so just to log on to YouTube and do stuff, you had to have it. And even they couldn't get it to stick. What is you want this but musicians? How are you going to make that work? Google Phone? Man, low-key, I actually liked Google Phone because I would use it to generate like a not my hard-coded number I can never change reasonably. You can change it, but it's a big pain in the butt. And I could just spin up a Google Phone and be like, hey, this group, I really don't want to give you my phone number, but I have to for you to let me continue this transaction. Here's my phone number that redirects to my phone. Oh, you're spamming me now? Well, that number doesn't exist anymore. I miss that. I didn't miss the big headache it was to set it all up, but I do miss you could just give people a number and every so often you just not have that number anymore. Yet your actual thing with doing. That is what track phone is for? Was track phone the, like burner phone kind of thing? Like you could just get a cheap phone? I'm trying to remember. Yeah. Exactly. But it was like the software side was just easier. Google Wave? I remember Google Wave existing. I don't remember what Google Wave was. You know, the whole Google makes a product and kills like 10. That's what we call Tuesday with Google. To be fair, companies like Microsoft aren't a whole lot better. Buy a phone, get 30 minutes of phone, 20 bucks. Yeah, but imagine that, except it doesn't cost 20 bucks, and I don't have to throw a phone away later. That was what Google Phone was for me. It was free. The big old price of absolutely free. And I could just point the number at my phone number, and when I was done with it,
it just stopped existing. I just said, this number, I don't want any more. That's cool, but not really useful. Yeah, Google Voice and Google Phone were basically the same thing. So you don't understand the attraction to Facebook? Oh yeah, no, these days, Facebook doesn't serve much of a purpose. Once upon a time, way back, when, in the olden years, I'm sorry all my fellow millennials, you're about to get a lecture on the internet. We had the first couple of social networks out there, if you want to call them, the likes of LiveJournal, and then later on MySpace. Which MySpace was, ironically, the thing that killed it was the fact that you could do whatever you wanted with your MySpace. So everyone's MySpace was a whole bunch of glittery GIFs, marquees, flashing words, automatically playing MIDI files, and all the pain. And the magic of Facebook was, it wasn't that. It was a social network without that functionality. It did more than that, to be fair. But genuinely, MySpace killed MySpace, and Facebook just happened to be there to catch the falling out. But it was a way to communicate with a bunch of your friends. You gotta think about... Let's see. Oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong. I had a Facebook, or I had a Facebook too. I had a MySpace, and I was 100% guilty of every one of those things except the glitter gifs. I didn't like the glitter gifs. But automatically playing MIDI files? Oh yes. Absolutely I had those. I had like, what was it? The Middle by Jimmy Eat World. I had the entire, like, in-browser MIDI player where you could have, like, 20, 30 songs that it would randomly choose a song all implemented in that thing. A lot of people did. That didn't make me special. The life before DMCA? Yeah. Those were different times. I will say, I don't miss the MIDI player on web pages. I'm glad that stopped existing. I had my joy and my fun with stuff like Hamster Dance and all that. I'm really happy that doesn't exist anymore. It had its time in the sun, there's fond memories, but no, really, I'm glad it's gone. Like, these days we have the automatic playing videos, which are bad enough. But man, I had friends who had some pretty bad taste in music. I had some that had good taste in music. But yeah, so before that, like, the only other way you could really communicate as we had was called Instant Messenger, AOL Online, Yahoo Online, or AIM, or whatever, MSN. And so those are pretty good, except most of those at the time usually didn't get the message till later. They didn't do a good job of storing the messages till you got back. And then, you know, there was a place, you couldn't, like, have a spot that you would leave a message and your friends could all come back and catch it. You had to be, like, one to the other to the other. A lot of that kind of got solved with the likes of Ventrello and TeamSpeak and, you know, all those things. I think ICQ got a system that did that, and I think later on, stuff like AOL and Instant Messenger got, like, where you could create a group, invite people into the group, leave a message, and people could get it. But yeah. So, there was that. It was also, like, Facebook was a way to just share when, like, you know, to celebrate stuff. It's the same thing, like, Ventrilo, whatever happened to it. It's still around, but, mostly Discord. Ventrilo is still around and still works, it's just... Discord did the ingenious thing of taking the advantage of TeamSpeak and Ventrilo, and then saying, what if we also put, like, a forum/message board system in this? Or if you were smart, you had Pigeon? Yeah, I remember when it used to be called Trillion. Date myself real hard. Where Pigeon used to be called Trillion back in the day. Was it Trillion.cc, I think it was? which was amazing because before that I had to have like 7 programs running when I booted up my computer back when like getting 128 megabytes of RAM was pretty amazing. And about 30 of that was allocated to instant messengers. And about 50 of that was to the browser and the rest is the operating system. Good luck running your game. Oh yeah, no, I loved Trillion. Like, one of the things I want to actually be a thing, I mean, I really just want everyone to use Steam. But in lieu of that, I want it so, like, all the things are just connected in the way Trillion was for, you know, Epic and Xbox and Steam and all that. Really, I just don't want to have to deal with multiple platforms is the actual answer. But in lieu of that, I just don't want to deal with having accounts on 30 different things and connected different things. I don't want a bunch of standalone launchers. Like, I've gotten to the point, if it's non-Steam, it doesn't exist. Like, sometimes, like, a DRM-free separate thing that they're selling through a store, sure. Like Star Sector, sure. I get it. I don't want Epic Store. I just don't want to deal with it. I don't care if the game's free. Free is too high a price to pay to deal with it. Different games platform connect all in one place is called the Heroic Launcher. I haven't tried Heroic. I've tried, like, GOG has tried to do a thing like that. I've seen like 2 or 3 of them over the year, and most of them they do like 30-40% of the things I want, but they're missing just a lot of stuff. What's the slowest modem you ever owned? I know I had a 14.4 baud. I feel like, was it 7.8 baud was below that? I feel like I had that. But at that point you're talking like I was a kid at that point, so I wasn't really paying attention to that. Like the first one I bought was a 48.8. Yep, we're wearing a wizard hat. 2400 baud? Yup. I don't remember seeing 24. I know I saw, like, I believe you, because I remember there was like a 30, it was like 32 baud or whatever. There's like some really weird ones in there. I just remember there was a couple of brands, and I remember the ones I saw is I remember liking the US Robotics ones. I think it was 3Com was another brand you get a hold of. I could be wrong about that one. We're digging real deep in the vault here. But I remember, like, when I went to buy, I was like, the US Robotics was like the modem to get at the time. You miss your BBS and door games? Yeah. Dandelion and nettle salad. Sign me up. Just chewy leaves. Chewy leaves and petals. No dressing, no salt, no pepper. This might surprise you, but not very filling. And you see the evolution of music, movie, phone market, all were similar. Hot take. I liked Windows Phone, and I'm sad it's gone. I'm using Android these days, and I miss how well optimized that phone was. It pains me how long it takes me to do everything, like even on a brand new, like, flagship level phone with all the crap removed. Android is just so slow by comparison. Yeah, the long post did get through. It's gonna take me a moment to stop and read it. Man, those Nokias, the Nokia Windows phones, you could put that thing through a wall and it would still hold up. You read about Cory Doctorow's article of speech on enshittification? Oh yeah, no, I haven't read that one. He considered MySpace dying in a big part because platform users used its interface to push their messages on it automatically, which is user order. Once they achieved that, the big platforms made TOSs that made that strategically illegal for themselves, lobbied legislation to enforce it. Ah, I hadn't heard about all that. Yeah, no, I haven't read that write-up on it. I've certainly seen plenty of enshittification. I'm happy for certain things enshittification became word of the year. For those unfamiliar with the term enshittification, it's basically where a product or service becomes worse and worse over time, usually in the pursuit of profit. So the whole thing, like, you might have a feature that was free now, but later is not free, and all that kind of stuff. I mean, like YouTube? I mean, like half the internet. Yeah, no, I would say the poster child for enshittification is Twitter. That straight up went from what it was, which certainly had its problems, to just hot garbage. So like RuneScape, Adobe, yeah, there's no shortage of them. I can't actually speak for RuneScape. I haven't played RuneScape, so I don't know much about that one. Yeah, it's like, you mean choose any major company in tech and their product offering over the last like 20 years. There are exceptions, to be fair, there are exceptions there. But it's a long list of one thing. Oh no, Twitter's making way less money. Sorry, I was saying more. Way less money than it has previously. But that's usually what happens with a lot of those things. Is you make decisions that make you short-term money, usually at your long-term expense. You know, line go up today for line not go up tomorrow. The company I used to work for that is now has been written off and doesn't exist anymore in any meaningful capacity. It still technically exists, but it's basically gone. That was kind of the thing that we ran into, was we got acquired by, well, I mean, first we got acquired by another company in the same like the same business practice, and there was stuff I didn't like that they changed, but it was at least still trying to do the right thing. But then we got acquired by a financial firm who had no idea what the hell they were doing when it came to education. And just within a matter of like 2-3 years, took the company from leading in its industry to literally going out of business. And it's because they just tried to nickel and dime absolutely everything. It's like, nah, you gotta understand, man. This whole bridge is built on like user preference and everything. Like this ride or dies on people's perception of this company. There's just certain industries that's the case, that, you know, customer perception is literally the entire prospect. All right. Let's see. As said, he made a point that most tech markets have gone that way. Governments have given them the tools to do it and abolished anti-competitive legislation. Yeah. No, there's in a lot of cases it's not even that anti-competitive legislation's been abolished, it's just not enforced. Like, it's still on the books, but they didn't have like hard numbers or anything like that. So what does and doesn't qualify, you know, is either gray area or murky, and then even when people very blatantly cross it, a lot of times the punishment is just a cost of doing business amounts, where it's like, oh, I did this egregious thing where I ran my competition out of business by violating law. Oh, I'll pay my $10,000 fine and the billions of dollars I made. That's cool. I'll just go put in the miscellaneous count as a rounding error, right up there with pizza parties.
It's tough. I'm a little salty, just for those who don't know, I've got a bit over 15 years in software development, and it's hard to, like, I think long-term tech will be fine. Short-term, things are bad. Things are real bad. And it's just seeing a lot of my peers, people I very much respect, people who are very diligent workers, being out of work for a long time, and that the offers they are getting are all pretty awful. It's hard not to be a bit jaded right now. I do think it's one of these things that, as a lot of the programs begin to rot because a lot of the qualified people aren't there, and more brain drain happens from people leaving the industry because of the circumstances it's in, we're gonna have a problem with a lot of really not, like, you're gonna have more bugs in your operating systems, more bugs in your games, more bugs in your drivers, or more bugs in your video cards and all that kind of stuff. And we're eventually going to have people get really upset with just how unreliable things are. And then companies will start putting money into trying to right that image because it's hurting their bottom line. And when that happens, things will start to rebound. But that middle point is just not fun. Look at Boeing. Yeah. There's a lot of companies making those lists right now of the companies who they shortchanged too long, and now they're having kind of the reckoning because they're just seeing lots of failures, lots of problems, because that's what happens when you start cutting your good staff. And it's not even that the people they put in there afterwards are necessarily bad or anything. It's just a lot of time you let go a lot of your senior staff. You just got a whole bunch of entry-level people. And, you know, we all make mistakes, especially at the beginning of our careers. And you do need a mix of people. And then a lot of people being underpaid just move around way too much. Not like they move around way too much, not like a negative on them. It's just, if you're being underpaid, you're going to go find someone who's going to pay you better. It's a whole thing. I don't envy any other people dealing with that right now. But on the fun side, I'm not sure if anyone noticed, we're getting way farther down this road than we were previously. Because the body line stopped around here. And you know what? We're making new bodies on this road. Because if you think about it, this road used to be completely overrun by zombies that we couldn't really even move around on here. He was the second former tech developer who ended up being a PC streamer due to the industry's job market. Yeah, well, I mean, it wasn't a planned thing. To be clear, the problem I ran into was the company I went through a bad acquisition, and when I kind of saw the writing on the wall before everything went to hell, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna go on sabbatical. Because I've worked without really any break on a meaningful capacity since I was like 15. And, you know, I was full-time at the age 18. Sorry, that's a lie. I was full-time at 19. I had just turned 19. I had gotten hired while I was 18. I just hadn't worked my first day yet. Wifey. Okay. You sleep well. I love you.
I love you.
You all good? I mean, do you need anything or want anything?
No.
Okay. All right. No, it's just like you're hovering as if you wanted to like ask me a question or something. Okay, you just tired? Okay. All right. I love you.
I love you more.
No college? No. I went to college. I was a full-time college student and a full-time employee at the same time. I've mentioned before at one point in my life I was technically working 5 jobs and a full-time college student at the same time. One of those jobs was a full-time job to add on to that. I was an adjunct college instructor, which is like technically 2 courses a week or whatever. I worked part-time at a local hardware store. There is a large knife on that body I should remember. I ran my own successful computer repair and networking solutions company. And I always forget what the last one was. I hadn't switched over to the city yet. Oh yeah, I was a network administrator as well. The network administrator was the full-time job. And all that. Do I recommend it? God, no. I did that for like 1 semester, and then I quit all but one of the jobs. Oh yeah, and that's my wife too. She's a favorite on the channel. Most of chat is here for her. I just hold them hostage in between sessions of Tomb popping in here. Yeah, Tomb has her own emote. Because my most used emote was the other Taps emote, and it was entirely and exclusively almost used just for when Tomb showed up. So I made her own emote as well. And when I say I made her own emote, I commissioned for her emote to be made. Just to give proper credit. But yeah, so it's just one of those things that, like, I decided I was gonna go on a sabbatical. This is like all before the floor dropped out and all the stuff was happening in tech. I was just like, I want to not be at this company because they're doing things that, like, it's not one of those things you're like, oh, I disagree with the direction this company is going kind of thing. Not like one of those things like, oh, we have creative differences or whatever. It was very much of like, oh, I have very strong ethical reservations of this particular business practice, and I do not want my name associated with it in any way if I can help it. Kind of differences. And plus I saw that the financial company didn't understand the industry they had entered, and I'm like, this is just going to be a burning thing. Granted, I thought they were going to last longer than like 2 years, because they acquired that company and it was just straight down the hole. They wrote the whole company off, like, flat out got, I want to say the investors, because it was the financial firm had a whole bunch of investors under them, I want to say the investors tried to sue them. I don't know whatever happened to that, because I didn't really honestly care. All I cared is the company I really loved, so far as what we were doing, because we were doing a lot of good, stopped existing. That's the part I was salty about. So, like, I just wanted to be out of there, finances were all great, and, like, you know, to this day, I probably still have a lot of weight to my name and my specific specialization, but, like, within my specialization, it was kind of one of those things that, if you were talking about my specialization, at least one person in any conversation probably knew who I was. I don't think that's true anymore. And it isn't to be like, oh, look at me. Big shot here. It was just, I felt very comfortable that if things went bad and I'm like, I need to be in a job now, I could say with confidence I could be right back in a job in a matter of a week or 2. That's not something I believe anymore. Not with the industry and how it is. But yeah, so I went on sabbatical. COVID kicked out at about the same time, but I had just been streaming for fun to a couple of friends in the meantime, and a whole bunch of other people started showing up, like, to those streams, because it was never intended to be a thing. Like, I was just streaming to a handful of friends, you know, whatever. A bunch of other people showed up. I know there was a large knife on there. I have no idea what body it was on. I'm not that worried about it.
But suddenly, like, I had more and more people show up, and it's just like, oh, I might be able to do something with this. And I've been streaming full-time since. Any machetes yet? Yeah, we've had about 5 or so machetes, 4 or 5 machetes. We haven't had one in a good while, though. And if I'm being honest, machete right now, kinda underwhelming. The issue is the machete is 2 encumbrance and is a one-handed weapon, so it real heavy, which means muscle strain is a real big issue with it. I do think it'll be one of those weapons that starts out weak, but once you start getting to like 3, 4, 5 long blade, will probably be really strong. We got to 3 and it started to feel quite a bit better. I'm imagining when you start getting to like 5 long blade, it'll properly shine as being a very solid weapon. But it is a real rough use early on. Like literally 2 zombies and I'd be pushing the edge of red muscle strain. Is all you do streaming on Twitch? Or do you go full content creator? I don't know what the difference in those statements would be. I am a full-time content creator who's primarily on Twitch, yes, if that's what you're asking. Like to me that reads as if you said, I mean, are you saying like multi-platform? Because I do have stuff on YouTube, I do have stuff on Twitch. Twitch is like 90% of what I do. The YouTube is mostly just VODs. I've tried doing edited content on there on and off, but I do put in a lot of hours streaming on. Oh, sorry, I mean like multi-platform? Yeah, right now I am streaming on both YouTube and Twitch, but like Twitch is 90+% of my audience. Like to give you the comparison, we're at probably 220 give or take viewers on Twitch and about 15 on YouTube. But that's not unusual for live streaming on YouTube. YouTube live streaming is actually a very, very, very low viewership for most people unless they specifically grew their audience on YouTube by being big on edited videos to begin with. YouTube is pretty off when it comes to promoting live streams. I did stream to TikTok for a while. I didn't even stop with any of, like, we don't need to get into the politics of what's going on there, but even before all of the politics around that, I decided to stop streaming on TikTok because you had to use their TikTok live, like, live editor, whatever garbage, and that software was so terrible. Like, its optimization was awful. It just gobbled up CPU for no reason. I had to, like, every time I wanted to change a game or whatever, I had to, like, put 3 different, like, I had to put the same information, like, 4 different places. It's just one of those things like, nah, this is like legitimately detracting from the Twitch stream, which again is my main thing. I'm like, all right, this gotta go. This is just too much overhead. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. It was also interesting because, like, it's not that you can't get yourself like a steady following on TikTok. You very much can, but that I wouldn't say is like the main use case. You will have people have like the person they follow, but a lot of TikTok is people just popping in and out, popping in and out, popping in and out. And so it's wild that you'd have some days you'd have literally 1,000+ viewers show up, and then the next day you'd be streaming to like 5, and then later on you'd be streaming to 200. It was just everywhere. I also don't make content that particularly caters well to TikTok. So you missed the TikTok? I didn't do a TikTok dance. That's what it's saying is, I make the content like I do here. If I want to define success on TikTok, I have to change the format of my content. Realistically. TikTok, you very much have to perform in the moment. You feel like TikTok Shorts or YouTube Shorts and TikTok content is where it's at. Not really the live stream they offer. Yeah, so the shorts get lots of eyeballs. I would say YouTube Shorts is also guilty of the same problem that TikTok has, in that your viewer retention, so far as like people coming back to your channel on Shorts, isn't very good, versus the edited videos is much better, but you get the best discoverability out of Shorts. So it's kind of, you get them into your channel through the shorts and then hopefully hook them over to an edited video to then get them to be like, oh no, I really like what this person's doing. I'm gonna catch back in yet. Which that's honestly what a lot of people on Twitch use their edited content for on YouTube, is they do try to get that stuff out there to get you to see their stuff, to then be like, but I want more, and then, you know, bounce them over to Twitch. Let's see, is it still difficult to, be TikTok confirmation with where you're... TikTok confirmation with you're allowed to talk about and whatnot? That's a big purple... I'm sorry, I'm... TikTok confirmation... Oh, you... TikTok confirmment. Oh, you're trying to say where you're able to stream on TikTok? Being able to stream at all on TikTok is pretty easy through their editor. You need very little to get started with that. Oh, conformant? Yeah, TikTok is weird. So, the one I ran into is I very often got flagged that my content needed to be flagged as, like, for adults. When I was doing stuff like streaming, you know, city skylines and all that. So there is definitely a thing where people don't like what you're saying, so they report your channel under, like, that you've broken TOS or whatever. That is a very genuine problem they have on TikTok, and that was another thing that made me, like, not want to deal with it. I have a friend on the platform here on Twitch who also streams over to TikTok, and it's probably a thing like every couple of months he'll get his channel suspended temporarily, even though he didn't break rules. Yeah, so it's not even... I mean, it is stricter. You are correct. I would actually... I mean, there's different things they're strict about, too. It is stricter, you're not wrong. But I would say that's not even as much of the problem, so much as their enforcement. If enough people report you, it doesn't matter whether or not you've actually broken the rule. They'll still suspend you. And then it's almost you have to prove you're innocent kind of thing. And it's been a whole thing. We're still pollless. I need one more hemp to do that. You also assume that the TikTok flag's blood decal on Project Zomboid if you have it enabled, since China white blood, not red. Yeah, I don't know. I didn't run into that one, and that may have been because of, like, channel size or whatever over there. I know I heard that one. That's part of the thing that really... I think that's one of the things that I really found difficult, was it was very difficult to figure out what you were and were not allowed to do on the platform. Whereas generally speaking, if you take the time to look into the rules on Twitch, you usually know if you're breaking the rules. Like, it's not a big surprise. Like, I could see someone not realizing some terminology they were using is a slur or something in some other language, like someone deliberately baiting people into that kind of thing. But usually that's one of those ones where you get, like, a temporary slap on the wrist and they say, hey, don't do that, and you don't do that, and you're fine. Versus, like, TikTok, it felt like your channel's suspended because of TOS violations. And you're like, what violations? And they're like, well, we're not gonna tell you. And so you have to try and go back and be like, what were the things that happened before I got suspended? And kind of figure out what exactly happened. And that was one of the things that really convinced me to just stop bothering. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Twitch has its own problem enforcement. Like, I'm not saying any of them are perfect. But, like, I definitely have seen that TikTok is, like, an outlier in the frequency I see that happening. Okay. They're just doing a lap around the... Oh, I need to check my knife supply. We're probably getting low, aren't we? Yeah, so I've got one knife on me. I wonder if there's a hate raid campaigns, user groups report creators they want to get suspended. It wouldn't surprise me, because like I said, I know it's an issue that they run into where people pop into a channel, and a lot of times, and it can even be like one person botting, but like, you'll say something like, you know, there'll be some person who drops in and says some like incel garbage. You'll be like, hey, we're not gonna allow that kind of stuff here. Like, that's not cool, man. And then you get reported. And it's not that like TikTok, that's like their views or whatever as a platform that they're trying to enforce it. It's just someone got all upset, you know, because you disagreed with their politics, and then they just start like mass reporting you. Because I know I had a number of times, and it was, oh man, what was it? I can't remember if it was RimWorld? No, it wasn't RimWorld. It was, I was playing Farm Sim. Because I remember I was getting reported as having inappropriate content while I was playing Farm Sim. And it was because the person wanted me to be playing a different game. And so they were reporting me again and again anytime I was playing Farm Sim, because they didn't like Farm Sim. And I can't remember what the other game I had been playing, whether it was RimWorld or Project Zomboid. There was some other game they wanted me to play. I don't remember even what it was. But I distinctly remember I was getting confused because I kept getting, like, it's just, it doesn't like suspend your account or whatever. It's just on the top of your chat. It'll be like your, you know, channel has been flagged as inappropriate for children or something like that. And it wasn't like the conversation I was having was like an adult conversation or anything like that. It was just I was playing Farm Sim, and the person didn't want to see Farm Sim. Which to me, look man, if that's the case, go away. If I could see who it was, I would have just banned the person, been like, there, I've solved your problem. But you don't have that functionality over there. Oh man, another annoying thing that the TikTok live studio, whatever it was, has is every single time someone joins your chant, like joins the thing or leaves, it notifies you. It puts it on the top and you can't turn it off. So you have this thing that's just constantly going, John has joined, John has left, this person joined, this person's left. It's just like, oh my god, please. Like, there was no, like, ping or anything, because that would have gotten deleted immediately if there was. But it was just kind of this thing where there's just this text flashing in the corner of my eye constantly. Yeah, did I mention that software was garbage? Like, don't get me wrong, if I really want to, I can drill into OBS, sorry, Firebot, and I can see who is I can do it just through the browser on Twitch. I can see who is watching the thing. Generally speaking, I advise content creators to not watch that information, and I don't watch it myself. The only exception is if someone's causing some trouble, and they claim like, oh, well, I'm out, I won't be back. There's every once in a while I'll be curious, and I'll be like, alright, let's see if that person's actually gone. I'll check the viewer, and I'm like, yeah, they're still there. Sometimes they're gone. But yeah. Let's see, so what you're saying is from now on, every time you pop in and out, you shouldn't chat, Haroomp has joined, Haroomp has left. No. like, by all means, I appreciate people saying, like, hey, how's it going? Like, you know, it's good to see you. Like, that, all that's positive. And even people saying, all right, well, you know, heading to bed or whatever, that's fine too. Like, that's nothing wrong with that. Now, don't do the thing where, like, if you're a content creator, don't hop into someone else's channel. It's like, all right, time for me to go stream. Like, unless me and the other person have, like, an understanding that it's all in good fun and jest or whatever. But, like, definitely don't do that to someone else's channel. It's literally against Twitch etiquette according to, like, their own documents. Doesn't mean it's against TOS. But, like, they're like, yeah, don't do that. Alright, time to go stream. It's like, oh yeah, if you want to find yourself banned from a channel really fast, that is a very fast track to getting banned, is be like, alright, well, I'm gonna go stream in someone else's channel. Again, different if you have some understanding with the other person and all that. Like, if you're like, cool, it's fine, like, you know, are you gonna go stream? Like, that's fine. But don't just do it. That's what anime fans do. They send each other people to our channels. I mean, people that, like, I shout other channels. Like, I've done it on the channel when there's like a big charity event going on. I've jokingly been like, why are you here and not in the charity? Like, you know, I appreciate you being here. Today is the day you're not supposed to. Like, that kind of thing. I've done that before. Or, like, if I know someone's doing a special event. Like, sometimes I'll be like, hey, they're doing a special event. If you're interested, go check them out. I don't do that often. You have a buddy of yours who has a friend who does that? Yeah, that's one of those ones you grab your friend and be like, hey man, I like appreciate you're also trying to do your thing, but like, it's kinda effed up, man. Like if it's clear it's uncomfortable, like it's uncomfortable, it's like, hey man, that is not cool actually. And at that point, it's on the other person to make the decision, do they keep doing it? And then maybe we're not friends anymore because I've set a boundary and they said, nah. Or do they go, oh, my bad, I'll stop doing that. And for the record, like, I have a lot of people that when they, I mean, I shout out pretty much all the other creators I know. And I know there's people who pop in here who are creators that I miss shouting you out. It's really hard to keep track of everyone who is streaming, like whether they're trying to grow a channel or they're just doing it as a hobby or whatever. And I do forget people and I do feel bad when that happens and I realize it's happened. But at the same time, like, it's kind of on me to shout people out. Like, my mods will actually do the shout-out command a lot of time, but it's kind of on me to be like, yeah, I'm going to plug this person's stream, whatever. And you'll have a lot of times that someone will be, you know, who streams, they'll pop in, it won't be a raid or anything, it'll be like, hey, you know, what are you doing on stream? You know, check out this person. Speaking of which, I totally forgot. I need a shout-out for Pankararu. Greatest pink squid on the internet. Fellow content creator. Really good times over there. Been playing some, was it Resident Evil 4 I saw you playing earlier today? I think that was today. I'm pretty sure that was today. I might have the wrong Resident Evil. It's a Resident Evil something. I'm not super knowledgeable on the Resident Evil series. I played a couple of them, and, you know, they're fine. They just didn't hold my attention. Did I have a poisonous berry in my bag? Get this out of here. I'll get Pink out of here in a minute. What's the weight up to? Probably at 75, but we're losing because I don't have a new fishing pole. So let me go ahead and do that shout out real fast.
For those who don't know Pancraro, again, greatest pink squid on the internet. Lots of fun chaos over there. The joke we have is has lots of jingly key kind of redeems, so where we have like a very quiet chill thing. Hank has all sorts of fun redeems where you can have like different gifts of like bears rubbing up against trees and all sorts of things pop up. Lots of chaos over there, but you know, fun chaos. You gotta try Resident Evil 2 and Resident Evil 4 remakes? Right, but I've played a couple Resident Evil and none of them really, they just weren't my thing. I very much did not appreciate the camera in a lot of the earlier ones. It's fine. Everyone's got their things. Hey, Pierce, thank you so much. I appreciate you popping over and thank you for the follow and all that stuff. Not to say that they're bad games. They're just not really games that super held me. Like, I played one of them with my brother. I feel like it was 6. I don't remember. I'm probably completely wrong on which one it was. It's supposed to be one of the really good Resident Evils, and we did play all the way to the end, and I found the ending sequence to be absolutely some of the least fun I've had in gaming, because it was just a long series of QuickTime events. And I was like, oh my god, please, just let me fight the enemy. Stop randomly throwing a screen. I gotta be like, oh, gotta start mashing AB. Oh wait, there's Q. Gotta start mashing all these other buttons. Oh wait, I had to hit this button at this time. I hate QuickTime events. There's some that can be fun, but half the time, like, just let me play in your normal game engine. Don't give me a video file that then has me push a button at the right time. Because half of the time, all those is you have to play through it 2 or 3 times till you learn what buttons you're going to be pushing when what things happen. And it's especially hard for me because I don't use a QWERTY keyboard, and half the games that do QuickTime events like that don't support non-QWERTY keyboards, which means I have to do the whole translation in my head of, okay, it's told me to push W. What was that on my keyboard? And usually just takes 1 or 2 times to, like, switch my brain over. But there's a lot of games notorious for that, and that's a frustration when it's a really, like, really time-sensitive thing. Versus, I don't mind this. If there was, like, a button when a zombie grabs you, you have your, like, counter button. Do you use Dvorak? Yes, I do. Like, if there was the counter grab button, you know, you just learn the counter grab button is whatever. If it's the counter grab button and it randomly chooses a button on your keyboard, I don't like those mechanics. I don't want to, like, if I wanted to play Whack-A-Mole, I would go to the one remaining arcade, and I would put in a quarter, and then I'd follow it up with 4 more quarters because arcades are really expensive now, and I'd go play Whack-A-Mole. And by that I mean I wouldn't find Whack-A-Mole, so I'd settle for Skee-Ball. That's not true. You got Dave & Buster's. I take that back. You've got Dave & Buster's, they got pinball, they got a bunch of like really fancy machines, and then they've got machines that are literally just mobile games, but big. But you get the idea. If I wanted Whack-A-Mole, I'd play Whack-A-Mole. What I wanted to be doing is playing a third-person action RPG where I stab a zombie in the face. Yeah, the one in arcades near Large City has Flappy Bird arcade machine. Yeah, I've seen that. The Flappy Bird arcade machine. They have just like straight up Angry Birds and all that, and you just kind of go, you know, I mean, it translates really easily to an arcade machine. And considering how hard it is to find arcade machines, it is a way to get a young audience to mess with an arcade game. Because they'll walk in there, they'll be like, what is this? And you can kind of get them in and be like, hey, let's play that game you know, but on the big screen. Alright, now that we've done that, check out this other, not mobile game. I don't know. I don't have kids, so I don't have to worry about these things. All I know is I haven't seen a skee-ball machine that hasn't been in dire straits in a long time. You don't just like spamming 1 to play a game? Oh, I've gotten to the point like the games have the button mashing thing. That is a real big thing where it's like if fishing in Project Zomboid was like, oh, I caught the fish. Reeling it in. I am so tired of those mechanics. Like, dude, please. The NES called. It wants its mechanics back. My finger hurts thinking about it. Let's see, you just had $1 million idea, whack a Rual. If you program it for me, I'll give you a 50% stake in the company. Yeah. You've worked at arcade for the past 10 or so years. Most of the machines are straight up just Xboxes with giant metal boxes. That's actually not untrue of the old machines. If you look at the really old machines too, the entire giant wooden cabinet is just a couple of buttons wired up and then like 1 circuit board in the back. Like, arcade machines are surprisingly simple machines. Like, I think the coin thing is the most complicated piece of the hardware in that machine. I mean, I guess technically the screen, but not counting that the screens are thing, the coin return thing has more mechanical stuff going on it that you gotta worry about. Oh, you know what? Do you know what I miss even less? I don't have my controller here. My controller's here somewhere. Where's my controller? Nah, it's fine. I don't miss... Who remembers this one? You get your thumbstick and you start doing the whole, like, you're on the thumbstick, like, going the whole way around it again, so you have to do, like, the rotation. Oh my god. You get done and, like, the edges of your thumb would just be all chewed up. And then you just snap the top of the thumbstick off eventually. But then you'll drop out of chat. For a bit, run updates on your phone, watching on the laptop. So you can't chat, you got that. Man, that was a mechanic. Like, I remember enjoying that as a kid. And just N64, the later PlayStations, Xbox, they all did it. They all did it. And I get it. When you're looking at the controllers back in the day, especially like the old NES and Super Nintendo, you had like 6 or 8 buttons to work with. You had to come up with some combination to do with that. Versus, you know, the keyboard with its 60 or like 200 or whatever. It's like 200 some buttons. I mean, it depends on your format. But the point is, a hell of a lot of... No, was it 128? It doesn't matter. The point is, you had a heck of a lot more buttons to deal with. So controllers are like, we want to make this different. Well, pushing Y or triangle, you know, doesn't feel like you earned it. You didn't do enough for it. Here, let's throw in 4 other buttons that you have to push in like rapid succession. You have to do like the rowboat where you go like A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B. But then you go too fast and it double registers the push. So it doesn't count either the A or the B. And so you just have your character stop moving. And you're just going like, oh my god, please. And then your B button starts to get sticky. And so you have to be like, alright, am I tearing this stupid thing apart and cleaning it up? Oh, the little rubber pad on the bottom's worn out. Cool, man. Let me get the alcohol swab and clean up the contact. Which eats up the rubber pad, by the way. There's a reason I don't console game anymore. I have done my time in the dungeon. For the record, I think console gaming is totally fine. Don't let me yuck your yum. There is a lot of advantages in console gaming that you buy the game, you push the start button, and it starts. And there is certainly value in that. I don't miss a lot of things that came with it, though. Comings behind them are horrible. I mean, yeah, I would. There's definitely some consoles that I have stronger opinions about than others. And I mean, there's definitely all of them have skeletons in their closet, let's be fair. It's just kind of one of those things that, I don't know, like, right now with the stuff Sony's been doing, I could not, like, even if PC gaming didn't exist, that's not what I needed to do. I don't know why I did that. I could not see myself buying a PlayStation right now. You head to sleep? But you have a 6th stream. Look forward to checking out again. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here. Yeah, no. My big thing, and PC has done this as well, to be fair and critical of everyone we should be fair and critical of. It is absolutely a thing that has also occurred on PC. Is my big pet peeve is exclusives. And Xbox and PlayStation and Nintendo are all super guilty of them. We're like, no. You want to play this game? Not only do you have to plunk down the $60, $70 it is for that individual game, but you also got to plunk down the $500, $600, $700, $800 for the thing to play on it. Did you want that one game? Well, congratulations. That is a $760 game. It's like, dude, but it can, like, my computer can handle that. Well, I'm sorry. You gotta buy this thing. Or you'd buy the Xbox, but it came out on the PlayStation and it's exclusive. It's like, well, I'm not buying both of them. That's a hell of a lot of money. You know, I'm a broke college student. I can't afford that. I need a computer to do my stuff for work and my degree. So I already own a system that costs me hundreds and hundreds of dollars. Oh yeah, and you have to pay for your internet, then you have to pay for your console's internet separately, because it's got its own subscription thing. Yeah, I think the last system I owned was an Xbox 360, and I only got it, like the previous system I had purchased before that was an N64. And the only reason I got it was I was doing development that there had been belief that we might consider putting it on an Xbox 360. It didn't happen. So I think the entire time I owned that system, I bought like I think I got like 2 games for it. I believe I got given to me for Christmas. And I think one of them is still in the plastic wrapping. Let's see, when Twilight Princess came out with the Wii, you borrowed your brother's Wii, your friend's CD, and then bought a TV from Radio Shack and returned it 15 days later after you finished the game. I usually feel bad about, because I used to work the retail and all that. I'd feel bad about returning the TV, but like, you get it. Like, it's a lot of money. You're like, look, man, I got all the peripherals. Just let me install the stupid game on the thing I want. Don't artificially block me. Is that the Snoot TV? Is that the Snoot TV? Dropping a raid in my channel? How dare you? No, but all really, thank you so much, Snoot. I really do appreciate it. I'm not the Snoot TV. But let me go ahead and get you a shout out. For those who don't know Snoot, absolutely fantastic content creator. I'm literally writing shout_TV. Just calling I did shout_out. This is not going well. Snoot TV. There we go. That's how the commands. Rhetorical raid. The Snoot? Yeah, the Snoot. I'm gonna make that a thing now. Right, you've been playing Valheim. Yeah, so my brain, I don't know why I'm struggling, but for those who haven't checked out Snoot, absolutely fantastic content creator. We have collabed with Snoot before. Snoot was one of the people involved in hosting the Unfriendly Neighbors experience we did in Project Zomboid Build 41, where for those who didn't see that, it was basically me, Snoot, Kildrix, Digwood, and Brildane, I believe, was everyone involved. if I'm forgetting someone, I feel really bad. I think that was everyone. That the entire idea was we all wanted to kill each other. But murder is just below bar. We're better than that. So the idea was we were trying to get each other killed without, you know, direct murder. So doing stuff like creating dangerous situations for each other. And I know I got 2 or 3 people killed. The one that was the most merciless was Brill Dane, where I just straight up drug a raid right over top of her while she was typing something up. But yeah, so it was a whole big thing. So actually, I don't think it'll be after Unstable. As far as multiplayer goes, I don't think we're going to see it in the short term. I think we're thinking at least months until we see multiplayer, and it's probably not a low number. I would say 3 as the absolute minimum. And it could be more. But I don't like it'll still be the Unstable branch. Like that'll probably like that would be right in line with what they did with Build 41, is they released it on the Unstable branch and it stayed there for a while, and then eventually it went to Unstable multiplayer and then quickly became the actual release. With all that said though, it's gonna be a while. But yeah. But also, Snoot doesn't just do Product Zomboid. Snoot's been playing Valheim lately. And has been pretty new to Valheim, so checking all that out. I believe you're new to Valheim. I'm pretty sure you were. If not, correct me. But doing all that, Snoot also has a really absolutely fantastic VTuber avatar. So if Pank Raru is still around and you have not checked out Snoot, you have to have. With us being in the same circles, you have to have checked out Snoot. If not, you're missing out. But Snoot's got a really fun avatar. Of a Dick, which is a fantastic small deer-like creature with like a little elephant snoot. But really a fantastic thing. But has also played Product Zomboid, has also played RimWorld, has also played Valheim. Lots of overlap in our audiences. Definitely good times over there. It is one of the channels I do tune into quite a lot. You have an 8 a.m. meeting, gotta get ready for bed, take care. Absolutely, you enjoy your sleep and all that. You have yourself a good meeting and all that good stuff. And again, welcome in Raiders. Also, Snoot does a lot of art on their channel, so you can enjoy all sorts of wonderful art. Oh, actually, we can even do this. We've got multiple things that are Snoot's fault on this channel. So let me go ahead, and we've got my wonderful emote here, thanks to Snoot. The wonderful cursed emote. It's so much more horrifying, gigantified, but it's fun. Like, it's horrifying in a fun way. Like, I adore it. I forget what it is. Snoot does a thing that you can get, like, a special emote made that is, like, Uncanny Valley kind of thing, where they just, you know, put it together really fast. Like, it's, what's the word? I've done it before on the channel for, like, a charity thing. Oh, yeah, no, where I would do a drawing where I would do it well, or I would do it MS Paint style. Scrungle, that's the one. She'll do a scrungle. So it's like the really fast and messy, you know, get it done. And some of them are wonderful. I mean, they're all wonderful, but some of them are actually legitimately good. But again, fun times over there. It is a channel I spend a lot of time at, so definitely recommend. But everyone popping in with that raid. For those who don't know me, I am Rual Storge. You play a variety of games here on Twitch. I am most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed, 135,121 zombies killed in one character in one life. That also had no mods to change itemization or vehicles, and was on very sweaty try-hard settings. That said, that record has been beaten, hence the past tense. And all those things that I said, Snoot also plays these. Flip that around, I also play those. So, like, I play RimWorld, I have done, like, Product Zomboid, obviously. I have done Valheim in the past. Admittedly, it's been a very long time. We have done lots of simulation games like Farming Simulator and all that. We've done Stardew Valley, Coral Island, a whole lot of fun stuff here. If you enjoy my content, you'll probably enjoy Snoot's, and I would assume it goes the other way around. I don't know. You're adults. You can figure it out. And if you're not an adult, don't tell me because I'll ban you. Yes, technically, people, I think it's 15 with parental consent can be here, and I don't mind you being here. I don't want to know you're here. because while I'm not like an 18 plus channel, you know, you're not supposed to talk about your age, and if you're a minor, you really shouldn't talk about your age. The internet, kind of a scary place sometimes. Let's see, you're discovering that the Valheim onboarding relies a bit on veteran players telling new players how to do things. Oh yeah, no, Valheim does not teach you much. There's some stuff it gives you pretty easy, and then there's some stuff that you're like, I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Like, just figuring out how to get your first boss is a whole thing. They're like, I heard there's bosses in this game. How doth thou boss? What if you're 300 or older, considered a child among your people? Then you've got a very complicated situation that probably needs the advisement of a lawyer or an accountant. Does that mean I'm an accountant or a lawyer? That's something you should probably ask an accountant or a lawyer. I'm just quoting City Skylines 2, by the way. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Sue found out how to boss. She was not ready to boss. I remember doing that my first time. I remember being like, oh, here's how I do the boss.
Thank you.
I think I
Pinball,
won.
for subscribing for 1 month.
And thank you for the Prime Gaming sub, Pinball. I really do appreciate that. And I do hope you enjoy your advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes. This was 15 years ago today you moved Istanbul and lived there for 2 or 3 years. Not Constantinople? Long time gone? Rosden talks for law from officers. Don't spread rumors like that. That is not true. For the record, I am not a lawyer. I have no experience or education in proper legal. I'm also not an accountant. I hate doing accounting. I only do my own taxes sometimes when they're not super complicated, which as a content creator is not very often anymore. I do miss the days when my taxes were simple, what is my income? Here are my expenditures. Okay, go away. That's not true, it's never that easy. But you get the idea, that it was easier. But to catch up what we got going on right now, we are playing on sweaty tryhard settings in Project Zomboid. It may look like this is not a very busy place, but I can assure you, the population of zombies we have in this game, utterly terrifying. We are running on 16 times population, which is the absolute max that the game supports out of box. And before anyone goes and says, well, actually, if you set it to uniform, technically you'll get... like, shh. Shh. Go back in your corner, it's okay. But either way, we got the max amount of zombies the game supports, not counting uniform, because uniform is totally busted as heck. And we've got the helicopter keeps coming back again and again and again and again and again, and it's terrible. So like if you look at our cool little map here, I've been marking out the places I made utterly cursed with the helicopter. So all these skull areas, those are places I don't want to go back to because I have dumped entirely too many zombies there. And I walk over there thinking it's a good idea, and then I'm very quickly corrected when my frame rate starts to die. And if I continue doing it, my character will shortly follow the frame rate. We did find the fun skull area. Which, for the record, we are actually trying to push into one of the fun skull areas, because that's Irvington. Our current goal right now is if I zoom in this map, I can't do it. Right down there, you see, I'll just pull up the actual map once the zombie's dead. Okay. I just had to stab in the jugular real fast. So our current thing, if you're trying to figure out where we're going to the big thing I marked target with big arrows pointing in with a gas can icon. You can probably guess what's going on here. There's gas there. I want it. It's mine. It just doesn't know it yet. We are right now here. My car is there. My car has a generator in it. I've got the magazine already read. I just need this down here and hooked up, and I've got gas for as long as I really need it. And here we have Home Sweet Home. So you get the idea. So we're getting really close here. We just got that home stretch, and I believe this is in the same cell as we are now. I believe this is a cell here. I don't know where the bottom edge of it. So it should really be just bullying through the little handful of zombies here. My hope is to get to that gas station, not this in-game day, but this stream day. Yeah, we are in the home stretch. But the game has been trolling us really hard. The new cell-to-cell migration thing they've got going on, really rough at times. Really, really rough. Where you're like, everything is fine. Oh, look. Like 300 zombies rolling into my front yard. Well, okay, I'm gonna go live in the woods for a little while and then try and reclaim my thing. Yeah, no, I know my weight's going down. I need 2 or 3 more hemp so I can make more twine. Because I accidentally used my spare twine to make something. I have no idea what. I just don't have it anymore. I think it was probably the axe. Or axes. So I gotta make more. But I've already got like 19... This game does not want you to have a house around this time. Yep. Yeah, so I need to make more twine so I can make another fishing pole. And all that. Something tells me you just, as you get gas. Oh yeah, no, probably. When was our last helicopter? What day was that? Last helicopter was over here. The 16th. So I got 4 more days until the next helicopter can happen. And that's the earliest. It doesn't necessarily happen on the 10 days apart, but it can happen on 10 days apart. And then just like every day longer, you just assume there's a higher chance of it happening. It's not technically. There is going to be like, it has to happen between N or Y days. I just don't know. Like I know 10 is the minimum. I don't know what the maximum is. So for every day we don't have it, that, you know, the range gets smaller and therefore the odds gets higher. I'm gonna take a day off this week. I mean, normally I take Thursdays and Fridays off. Yeah, no, I'm gonna definitely take a day, at least, let me say this. I will probably be taking a day off this week because I know me and Tomb have plans. That said, those plans may or may not go as late as stream time, and then it depends on what we do when we get home. Because it just become the point that, like, when I get home in the evenings, if I'm gonna game, I might as well stream. And I've been pretty bad about doing any type of, like, a video editing for YouTube or anything like that. So I've just been kind of leaning on the streaming side of it, which is good and bad. We've been seeing a lot of good growth on the channel on Twitch, but it does mean I'm also putting a lot of my eggs in one basket, which I try to avoid doing normally. I just not been having good luck having stuff land on YouTube. You know you lost stuff type? You didn't know if you're gonna make it up? Yeah, no, we've already been making up. Like this Thursday and Friday I just streamed. I've also been doing long stream, but that's not really been to make up for anything, per se. It's just kind of getting into the groove with Project Zomboid and being like, you know, I'm already up. I'm already doing it. We can just keep going. Alright. So we can keep going a little bit more. Yeah, we're only on our first tick of dehydration. Yeah, so where I kept telling people with the way 16 times pop works is you meat grind for a line and it feels like you make 0 progress for a long time. And then suddenly you start noticing the numbers start like appreciably thinning and then you just kind of stroll in the next day. This is what I mean. Where we were just meat grinding that and I'm just walking down the highway now. We're just rolling on in, and this will go usually until we hit the next, like the next part of the grid, the next cell, and then that process repeats. I'm pretty sure That gas station, I think it's in this cell. It might only be a little bit in this cell, but I'm pretty sure it's in this cell. If it's right on the edge of the cell, that'll be a little harrowing because every time I run up and I start it, I'm gonna have a rough time. But that at least gives me an option that we can go over there, park the car next to the gas pump, kill a bunch of zombies, then turn on the generator, fill up, and then turn off the generator and back off. Till we start like clearing in there and all that. But yeah, it won't be long before it's time for me to move the car up. I want to say there's a trailer on the west side of the road. So when I clear that trailer, I'll move the car up to that trailer's location. Okay. Alright, meta event, let's finish this one. Zombies going south. That is a perfect meta event for what we want. If the zombies are going south, that should actually be drawing the zombies away from where I'm trying to clear. Okay, sorry if that picked up on the mic. I thought I muted, I'm not sure if I did. I had to clear my throat, my apologies. Do you need electricity to pump the gas? Yes. So what you would do is you just put the generator by the gas pumps, and then when you turn on the generator, as long as the gas pumps, I think it's like 15 or 20 tiles is the distance. As long as they're in that range, it will let you use the gas pump. Hey, Smoker Silver, how's it going? But yeah, that southbound meta event should be really good for us. Got a couple who are like trying to consolidate after that. Yeah, so that trailer, once I clear to the trailer properly, then we'll pull the car forward. I genuinely might, as long as we don't have like a helicopter, well, we can't have the helicopter next to me. As long as we don't have some disruption, I might just drive the car down here tomorrow. Let's see, but you need a hose for a can funnel siphon gas to the car to get the generator started? I don't believe so, but you might be right. That'd be disappointing if this is the case. I do have the hose. As far as like a funnel and all that, this would be news to me that I need a funnel. I don't think you need a funnel. If I do, I do. The point is, regardless, the car, you know, isn't going anywhere without gas, and it's very low on gas, and the gas is down there, so the car is going down there. If the car ends up sitting there next to the pump and looks at it longingly for a while, that's just the reality we live in. Oh, that's gonna be useless. Just gonna show me glasses the whole way. Yeah, so if people remember, this is about where I was getting stopped before. That we were just meat grinding right around here, and just suddenly we're halfway down the highway. Lamp says the thing for... I know the hose is required. I don't believe the funnel was required is the catch. You do not need the funnel or the hose to pump. It works like real life, just nozzles. Right, the question was filling up the generator. That's the question. The generator needs gas. Because my assumption is if I got like a little bottle and I put gas in a little bottle, I wouldn't need a hose or anything for a little bottle. Yeah, and I'm assuming
Like, I'll probably find a gas can in the gas station. Worst case, if I get a water bottle, I can fill it up with gas or something like that. Yeah, so there's a rubber hose. Okay. You know what they say about assumptions? No one has them. And the first one is definitely 100% right. Absolutely. See, we're on the same page. If I just assume something, it's right. That's how this works. I shouldn't really be foraging on the way back with how dark it is getting, but I am... Oh. I am hoping I get that last unit of hemp. Because we get that last unit of hemp, then we'll end up doing that. Most of the canned food is trash, so far as calories go. I think we actually, you know what? I think we do have the beef. At this point, though, I might not be able to get enough out of it. I have to turn this off because I can't see what I'm doing. Oh, I thought that was a zombie there when it zoomed out so far. Alright. I mean, that's 400 calories. That's not terrible. The mac and cheese is decent calories, but you actually have to cook it now. It was a thing, like, before you'd see that box of mac and cheese, and you could just right-click on it and eat it, and your character liked it. But, they changed that. Which, you know, good on them, because the idea of eating raw mac and cheese and, like, the little cheese packet with no liquid and all that sounds horrifying to me. Yeah, but no zombies floating around here. And is that all the food? Nope, we got 2 more. Okay. Alright, so the downside is I'm basically out of knives. So I will need to get more knives. That's been a long time coming. Oh yeah, no, it's just you cook it. That's straightforward. You just cook it. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Oh, right, I had the flint nodule there, that's fine. Because, yeah, I think you just need, like, a cooking pot or whatever of water, and then you can, it's like the same way you make, like, stew and all that. It's just, you make mac and cheese.
You also have booking and stash? I have 2 books I can stash. I'm reading them. We're actively reading these. Not right now, because they're dark. Alright. Okay, so let's see. So I've got a couple flint nodules. What am I missing for more knives? I've got a sharpened flint, I've got 2 blades, I've got some handles. Okay, so I actually have some stuff I can make more right now. If it was light enough. So worry about that in a minute. You can become handles. Oh, you know what I need to do? If we go to the right here, we've got that farm. There's a good chance I could find hemp in the farm. So I could do this really fast while we're waiting. Yeah, because now we should be transitioning to farmland. I've had the best odds when I'm looking for hemp in farmland. Because we get the 1 more unit of hemp, we can get the, Oh, it's a lime. I was like, can't remember. Because we had the best unit getting the hemp in this type of zone. And if we get the 1 more, we can keep our weight. Because right now, yeah, we just crossed into low weight. So we're now taking a damage penalty for being underweight again. So I wanna get my weight back up. Because otherwise it's going to take extra hits to kill zombies. And that adds up pretty quick to just more muscle strain and all that. And that's what I get for fast forwarding while fishing. Because that resulted in me breaking my line. And we're finding lots of just other food. Oh yeah, I can go ahead. Make the radius larger. I'm not gonna bother. Because you really had a lot of setbacks in this weight gain. The house over got run twice. And as soon as you got the settle, you lost your line. Yeah, no, that was, like I said, that was me fast forwarding because I didn't want to keep waiting on it. Like, it wouldn't be so bad. It just, what they need to make it do is that when the fish gets hooked, that fast forward ends. If that happened, that'd be fine. Finding plenty I can eat, but we're not finding what I need. Because when it's light, we go back to the house, we'll go ahead and make the knives I can. Because it looked like I can make like 6 or 7 knives. Pretty soon we have to take the pickaxe, and I am going to have to go. At the pace of Product Zomboid Dead, that's a 6-month ask.
I mean, the devs take their time. I actually really appreciate the way the Project Zomboid devs tackle everything, and that they just take their time about it. They don't usually set dates. Yeah, it is a thing that, like, the Build 42, the branch got out where it's a little bit rougher shape, but I don't know. I've been pretty happy with the way they handle everything. You know, it's like 11 years or whatever. But I appreciate that they keep supporting it. They take their time. They make it what they want it. They don't do the thing where it's like, oh, the investors demand we have this. Hang on a second. We're on an ad break. I'm gonna quickly eat my food real fast, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that real fast. I'll be back in just a minute. Don't get mad at me. Stop. This is okay. Alright, I'm sorry. Hey. Tainted? That's not okay, man. Very clearly this isn't my fault. Oh, it's not even... The worst thing is it's not even the darkness hurting them. They walked into the 2 tiles of fire, and they are dying in the fire. And I'm losing my entire reputation with them, all the way from 98. The whole way down. We were allied with them. We are no longer allied with them. I want to clarify, murdering that person, just straight out murdering them, is not... We had a marble meteorite just strike a duck and kill it. Okay. I get it. I get it, Cassandra. You didn't like that duck in particular. That duck in particular was a duck you decided did not deserve to live anymore. This duck, Duckling 11, Cassandra, not a fan. Just really didn't like the way the beak looked. There's something about it just really irked her. Alright, so it is 5 below now. And then continuing to go down. It should be flipping at some point, because it's 210.8 was the flip point. Oh, there we go. Steam is down to 5 kilograms. It's cooling down much more rapidly now. It's actually fluctuating wildly. The fanfare. The fanfare for sploosh. 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 Okay. And the next thing we're going to do is we're going to declare a variable. And we're going to declare that variable of a type integer. And we're going to set its value to input 1. Don't forget your semicolon. Is there something I don't care about I could just toss in front? Hurry, 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 hurry. Aha! I have shields! Stickers. Oh, I forgot the stickers. I forgot about the curse that is the stickers. Yeah, you know, it'd be awfully... Alright, you know what? Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. I've had my dinner sitting here for a while, and I keep missing the ad breaks when they're happening because I get zoned into what's happening. And so I saw that, I was like, no, I'm hungry. I want to eat my food. I had bangers and mash sitting there, getting cold. Yeah, no, I saw that, Bellicos. I actually did. So, like, in RimWorld, there's only been, like, 3 times I've done stuff to, like, dev mode. I did dev mode that one,
because like we were at like the anomaly ending and I lost my ally because of some stupid bug. So I was like, no, I'm setting that right back up. I'm not dealing with this. That was like the only one that I did something that was like related to a run that I dev moded. We dev moded, there's a mod I really like called Random Research. So I'll do like no research, random research. So you start with literally no research, not even like pemmican or anything. And you have to build up and you have no control over what you research. It's like Randy Random has the keys. But the problem is it doesn't work correctly with Anomaly. So what you have to do is you have to dev mode, disable the mod, and then turn it back on. And then it will work. Because then you can, like, technically you can choose the research, but it will randomly assign them. And just, you have to manually assign the Anomaly one, which is fine. But I have to dev mode to do that. And there's one other thing that we did with dev mode that, it was to set up a challenge. I needed to go into the game in dev mode to change something after we started to set up the challenge. I don't remember what it was. I only did it like once or twice because I don't like dev moding. Like, I'll do it in a pinch, but I never do it to like mulligan a loss or anything like that. Like, even if it's one of those ones that you go into a situation and just somehow your character gets popped from half across the screen, headshot with like full armor and all that, and you're just like, alright, thanks game, I could have done nothing about it. I was behind cover, I literally did everything the game allows me to make this safer, and yet instantly roll to death. Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry, but I'm talking RimWorld, Stoka. Yeah, no, in Farm Sim, when we do the Survivor Man challenge, not with 2025, or I mean, I think we did, yeah. But usually the way you'd set up the Survivor Man challenge is, which for those who don't know that, Farm Sim, it's you start with the bare minimum, you can make literally any money at all, and then no money, no property, no anything. So you give like yourself a chainsaw, or like whatever. But the only way to get rid of your money to get yourself zeroed out for the start of the challenge is to either use mods, or what I did, which is I just, after I set up, like, here's a chainsaw, here's whatever, I went into the save file and I just, you know, edited the save file, because it's just XML, so I just zeroed out the money. Alright, so thunderstorm in 5 days. I didn't turn that off. And usually it will turn it off if you do that. Yeah, but like, see right there? It did not turn it off when I unequipped it. If it would have not tried to put that back on, it would have drained the battery down to 0. I've done that before when I really needed because like I was out and about and I knew the helicopter was coming. But, you know, I didn't have the radio. I was like, alright. You know, and I survived the situation, but definitely went from I knew what I was getting into and in control of the situation to basically YOLO. Just being like, well, it's either gonna work out or it's not. I no longer am getting the information I need to make informed decisions, so okay. Alright, so stop pushing farther south. I'm not looking to get in a big fight with this stuff here. We're just looking for hemp. So I'm going to cut across here, and we're going to go across the top, and if I don't find it, we're not finding it today. I'm just trying to get under control before our body weight starts crashing too much. Because right now, all I need to do is catch, like, one big fish, and we'll be right as rain. But I need that one hemp. And the big thing I'm going to do this time is I'm going to put the spare twine... Aw, I thought it was hemp. It's just like a lemon tree, lime tree, whatever. What I'm going to do this time is I'm going to put on a different shelf away from where I craft. That way I don't accidentally use it. Yeah, so I'm going to go all the way up here and we'll go along the top because I didn't do that part yet. Alright, then when we get back, I need to make more knives. We'll check the situation over there. I'm pretty sure I have everything I need to make the kiln and all that as well. I've just not been bothering with any of that because I don't really have my perimeter set up. Just wanted to ask, is the stone chisel will work as a short blunt weapon? I have no idea. If you're ever curious if a thing will work as a weapon, try putting in your primary hand and then right and left click. If your character does a shove, the answer is a no. Is it like what type of weapon? The best you can do is go here, put your mouse over, check the number, and hit something with what you guess is going to be the type of damage. And then after you hit something, check it again and compare the number. It's about the best I can offer, unfortunately. But I have no idea about the stone chisel one way or the other. Alright, so let's cut across here. And like I said, we'll get back. If I don't find a unit of hemp, we don't worry about it. We make our knives. As long as I have like 8 or so knives, I'm down to keep fighting the zombies. If I can't get 8 or so knives between what we've got, I'll just take what we've got, and we're going to go up and find more flint. Now, the big downside is the place we were grabbing the flint, where we've gotten probably like 50, 60 or more flint out of, is pretty tapped out. So I'm going to have to find a new spot. Which is, I believe, is like right where that icon is on our mini-map. I believe that, and like right up here is where we cleared all the flint out of. I haven't seen a tomato in a long time. Alright. So it's looking like a big old bumpkus on the hemp. So like I said, what we'll do is we'll drop back down here. We're going to make what knives we can. We'll check our inventory, and as long as I can make somewhere in the ballpark of like 8 knives, we just fight. If I can't make like 8 knives, we go make knives. Like we go get the materials. Because I have some stuff for making them here, but I don't have enough for everything. And the big thing that I'm worried about is the flint. All the other stuff I can make relatively easily. Okay, so crafting. Let's actually move here. So crafting, we can start first by chipping our flint. You're gonna do your run, and we'll check it in from time to time. I appreciate it. You have yourself a good run, and I hope you you do not accept any bitey hugs. Buddy hugs are the worst. Okay, and now we go down here and we say I would like... That's looking pretty promising. It looks like I'm actually... Oh, I can make a shiv? Oh, out of the metal sheet. Okay, I get it. I was like, where'd the shiv come from? I'm assuming that's carving metal. I'm just going to assume all of that turns out well and not worry about it. Okay. So it does look like I'll be able to make enough knives to make it worth my time. We might still end up going for the more materials because I think we're going to lose enough of today. It's not worth me walking the whole way down there just to turn around and come back. We'll see. It takes a little while to make these things. Make one more. Okay, so what am I missing for more? Stone. Knife. It was crude knife. Small handles. Small handles is an easy to solve problem. Okay. We were able to make exactly 8. I do think we go and make more, though. Play, do this. Put the handle away. I need the water, so I'll just grab a pot, drop it off. And honestly, for that, I know I said I wasn't going to drop it. I'll drop the one book. Because the downside is those books are heavy. Alright. Yeah, because it's already 3 p.m. So let's see, what skills and tool do you need to make the stone knives? It was napping 1. I know I need. Was it just nap? No, it was napping. Yeah, I think it was napping 1 and carving 1. Because I believe were the only requirements. Okay. So the hope here is that I can get either the hemp and the flint. Like, I'd like to get both. If I get 1 unit of hemp, I only need 1 unit. That is the hemp. Ooh, do I proceed or there? Do I? Let's fix our weight. Let's fix our weight. I wasn't expecting to find that right away. I was expecting to actually get the flint first and then circle back. But that'll be perfect, because I can run down here. We can get our weight corrected, because we're just barely, like, we're at 75, but on the low end of it, so we're considered underweight. That would let me fix it real fast. Let's go get that sorted super quick. They do have enough weapons to manage. And the only reason we're going to be making more stuff. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? The only reason we're going to make some more stuff right then and there. Where? There we go. Craft wine. Cool. And craft. We should have everything we need for a fishing pole. Okay. What's it complaining about? Fishing pole, make fishing pole, wooden rod. Okay, so I need a wooden rod. I should have what I need for a wooden rod. If not, that's just a tree branch. Alright, we can just get a tree branch real fast. That should be easy peasy. Like, I'm willing to bet I have some laying around the ground here somewhere. I mean, what I can do is I can grab that axe. I can smash down one of these little trees. Yeah, just grab the axe, knock down a tree. Guarantee ourselves a success as opposed to waiting for it. Okay, so do a quick lap around the trees. Make sure we don't have any problems. We'll choose whatever tree looks like a big one. It'll chop it down. So that one's still not big enough. I'm noticing these ones are getting a little bit bigger. Let's check this one.
Alright, that gave us a sapling. A sapling is not acceptable. We're doing real good here. Really solid stuff. Slightly ill but fine. Well, I hope you feel better. Why will you not give me the, We've gotten branches from these trees earlier. Let's just grab all this. This is way too much just leave piled on the ground. Okay. Give me all this. We'll figure out what I can do with this. Maybe I can make the wooden rod out of these. And yep. Alright, so I do have to find a branch. That's annoying. Well, my guarantee, get myself a branch, apparently was not so guaranteed. Well, when we can do stuff later, that'll help with that. Alright, so I'm going to switch just finding a branch in the ground. Okay. Taking our sip of water, rest for a minute. Okay, because we can find them on the ground even without the forging. We are going to forge because it just gives me better chances. The unfortunate reality is chopping down those trees did burn up some fatigue. But I know I've seen some decent number of branches up here. Actually, didn't I drop... I dropped branches in this area somewhere, or up there somewhere. Regardless, we'll just cut across. If we see him, we see him. If we don't, we don't. That's a log. There we go. And that gives us the wooden rods we need. And then with that, I can run back. We can make our fishing pole. I wonder if it's a thing where if instead of using like a nail or a paper clip or whatever, like if you use a paper clip, that's like the worst hook. If you use a nail, it's a slightly better hook. If you like actually carve a hook, which is a very high carving skill, it's like a really good hook. Like I wonder what the rules are around that. Alright, so let's see here. Make fishing pole. I'm going to actually go ahead and tell us to make 2 of them. I'm going to stash one of them down here.
And let's grab our bugs and all that. We're already missing, like, all of the good fishing time during the day, but that's okay. Only need to get one good fish. So all we'll do is we'll just immediately pull out a good fish, and then we don't have to worry about it. Solid strategy. Alright, so let's see what we got over here. I just need one good fish. We got a nice, both sides we got a nice, like, really centered spot to fish. I don't get to fish in the bottom lake as much, just because of the way things line up, so let's do the bottom lake. So add bait. Alright. Just give me the fish. It's not really fighting, so I'm assuming it's a junk. Cool. There we go. Alright. That looked like it fought for just a second. I'm not sure. It looked like the tension shot up real high for a moment. It is a little bait fish. Okay, we'll fish with the little bait fish. Oh, you're fighting just a little bit. I don't think you're a big one, though. You're the smaller or medium one. .22 centimeter. Still small, but it's something. I'll probably be able to do one more, and we'll probably have to go back in because it'll get too dark. Unfortunately, I don't think that bass is big enough to get her weight back up. It'll help, but I think by itself it's not enough. Another little fish. Try and go for one more, which is a mistake. Assuming I can see the bubbles. I have no idea where that bobber land. Well, I guess we're fighting that zombie. Be fast, be fast, be fast, be fast. Oh. Forever when it lost interest. Either way, getting too dark. Oh, I didn't grab the rags. It's fine. We can grab the rag here. Because that should give me enough light. I believe I can chop these up. I think that's the last one I can chop up, right? Yeah, but apparently the fillets are too small for me to slice apart. Alright, so not a whole lot on these, unfortunately. What skills go up filleting the fish? I think it's cooking. Oh, did I have a little teeny tiny fish? Yeah, a little teeny tiny fish. That's fine. I'm not gonna worry about cooking that tonight. We're gonna eat what we can to get our calories up. And I'll more than likely have to fish just a little bit the next day to get that going. We're gonna try and drag these calories out what we can. If we're lucky, I might be able to get that to at least stop going down. I mean, 450 for one bull. That's not nothing. Probably not enough. Like I said, I don't think that one small bass is gonna cut it. Yeah. No luck in the bass. That's fine. We can wake up. We've got a fishing pole. We've got bait. We're fine. I just need to get ourselves like one more big fish. We can get our weight back under control. We've got weapons, so as soon as that's sorted, we can move on to, you know, trying to get back to clearing where all that was. I'm trying to race out here as fast as we can, because early morning got good fishing. I know the exact cutoff times and all that. That one's relatively close to shore. What about up here? That's probably our best bet right there. Okay. It'll be interesting when I can actually get a rain barrel up with the plumbing and all that, with how many plastic bottles we pull, that I'll probably be able to sit there and just max out a ton of plastic bottles and just like pull them out of wherever I store them. Unless there's something good I can make with the plastic bottles, which I'm not aware of anything. Come on, there's a fishing bonus right now. Give. Give fish. Give really big fish. Okay. That's basically the same size fish we caught yesterday. All right. I'm actually curious. I feel like the fishing is probably going to be the less laborious of the other ways to gain weight. I feel like raising animals to get more. I mean, I guess the cows right now with the milk, but even that, cows with the milk is probably actually the easiest. I just don't have those. We know where some cows were, but there's like a billion zombies between us, so my chances of leading it home are pretty grim. Yeah, big splish, big fish. Come on. I do hope the higher level fishing gives you a much higher level, like much faster catch rate. Because I don't actually know what the level of fishing contributes towards fishing right now. My assumption is bigger fish. Long stream? Yep. I usually stream 9 hours. Sorry, I usually stream 9 hours a night. I'll probably go long tonight. I've been doing that a lot lately. Come on. Give fish. I would like the fish, please. I'm asking nicely for you to bestow upon me a fish, so that I may consume it to not... Trying to fast forward past the alarm. We have like 30 minutes? 30 minutes. Oh, you mean... Think the pond is empty? No, so... The little bubbles there mean there is fish there. It's just, it's not a thing that like they instantly catch. It's even back in Build 41 where you went to... Can we turn that off? Yeah, no, I turned the alarm off. Oh, come on, get on the hook. Because, like, even back in the day with that... Do the fish like specific bait? Not that I've noticed. It seems like any bait seems to work. Yeah, 30 minutes to 9 hour mark? Yeah, that's fine. Like, I need the fish. If I have to wait longer, that's fine. Wow, you are not gonna give me... Alright, hang on. We got zombie hanging out. I'll check what the stats are saying on the fish. Because there's like time of day, season, temperature. Oh, sorry, not season. Temperature, wind. There we go. Get rid of you. So fishing. So it says normal for everything, so nothing's penalized. And it does have bait. Yeah, we definitely have, like, really all over the place on how often I catch fish. For sometimes I get them relatively quick, but man, we're getting, like, nothing at the moment. There we go. That's probably garbage. It's not fighting. Fishing net. Got any mods? Nah, I'm running... So I got, like, the minimal display bar up there, but otherwise I'm running mostly mod-free. Okay, come on. We're losing our whole day to this. Won't be so bad, but how little I'm catching. Makes you feel, well, you literally need to, like, right now, fishing and then, like, taking care of, so, like, cows are, like, about your only ways of getting calories. You have to get calories. If you're just eating what you forage and all that, you will die of malnutrition. And so that's the problem, is we're losing weight. And I need more calories. There's a spot down here, is there? Like, in case I've overfished the top area. But yeah, so you can choose to do, like, you can choose to fish, you can choose to churn butter. You should be able to butcher animals, but, there's not really that many, like, in a normal playthrough I probably could, but at 16 times pop, it's very difficult for me to get a decent number of animals. Yeah, so I've fought a little, so that's definitely a fish. But what do we got? I mean, 600, that's at least something. What about pizza? Oh, every pizza would be way long since rotten by now. Down here somewhere. But yeah, no, it's we're having a particularly bad day for it today. Like, usually I'll catch like 2, 3, 4 fish and a bunch of junk. But like, at least I'm not standing around a lot. This time we're standing around a bit more. Alright, so we're just trying to... There we go. Because it is those things that you're trying to catch one big fish. You catch one big fish and you're set for the day. Well, you're set for a while. Alright. Should you make a chair to sit and fish? It would make it harder for me to move when a zombie approaches me. We're not really in a safe spot. And I don't get... At least I'm not aware of any bonus or anything you get for fishing. I very much doubt there is. And we're fully rested and everything, so... Doesn't really do much. Like, if I had it walled off or something, certainly we can make ourselves like a little fishing cabin or something like that. It'd be tricky the way these lakes are without losing things. Let's see. There are ingredients to make for pizza in game except cheese? Yeah. Yeah, the only problem for making a cabin right now, I could make it like not a cabin, but a gazebo kind of thing. So it's just an overhang but no walls. But otherwise, I'd lose line of sight on a lot of the water. So if the bubbles were line of sight, I wouldn't be able to see them. But I could just put like some posts on the corner, and that'd be fine. I could just sidestep around it if the bubbles are lined up in such a way that I need to do that. So I got two fish that'll give me some calories, but not enough. I need one that's at least a good 2,000-3,000 or more calories. Okay, that clearly fought. It went sideways. Alright, what are you? You put up a fight. Not a big fight, but a fight. A medium walleye that's 3,000 calories? That we'll have to do for right now. Because you are too heavy for me to do otherwise. It's not a big fish, but it is enough fish to at least get our calories up for a day or two. And right now, that's all I really need. And again, we lost the better part of a day doing it. And let's split those fillets. Let's see, is it still possible to build floor tiles over water? I believe so. I don't know why they'd take that away. Okay, so put the fishing rod away. Put the bugs away. Put the other bug away. Put that in our main pouch. Put this bug away. Okay, twine is going all the way over here, so that I do not accidentally use the twine again. Let's grab the piece of fabric, so I can start the fire. So you can make a houseboat? Yeah, there actually is a houseboat. Like, just already existing on the map. Like, it's like a ferry-style houseboat thing. I think it has like a restaurant in it or whatever. Okay. Just being self-sufficient on a houseboat? That's a sick idea. Well, you'd need to get bait, which means you'd probably have to get off the houseboat long enough to like collect bugs, whatever. And I know you could fish for like the tiny fish and all that, but it'd be tricky. But yeah, you can get pretty self-sufficient in a lot of areas. It's not a huge ordeal. Alright, so first we're just gonna eat that thing whole. You can also use fillets as bait. This is true. Yeah, you're right. So you just have to get that initial catch, and you could just fish until you pull up some bait and just go with that. Alright, so let's eat these real fast so we can get our weight up.
Okay. And it seems like I'm slamming a whole lot of fish. It's because I'm slamming a whole lot of fish. I'm just trying to get this to be as full as possible. Because that's basically what amounts to what weight we're going to get. So like I said, that should let me get our weight up, or our calories enough. I can probably get 1 or 2 days that our weight is reasonably in good shape. But because we I say because we already hit all those flint nodes earlier, I need to find a new set of flint nodes. We know we've seen a lot of them back here. Okay, so it's 1,000 calories. Yeah, we'll wait just a little bit before we eat this one. I don't need it yet. We'll chuck that in a body if I see one. Actually, I'm just gonna eat it to eat it. I don't need those mushrooms. Not gonna carry weight for it anyways. Not gonna need the lemongrass. I know it's XP, but I'm sitting at like level 6 or 7 foraging now. What I'm trying to do is up here is where we were finding it, but we've already picked this spot pretty clean. That's worth taking because I can immediately carve those handles. And that'll give me at least enough for 8 knives. Let's see, what's the progress of the gas station? Slowly watching, feels like you stalled out by the ponds. Too many zombies? Oh no, if we actually look at the map now... Oh, that's not the right spot. Where are we at? Over here? We actually got down to around here is about where we're cleared down to. So, if we consider we're back here, we got past Station Wagon, we got all the way down here, and the zombies have really thinned out. The only reason we're not pushing more at the moment is because I was getting low on weapons and I needed to restock, and then I also had to do... my weight was starting to get to be a problem. I'm gonna skip on that one for right now. Like, I need to be out here getting the flint, not the other stuff. Looks like some flint nodes up there. Hey, Jaywalker, how's it going? That I'm gonna always grab. Okay, let's go ahead and eat this. Okay, so this is a little bit of a headache. One second, zombie, I'm doing a thing.
Okay. Cool. Just eating a lot of the stuff to get weight. We've definitely seen low weight stuff. Looks like fishing is paying off. Yeah. Alright. So that's not letting me take any more of that. Alright, that's fine. In the meantime, we can go ahead and smack the other node. I'm gonna do here. Take a bunch of stuff I don't really need. Honestly, the handles can go on there as well. I can get handles easy. You really need to be out here getting the flint. Yep, so that's all good. The rest of that's good. Grab the flint. Grab the flint. So I'd like at least one more flint node if I can find one. And I'll carry the heavy stuff to a rock, start chipping it up. I guess I'll start working my way back, but just take a different route. I definitely know there's more flint down here. We've seen a good couple areas at like 8 or 9 places I could get flint from. But that area is looking pretty tapped. Let's jog it. It's gonna get dark soon anyways. They've got all the endurance and all that we could want. Okay, so this is a field we probably won't find flint here. Yeah, okay. It just means I'm gonna need to be on the lookout the next time I'm running around for helicopters that I can find a place that I've seen flint and just flag and be like, that's where I go to get flint. Still, we got 2 nodes. That'll give us something. Hopefully pretty soon. How is our carving skill going? Because once I hit 3, I get way more weapon options we can make. So carving, it's at 2.5. Not as far as I'd want it. But yeah, so when I hit 3, I can make large handles, and then large stone, like the, not the large stone, the flat stones. Those become something I can make weapons with. And I think maybe the large stones do as well? I don't remember. Oh, yeah, let's not do that. We're pretty overburned. I was gonna run over there and stab him, and then I noticed there's that heavy load. Are you aggro or are you just moving? You're just moving. Okay, keep doing your thing. Okay. There's the hemp. Drop off the flint, so that's 8 knives worth. Nine, 10 knives worth, so that's 10 more knives worth, so that's not nothing. Okay, well, I mean, I've got enough knives for 1 day of fighting. And I've grabbed the pickaxe with me. I'm waffling, like, the idea is I'm debating if I'm moving forward, like, just pushing forward. And then, like, to the next area, and then when we circle back, instead of grabbing stuff out of the car, I make the decision to instead... Good thing. You're guessing the too much stamina use? Oh no, we haven't made them yet. I need the carving 3. So this is the large axes. It's the same requirement. I just showed the skill as opposed to the end result. Because I felt it was easier than answering, you know, like, what do you need to get the axes? It's just like, that's what I need. Carving 3. Because with carving 3, I can make the big handle, and when I can make the big handle, we can make the axes. Napping has been flying, but carving not so much. No, because I think it's the napping. I get 2 different phases to it. I get turning the nodule into the sharpened flint, and then I get turning the sharpened flint into a blade. Whereas I only make 1 handle, or like one thing of like one carving a handle gets me 2 to like 4 handles depending on what I'm carving. I'm just making sure I also have enough rags. No, it's just weapon crafting. It's fine. There's gonna be other options for you to get weapons. I've been pretty happy with this one. But that's only because I'm playing on sweaty tryhard settings with really high populations. If you're playing on much lower populations, you're going to be looting a lot more of your weapons. And your weapons will get you more distance in town and all that because they'll last longer so far as area coverage. Okay. It'd be really, really nice when we can have our generators on. And I'll see how much farther forward I can push the car next in-game day. Oh, that'll be too early. We'll wake up at nighttime. So we're getting pretty close to hitting November. We're gonna start seeing proper snow in the game anytime now. For the record, in Project Zomboid's normal settings, you actually don't see snow that often. You don't have like 3 months of constant snow. You'll have like, you know, a couple days of snow, then it'll melt, and a couple days of snow, then it'll melt, that kind of thing. Sounds like Ohio weather? Oh no, Ohio, the snow sticks around for a while. At least in my experience, where I was at. Like, you get snow and it stays for a good while. Like, it'll come and go, don't get me wrong. But usually most of January and late December, I remember having lots of snow around that area. Whereas, like, Kentucky, like I said, it kind of is well as well. You get just a little bit of snow, a couple days, and then it's gone. Alright, so I think we're, what, 1 day? I think we're 1 day from the helicopter being able to come back. Oh yeah, so I did bring the pickaxe with me. Cool. That's poison. Because I am hoping to find some flint and all that, and I'm figuring if we get overweight, I could chuck the extra flint in the car or like whatever. We'll see. I haven't figured it out. It looks like it's a flint nodule up there. Just stop. Yeah, it's just one. Cool. Because that means when we come back, it should have, between all of that, I think it's 15 worth. Cool, and we got another spot here. And this will probably be all we can carry for right now. That's fine. Okay, so we're looking at somewhere in the area of like 20 knives worth of flint now. So we're looking pretty good. But how are you feeling like the helicopter is 1 step forward, 2 steps back? It gets good positioning with it? Oh no, so one thing to keep in mind, and this is any high pop run of Product Zomboid, is you will feel like you're constantly being pushed back by the zombies, but because you're talking a finite number of zombies, it is those things that you'll just beat your head on the wall, beat your head on the wall, beat your head on the wall, and then suddenly the zombies just, you know, start really tapering off. And that's what we hit over here is I was making no progress, no progress, no progress, no progress, and then we were just strolling on in. Now granted, I probably really should not just jump in the car and drive down there, but I'm gonna. Oh, yeah, so they moved out a little bit. That's okay. I just want the satisfaction of at least moving the car forward. That's not as far as I was hoping to go, but something to expand it out. That's fine. We'll kill what showed up. And then we'll keep clearing. Okay. It only looked like we had one rally group and then 2 stragglers show up. And considering we were away for like 2-3 days dealing with food. Okay. I can't remember. Did I break the fire axe? I don't remember breaking the fire axe. I must have, though. Or maybe I saved it? I don't remember. I probably broke it. I don't have it on me anymore. Nah, the Molotovs, they let you kill a bunch, but it's one of those things, like, on the normal zombie pops, you can also kill those by hand and you'll also gain a lot of ground. You gotta keep in mind with this run, it is not a normal population. So everything you're experiencing with this run is not something you want to compare to a normal run. Most of these runs, if you're doing Molotovs, you're just probably gonna have a bad time. You can do them, it's just not really worth your effort. But I do understand a lot of people like the Molotovs because this is the thing that you can kill a large number of zombies with very low effort. Like, it's just make something make noise, throw Molotov, or throw Molotov, keep yelling and running in circles. Whatever your strategy is. And so you can just not care about endurance, not care about, you know, weapon durability or weapon skill or muscle strain or any of those things. The catch is, Molotovs don't level any skills whatsoever in the game. So you never get, you know, quote-unquote better at Molotovs as a character. Your character never progresses. Versus when you fight the zombies, your character will get stronger and stronger to a point you'll be able to knock down big groups of zombies very rapidly. I would actually argue by mid to late game, you'll end up having your character able to kill zombies faster with just like regular weapons than Molotovs because of all the time it takes you to set up the Molotovs to be worthwhile. Whereas like late game, I'll be 1 and 2 tapping every single zombie with like a short blade, or just 1 tapping consistently every single time with an axe. And so literally you'll just go through a group of zombies, just go pap, 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 and a whole group will be down in no time. But if you're leaning on Molotovs, you never get that XP, so you can never reach that point. So they always go the same speed. I mostly don't like the fire just because of environmental destruction. And then also it's like really upsetting, again, when you see like a zombie that's got a katana through them, you're like, oh heck yeah, katana, and then they catch fire, and you're like, well, never mind. No katana for me. I was playing with fire, so my loot got destroyed. You get Molotovs? Did the Molotov recipe change? Oh, you know what it is? They probably actually have a pattern for the recipe now. Because it used to be just a bottle of liquor and a rag. To be fair as well, the throwing, the throwing mechanic animation for the Molotovs was real funky. Said, yeah, it's a firebomb or something now? No more alcohol? Oh! Yeah, I think I got the thing for that. So firebomb, so it's gasoline, a water bottle, and a rag. Okay. And it's anything that can carry gasoline. Okay, so it requires gasoline now. That's fine. The catch is that it's a plastic water bottle and all that. I'm assuming there's a couple options for that. Yeah. I don't think that's much worse. Because you can, like, in some ways that's easier because you can go to the gas pump and just fill up a whole bunch of bottles. Versus, you know, liquor can be a little bit trickier to find. Like, you know, you can go to the bar and usually find a bunch. But once you start getting later in the game and you start depleting, like, the local bar or whatever, I imagine that starts to be more of an issue. Just say you're just gonna chill there and just let me stick you in the back. But as you can see, where before it was back where our car was kind of like the line of how far I could go. We are getting way farther up the road. Doing some cleanup from a couple days worth of zombies moving around. We're making solid progress. Got a couple of flint nodes here for when I'm not as overburdened. Okay, are you done for now? You good? Cool. Deal with you, because you're just going to aggro me walking back and forth. Alright. That needs a lot of work? Oh, sorry, yeah, you're referring to the firebombs. Yeah, now my hope is that we can clear down to this trailer. That's where I wanted to drive. It's just I figured we'd have zombies move in. I just figured I was going to get a little bit far up the road. That's fine. We're getting through them way faster, and this will just pick up more and more speed. It'll start to get really wild once we start getting to like 7, 8 in a weapon skill. Like, the speed you can kill zombies gets pretty obscene. I don't think we're going to be at like the full 700 or so you can sustain and build 41, but I would be surprised if 500 isn't realistic for a sustain. Sure, we got the muscle strain, but considering your levels in the weapon make it less and less, I'm kind of expecting it to be a nearly non-existent issue at like 7, 8 in a weapon. I also feel like by that point you're going to be doing enough damage, you might just be able to ignore the earlier levels of muscle strain and not see that much of an impact. Okay. Alright. Try and give a moment for the buffs to drop off. Or the buffs, the penalties drop off. Go ahead and eat that fish. Okay. Alright. Thank you for tuning in. I thank you for the lurk. Yeah, those are close enough. They're gonna aggro. Let's grab them.
Okay, sadly the hunting knife just broke. Yeah, so hunting knife is still definitely better than the stone knives, which surprises absolutely no one. But it mostly don't seem to have like the big advantage of its durability. Ooh. That down there is another fireman's axe. Like I said, I don't remember breaking her other one. Yet I definitely don't have it still. My guess is it's sitting in a box somewhere. Oh, you know what? I bet you we put it back in the crafting box. When I went to make stone knives or something else I needed the carry weight, and I just didn't grab it back. Alright, so we got an axe. We'll see how this works for us for a little bit. You are, like, sharpened or whatever? Yeah, you're in great shape. Because we actually have some decent axe skill, but I do think the knives will be way better for sustain. But the axe is heavy, if I don't put it in my hands. But I think that's got some swing speed on it. More swing speed than I was expecting, considering we're not Axeman or anything. Okay. Yeah, that the just not named axe, just axe, does seem like it's somewhere in the ballpark of the fireman's axe. I'm getting 1-2 taps out of it mostly. Okay. And back all the way up to the trailer. Okay. Let's eat this. Looks like some of them are moving around. Let's get a feel for what we got. Because the downside of that axe is that it's definitely nowhere near as endurance efficient as my knives. Which is no shocker to anybody at all. Deal with the hydration. Six or seven of them looks like. That should be okay with the axe. Three more should be alright. Starting to push the limit before the Moodle stacking is going to get really problematic.
3 more? Okay. If we pull more after this, I gotta back off. This is already pushing it. Because pretty soon we're gonna go to the red level of muscle strain and high exertion. Okay, no more, alright? We're properly spent. Character needs a break. Alright. Yeah, no, I must have used the fireman's axe and broke it. That's what I'm guessing happened. Let's actually sit for a minute longer, see if we can't drop the muscle strain at least a little bit. There we go, that's what you want to see. Okay, so it looks like we ran out of fish. How do you spin while sitting? You sit, you hold right click, and you spin. If you're talking realism, you play video games. The good news is that I cleared out almost all the zombies by this trailer. We got just the stragglers here. Oh, nope, I'm a liar. There's a whole bunch inside. Okay. Couldn't figure out what you played? Yeah, no, you aim when holding right mouse button and wherever you turn, so if you sit, you can just turn while sitting. Alright, well, fine. I was gonna aggro you and fight you, but you just took off. Okay. Yeah, we got nothing up the road, just stragglers everywhere. That's basically where we're at, is just cleaning up. It's just a matter of my character doesn't have gas in their proverbial tank to just throw down all day. So yes, there's a good chance we won't get to the gas station this in-game day, but we definitely made some solid progress. Like this cell is on its last limb of just hangers on all over the place. That was surprisingly a miss. It's just stragglers the whole way up and down. We're able to reach the actual next building, which has been a major hike from the last one. Probably good I didn't get that swing off. Oh, we need it back. I didn't see how far we're pushing our endurance. That's the downside of the axes. They have always been very endurance greedy weapons. They do some solid damage real fast. But it doesn't take many swings before your character doesn't have a whole lot left to give. I need to get back enough that we're not in the middle of the fight so I can rest. Character's also in a lot of pain.
Alright. It's also probably good that we don't drive forward as quickly because those bodies are quite a bit for that truck. Or station wagon. Alright, let's kill you. Think we're in the clear? Okay. Pain is the game. Yeah. Alright, so I'm gonna sneak in this place. I can sit down, we can sharpen the axe as it's probably getting dull. Take a look at what kind of condition it's in. Okay, we'll stand for a minute. How's the axe doing? So the axe sharpness is fine, so we'll close the door. Honestly, that axe is doing really well. Yeah, no, we just happened to find this axe. Alright, so drink the water. Fill our water bottle. Eat some thistle. And the good news is, like I said, we're bringing back like another 10 knives worth of materials. So that's solid. So the downside is we didn't get to push all the way to the gas station like I hoped. But we have made some solid progress on all fronts here. Like, when we're looking at all the things we've got done today, we are officially, finally, in a healthy weight. What skill is the stone knife? What skill level is the stone knives? Do you mean, like, what skill am I at to use them? Because my combat skill, the short blades, it's technically 4, but it's really, really close to 5. Axe is about to also hit 4. Which is good news. But, it takes napping 1 and carving 1 to make stone knives. But yeah, so we're at 4 for both, well, we're at 4 for knives, about to hit 5, and we're at 3 for axes, about to hit 4. It's just, I'm finding, like, making the axes takes more work. I need all the extra cloth and all that kind of stuff. Oh yeah, no, leveling in this game is not fast. Okay, no, actually I didn't have that there. How big of a difference is the combat level going, like going from 4 to 3 hits? Yeah, so each level, it's not every level will lower the number of hits, like, because every level, you don't get just one stat, and that's one of the things that makes a big difference with a lot of the combat skills in this game, is it's not like you get 5% more damage, and that's what the level gets you. It's not that minor. You get, your base damage goes up, so the amount of damage you're doing per every single hit goes up a little bit. You also have, on top of that, the chance of critting goes up. The likelihood you will win the roll to determine whether or not your weapon takes damage goes up. The cost of endurance doesn't directly go down, but because you take less hits to kill, you will then thereby have a lower endurance use. So it is a compounding effect that every level does help you in multiple ways with every weapon. And they do stack. And it's one of those things that if you look at your skills, like unless it's changed, the maintenance skill prevents you from taking some damage on your weapon. It rolls makes the rolls more in your favor. Every 2-ish levels in a weapon is the equivalent of 1 point of maintenance, and they do stack. So when you start getting these maxed out, both of them, your weapons just go so much farther. Let's see, the way to go for making your own knives is welding and scrap metal large knife using metal bars. Yeah, you can do that. I have to get metal bars. Keep in mind 16 times pop.
What about meat cleavers? Those are a bit easier. They are axes now, as well, kind of. Yeah. I haven't seen what you do to make meat cleavers. So far, I've not been as impressed by the scrap cleaver here. I've found in a lot of ways I actually kind of like the stone axe more from when I've looted the cleavers. The ones. It used to be the big thing you'd use your meat cleavers for, is they were a meta for breaking down doors. That in build 41 they had a bonus to damage on doors, and then they were fairly endurance efficient. So you could kind of go through and just smack down a door, and you'd use as little endurance as possible, versus the axes had a higher damage bonus, but they're axes, which means their endurance very hungry. They'd eat a lot of your endurance. So it's kind of one of those tricks that when you went to, say, like a supply area, instead of just running in with the fireman's axe and smashing down all the doors, which works pretty well, if you went with a meat cleaver, you could get like through 2 or 3 doors and not even exhaust your character. After that, you'd get exhausted. It didn't go on forever. But it wasn't like every door you had to stop like you do with the big fireman's axe, or risk being too fatigued to fight the next fight. But yeah, keep in mind, most of the strategies you're going to see people use are not available to me. Because I'm at 16 times pop, I cannot go to the gun store and get the guns. There's too many zombies. You know, going through and then disassembling and stuff to get metal rods and fight stuff, it's very difficult to find a good source of metal rods that I don't have to use more metal rods than it costs me to get to the place to get them. But you get the idea. And that's just 16 time pop pain problem. The thing to keep in mind is, compared to Apocalypse, it's 0.6% or 0.6 population. I'm at 16. So I have more, like, I have just shy of, like, I probably have about 30 times as many zombies as a normal Apocalypse player. It used to be 1 times pop in build 41, but they changed that with build 42, so now the math isn't as easy. With that said, though, I have been going for about 10 hours. That's a pretty long stream. I'm getting pretty low energy, so I'm going to go start wrapping it up. If you are watching over on YouTube, I cannot do the equivalent to rating out of there, which is hosting, until I have 1,000 subscribers, so, you know, get to it. For those over here on Twitch, thank you so much for popping in. If you have enjoyed tonight's content and you're not already following the channel, don't forget to drop your follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. That is kind of how this whole thing works. But what is going to end up happening is I am going to go ahead and bring up my ending stream screen, but don't go anywhere, because what we're going to go ahead and do is find someone else who makes good content and go help you find yourself some